of applause. Everyone kindly be seated. Namaste. A very pleasant morning to all of you. मैं ट्विंकल ग्रोवर मौसम विभाग परिवार की ओर से आज के इस सुहाने दिन में आपका हार्दिक स्वागत एवं अभिनंदन करती हूँ. It's a pleasure to be a part of this momentous occasion. I extend a very warm welcome to all of the distinguished guests, speakers, and participants to the inaugural session of the National Symposium on 75 Years of Accomplishment of Mausam, Journal of Meteorology, Hydrology, and Geophysics, which is being held as part of the celebration of the 150th Foundation Day of the India Meteorological Department. IMD stands as the principal government agency of the Government of India, entrusted with all aspects of weather and climate services. Having completed 150 years of its establishment, IMD has made significant strides in centralizing meteorological work across the nation. Along with 150 years of IMD Foundation, this year also marks the 75th anniversary of Mausam, the journal which has continuously served as a platform for researchers, scientists, academicians to share their findings, discoveries, and perspectives. Over the decades, through the collaborative efforts of our authors, reviewers, and editorial team, Mausam has fostered an environment of intellectual exchange and scientific advancement. Today, it stands as a premier scientific journal among its contemporaries in the field of meteorology, hydrology, and geophysics. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the symposium, let me take a moment to acknowledge the presence of our esteemed guests and extend a heartfelt welcome to all of them. I request Dr. D.G. Now, I would like to request Shri Sunny Chug to welcome Dr. V.K. Soni by presenting him a bouquet. I extend a very warm welcome to all the dignitaries present on dais. I am privileged to welcome our ex-secretaries, former Director Generals, keynote speakers and invitees from various eminent institutions and organizations, delegates, scientists, researchers, distinguished colleagues, our friends from industry, ladies and gentlemen present in this auditorium. Thank you very much for taking the time to grace our occasion with your presence. A heartfelt welcome to each one of you. Lamp lighting is a traditional ritual believed to bring positivity, harmony, and enlightenment to the environment. Let us now begin the program with the lamp lighting ceremony. I kindly request our chief guest and other dignitaries present on the dais to graciously light the auspicious lamp. Please, sir. Now, I would like to invite Team Saraswati Batra to recite Vandana.
हे हंसवाहिनी ज्ञानदायिनी अम्ब विमल मति दे, अम्ब विमल मति दे, अम्ब विमल मति दे। जग सिर मोर बनाए भारत, जग सिर मोर बनाए भारत, वह बल विक्रम दे, अम्ब विमल मति दे, अम्ब विमल मति दे। साहसशील हृदय में भर दे, साहसशील हृदय में भर दे, जीवन त्याग तपो में कर दे, जीवन त्याग तपो में कर दे। संयम सत्य स्नेह का वर दे, स्वाभिमान भर दे, अम्ब विमल मति दे, अम्ब विमल मति दे। हे हंस वाहिनी ज्ञानदायिनी अम्ब विमल मति दे, अम्ब विमल मति दे, अम्ब विमल मति दे। लव कुश ध्रुव प्रहलाद बने हम, लव कुश ध्रुव प्रहलाद बने हम, मानवता का त्रास हरे हम, मानवता का त्रास हरे हम। सीता सावित्री दुर्गा माँ सिर घर घर भर दे, अम्ब विमल मति दे, अम्ब विमल मति दे। हे हंस वाहिनी ज्ञानदायिनी अम्ब विमल मति दे, अम्ब विमल मति दे, अम्ब विमल मति दे। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, team. The theme song represents the essence of who we are and what we stand for. It embodies the vision, values, and mission that guide us with our collective efforts towards achieving excellence. Before proceeding further, I would request the technical team to play IMD theme song.
मौसम विभाग वंदे, मौसम विभाग वंदे। हम हर मौसम पढ़ने वाले, मानव जीवन के रखवाले। वसुधा परिवार हमारा है, मौसम विज्ञान सहारा है।
पृथ्वी की गतियों का विधान, ऋतुओं का शाश्वत संविधान।
जलवायु और पर्यावरण के परिवर्तन का ध्यान।
आपदाओं से हो सतर्क सब IMD अभियान।
ये मौसम ज्ञान पुरातन, प्रबल विज्ञान प्रभावन।
जल थल अंबर हर गांव नगर पर्वत घाटी जंगल सागर, जीते हम संग फिजाओं के, लाते संदेश हवाओं के।
सहयोगी मित्र किसानों के, जन जीवन की मुस्कानों के। कर्तव्य निष्ठ मौसम प्रहरी, जन सेवा में आस्था गहरी।
करते अध्ययन तूफानों के, नव चक्रवात अनुमानों के।
जन धन जीवन रहे सुरक्षित, मंथन अनुसंधान, मानवता के लिए समर्पित मौसम का विज्ञान, मानसून संज्ञान।
अपना ज्ञान पुरातन, अमर वरदान सुहावन।
वैदिक संस्कृति का नव विहान, ऋषि चाणक्य का अर्थ ज्ञान, कवि कालिदास के मेघदूत, आदित्य प्रभा के अग्रदूत।
मौसम उपग्रह का दिग्दर्शन, ऋतु चक्र प्रवर्तन विश्लेषण।
भारत के स्वर्णिम कल के लिए शुचि मन में दृढ़ संकल्प लिए।
साक्षी समृद्ध विरासत के, हम गौरव प्यारे भारत के।
पूर्व पश्चिम उत्तर दक्षिण, शुभ कर्म योग संधान, सीमाओं के पार हमारी करुणा की पहचान, सहयोगी गुणगान।
मौसम ज्ञान पुरातन, अमर विज्ञान पुरातन। मौसम विभाग वंदे, मौसम विभाग वंदे, मौसम विभाग वंदे, मौसम विभाग वंदे।
Thank you, technical team. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us take a moment to explore the journey and significance of the journal Mausam through a brief video presentation. This will provide us with a visual insight into the journal's history, accomplishments, and its crucial role in advancing meteorological research. Respected all, today's symposium serves as a significant milestone not only in the journey of Mausam but also in recognizing the immense contributions made by IMD over the years. We look forward to insightful discussions and exchanges that will further enrich our collective knowledge and lead to the advancement of these crucial scientific domains. Let us take this opportunity to reflect on the progress made and the continued pursuit of excellence in meteorological sciences for the betterment of society and the nation. Now, I would like to request Dr. V.K. Soni to deliver a brief welcome address. Sir, please, we are excited to hear you.
Good morning. Dr. M. Mahapatra, Director General of Meteorology, Professor R. Kelkar, today's chief guest, former DGM, Dr. Ajit Tyagi, Dr. K.J. Ramesh, Dr. Bhatia, Dr. Krishnan, Director IITM, Dr. V.S. Prasad, Director NCMRWF. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all for this 75th year's completion of Mausam Journal, and we have organized this particular symposium to celebrate the 75 years of Mausam. You know that in January 1950, when Dr. S.K. Banerjee was DGM, this first volume of Mausam Journal was released. And since then we are continuing this journey, and there was no gap in publication of this journal. Till now we have completed a large number of publications, particularly the research papers of very important subjects and on tropical meteorology. 2021 we made this journal online, and all past volumes have been digitized and made available online. Further, we are planning to enhance this online submission, online reviewing process, and hopefully this year we will complete that process, so it will completely become online. And after that, I think we will be able to make it more visible to the scientific community. Still, right now the impact factor of Mausam Journal is about 1, and which is considered as excellent impact factor, and day by day the number of submissions are also increasing for this journal. So all this is because of all the efforts made by previous editors. You know that the Director General is always the chief editor of Mausam. So we are fortunate that we have now today 4 chief editors present here. Dr. Rathod Sahab will join in the afternoon, and we will be listening their experiences with this journal. So with this, I thank all of you and welcome again, and I request our DGM to kindly address the gathering.
Good morning, namaskar to all of you. Respected Dr. R. Kelkar, former Director General of Meteorology, India Meteorological Department, and chief guest of today's inaugural program commemorating 75 years of publication of the journal Mausam. Respected Dr. Ajit Tyagi Sahab, respected Dr. K.J. Ramesh Sahab, former Director General of India Meteorological Department, Prasad ji, Head of National Center for Mid-Range Weather Forecasting, Krishnan Sahab, Director Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, Bhatia Sahab, former ADG, India Meteorological Department, and holding charge of DGIMD for a long time in the intervening period, Professor Mohanty Sahab, Mukhopadhyay Sahab, distinguished delegates, guests, researchers, students, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I congratulate all of you on this auspicious occasion, being witness to the 75 years of publication of the journal Mausam. And also it is being commemorated in the backdrop of the 150 years of establishment of India Meteorological Department. The formal publication from a journal has come off in half of the period that we should be proud of the initiative taken in 1950s to establish this journal, which took care of all aspects, even the meteorology, geology, geophysics, hydrology, seismology, and anything you can expect at that time. And India was the only country at that time in the entire South Asian region. Even now also you have very limited publications in South Asian region. So considering that small step in 1950 has now grown up. And as you see today, the journal Mausam is an international journal. It is published quarterly. It is published online. The number of papers have increased. The quality of the journal has increased. And it is the outreach to each and every person in the globe now because of these online publications along with the hard copies. Not only that, if you look at the impact factor, it has multiplied over the period of time. Now, if you look at the papers published, which has been awarded biennially, that also is going to be released today, the volume. It shows a volume about the volumes of Mausam. It has brought out the new knowledge, as it has been shown in the brief video. The basic knowledge which grew in the beginning of independent India has been published in the journal Mausam. So at the outset, I congratulate all the stalwarts, all our Digdarshak, visionaries, who took that decision at that time. I express on my behalf and the behalf of India Meteorological Department deep tribute to those who are not with us today, but have taken the lead and taken the vision to establish this journal. I also express my deep gratitude to all our former DGs present here who are the chief editor of the Mausam. They have led from the front, they have motivated the researchers, reviewers, the editorial board members to bring out the quality, to bring out the timely publications, and to bring out the outreach of the journal. I also congratulate the colleagues in India Meteorological Department, Dr. Pai, Dr. Soni at present, but previously there were many. Those who have really worked behind and see that the publication goes in time with quality, accuracy, and to ensure all these things. In the recent time, we have come up for global standard. We have the grammarly check online, and also there is rigorous check in the hard copies. We also have the plagiarism check as per the global standard. We maintain to ensure that there is no plagiarism in the publication of IMD's journal. We also ensure that it is published in time. There is a time clock now, and you will be happy that we have come up from a delayed publication to the early publications. Even within 3 months or 6 months, publications are coming up. I also should congratulate and express my deep gratitude all the distinguished editorial board members since 1950s. There are many foreigners, or you can say non-resident Indians, and also within the country. And currently also we have got the many editorial board members present here. So I express to all of you, sir and madam, our deep gratitude for sustaining your effort, for sustaining your support and cooperation with India Meteorological Department, which brings up this journal not only for IMD, it is for the entire meteorological fraternity, ocean fraternity, disaster management fraternity, and all those allied science and subjects related with the atmosphere, ocean, and land surface processes. So we took a huge jump in 2021. We went for the online journal. I should thank here. It's really very happy to know that we just spent 30,000 rupees to make it online journal. So we explored, and it was published online with help of the Niskaya. I also thank them for providing all the support to make it online. And after online publications, the reach has increased and also impact factor is increasing, and also the international contribution towards the journal is also increasing manifold. I congratulate all our reviewers. They have played a dominant role to improve the quality of the journal. When I compare with the different journals and the Mausam, I find that Mausam is at par, even better than many journals being published in different countries. So it is because of the due contributions by each and every reviewer. So on this occasion, on behalf of India Meteorological Department, I congratulate all our reviewers and express our deep gratitude to all the reviewers. The authors, the publishers, they are the backbone of any journal. Initially, in India Meteorological Department, we made a rule that you cannot publish the paper outside without the permission. It was taken a judicious decision because we have to encourage our own journal. People are not publishing, so therefore that was there. But gradually that phase has gone because the quality has increased and we encourage people, okay, you publish anywhere, but you have to inform office. At the same time, quality of this Mausam journal has also increased. So it is because of the interest of the authors. I always sometimes get the mails from the foreign countries, the foreign authors, that we are publishing it, we want early publications, all these things. But we try our best to get all these queries addressed and to bring out the Mausam in a real time as far as possible. And we are continuously monitoring. That I want to assure you. The time of submission, the time of publications, what is the time elapsed during that period, and over the period of time how we are performing, whether this time is reducing or time is increasing. And similarly, we are monitoring the citations, impact factors, etc. The Mausam journal has also been referred as ResearchGate journal. There also you can find out the scores and all these informations also. So therefore, I also congratulate our publication division of India Meteorological Department, those who worked hard to ensure the continuity and also improvement in quality of this journal. So I will not speak much in the presence of all the giants here, like Elgar Saab, he knows all the history, and followed by Tyagi Saab and Ramesh Saab, etc. So therefore, you will listen more from them about the historical evolutions and about the performance of these models, and the authors and reviewers know what is the performance of this journal. But I want to say one thing, that in these 75 years of publication, we did not be complacent. We have to go further. We have to bring out the quality of Mausam journal at par with all leading journals in the globe. And we can do that because India is such a country where we have got now Minister of Earth Sciences. There is a complete collaboration, cooperation, not only within the constituents of the Minister of Earth Science, but also within entire academic and R&D institutes, and also the various government organizations and non-government organizations. The research has increased manifold this year because of the institutional mechanism. In 1950, when we came up with this journal, at that time it was IMD only or certain related departments which were working in that. But now we have got established in 1960s, we came up with establishment institutes and universities like IIT, Professor Mahanti Saab is here, and also we came up with IISc, and we came up with Andhra University. So therefore the research base has also increased manifold. And I am sure when we are thinking of reaching out to each household, when we are thinking of impact-based forecast, risk-based warning for each and every sector, while moving in this Amrit Kaal towards 2047, the importance of the Mausam journal will be manifold. So therefore, I request all of you, please have a vision, please have suggestions and recommendations and comments to improve further, to check out the strategies so that we can reach towards the aspirations in 2047. With these few words, I also congratulate all those who have submitted their abstracts for today's one-day workshop. Your abstracts will go a long way. We have kept 2 parallel sessions in the evening, but we will bring out the publications also. We have given the extended abstracts, but we will follow a review process and then we will bring out this one. I also congratulate all the awardees who will be awarded today for this Mausam publications biennial award. I not only that, I also congratulate all the awardees in the past 30 sessions of the biennial awards in the past. So thank you very much. Wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, sir, for setting the tone with your inaugural speech. Now, I would like to call the biennial Mausam Award winners on the stage. It is the 31st biennial Mausam Award presented to the esteemed authors for their best research work in the journal Mausam. This award is being conferred upon Dr. M. Mohapatra, Srimati Monika Sharma, Dr. Sunitha S. Devi, Srimati Bharti S. Sabade, Shri S. Vijay Kumar for their research paper entitled Frequency of Genesis and Landfall of Different Categories of Tropical Cyclones over the North Indian Ocean. The paper got published in January 2021 issue of Mausam. I request Dr. R. Kelkar to present the award to the esteemed authors for their valuable research. I kindly request the authors Dr. M. Mohapatra, Srimati Monika Sharma and Dr. Sunitha S. Devi to please come forward to receive the award. Thank you so much, sir. The award in the form of citation to other co-authors will be delivered to their respective offices as they are not present here in person. I congratulate all the authors heartfully. I now request the dignitaries present on the dais to kindly release the compendium of biennial Mausam award papers that are published till now. A sincere thanks to you, sir, for unveiling the compendium. We are also delighted to launch the 29th special issue of Mausam, commemorating the completion of 75 years of Mausam and 150 years of India Meteorological Department. I request the dignitaries to kindly release the issue. Now, I also request the dignitaries to kindly release the book on abstracts. I extend my sincere thanks to all the dignitaries for releasing the books. I now kindly request the dignitaries to occupy their seats. Thank you so much, sir. Now, it is my privilege to invite our distinguished chief guest, Dr. R. Kelkar, to deliver his honored speech. We are truly excited and honored to hear you, sir.
Dr. Mahapatra and friends on the dais and in the audience and friends online, if there are any, thank you. मेरे अपने घर के बाहर अगर कोई जगह है जहाँ मुझे अच्छा लगता है, भारत मौसम विज्ञान विभाग उसका नाम है. IMD is my second home. That's why I'm here. 1975, 1975 was IMD's centenary year, 100 years, and I was a young man at that time. And somehow I got involved in the writing of a volume of IMD's history. And history for a young man is very difficult. He's looking at the future. But that volume was so great. In those days there were no computers. We wrote by hand, we typed by hand, and so many documents went through my hands. Original black and white photos, handwritten manuscripts. I was really impressed, and writing about great people was a great thing. I almost fell in love with IMD. That was 1975. There was one more person I fell in love with. She was in Lucknow, and I used to send her a letter every day. And there was an IMD stamp with 100 years of letter service, and every day I wrote her a love letter from Pune to Lucknow. It says IMD stamp on it. And the postman used to tell her, IMD ki chitti aayi hai. So it was like that. So that was that, and then that was 1975. 50 years have gone. So in fact, not many people from 1975 are there. Bhatia Sahab hai, and many have already gone. Dr. Dubey Sahab is there. So, welcome. So that is something that I am grateful to God for giving me 50 years to now take part in the 150-year celebration. And I am grateful to IMD for remembering me. I retired some 21 years back. You're still inviting me, it's a good thing. Whenever I go for functions like this, I ask three questions. Who am I? Where have I come from? And where am I going? These three questions are the people, my institutions, my journals. Who am I is a question of identity. Where I've come from is history, and where I'm going is the future. And the future is changing constantly. In fact, we talk of climate change, but not only climate, everything is changing. And one of the things which is changing fast is how do people publish research. I think those days are gone when people send their papers to a journal. They're sending to Facebook. I'm seeing Facebook, and the journal results are published in Facebook first. without any referring, and they get 1000 likes, and that is flaunted. Or they write to a newspaper and the headline comes. Never before has such a result come out. The newspaper is telling us, I know the results have been there before. So the whole process of publication is changing so fast that Mausam and IMD should take a look as to how they are going to deal with these things. In fact, Mausam is the only journal which is not charging money. All of the journals are asking for money at you want to print a paper? Okay, give me $50 a page and your paper comes. It's for money. I want to download something, pay me $10 a page, I can download. Mausam is free. It's not for profit. So that is something that I think is very clear about Mausam. So we want Mausam to survive and continue. It should be made popular, and commercial publishers are really doing very well, and they are making money. I think the most popular high impact journal is a private publication. So this is like that. So these are some of the thoughts that you should consider in today's symposium. And I'm happy to be here. I'm giving another talk after a few minutes, so I'm not going to talk much. But congratulations to all the people here and to you. Do well. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for delivering the insightful address. Now, it's a great time to felicitate our chief guest. May I now request Dr. M. Mohapatra, DGM, to kindly felicitate our chief guest, Dr. R. Kelkar, by presenting him a memento. Yeah, okay. Sir, please, I would like to welcome Dr. M. Ravichandran, Honorable Secretary, Ministry of Earth Sciences. May I now request Dr. M. Mohapatra to welcome Dr. M. Ravichandran by presenting him a bouquet. Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. D.S. Pai to kindly felicitate Dr. M. Mohapatra by presenting the memento. I thank all the dignitaries for gracing the day with your presence. Now, I would like to invite Dr. D.S. Pai, Scientist G and Head Publications Division, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning and Suprabhat to all of you. It is a privilege and a great joy for me to extend a vote of thanks to all dignitaries on the dais and all our invited guests who are present here. In fact, all those who are sitting here are the people who we were looking when we joined in IMD, and because of their all guidance that we are here actually, today. So actually I am really happy that all are present during this great occasion of, Mausam 75th year as well as 150th year of establishment of India Meteorological Department. Going to my job, dear friends, first of all, on the behalf of IMD and myself, I express my sincere thanks to Dr. R. Kelkar, our ex-DGM and chief guest of this event, for readily agreeing to be our chief guest, and inaugurating this event as well as delivering your inspiring inaugural address, sir. And I also take this opportunity to thank Dr. Ravichandran sir. Actually, because of his other assignment, he could not join in the initial stage. He was actually, was very encouraging and readily approving organization of this important event, and also providing all kinds of encouragement and support for all of us. Dr. Mohapatra, DGM IMD and Chief Editor Mausam, has been the driving force behind this whole event. I wish to thank him for his keen interest in organizing this event, guidance and all the support that he provided to us, without which organizing this event would not have been possible. I also take this opportunity to sincerely thank Dr. Krishnan, Director IITM, and Dr. V.S. Prasad, Director NCMRWF, our former DGMs, Dr. R.R. Kelkar sir, Dr. Ajit Tyagi sir, Dr. K.J. Ramesh sir, Dr. R.C. Bhatia sir, and also our special guests like Professor U.C. Mahandi, Professor S.K. Dubey, and all our guests, senior scientists and guests who have come from both retired as well as serving senior officials who has come from various parts of the country, who have all come here to share their knowledge and experiences and bless this event with a great success. I also express my sincere thanks to all other officials of IMD, NCMRWF and MOES, other invited participants, media representative, etc. present here. Finally, I express my sincere thanks to all my colleagues from IMD, particularly from Publication Division, Dr. V.K. Soni, Dr. Sunny, and all other my staff who have worked extremely hard both in the foreground and background for the success of this event. Thanks once again. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. Before we proceed with the technical session, I kindly request everyone to stand and join in the singing of our national anthem. I would like to request technical team to play national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Thank you, team. Ladies and gentlemen, high tea is being served in the area outside the auditorium. I kindly invite you all to join and enjoy the refreshments there. However, before that, I would like to request you all to kindly join outside for a group photo. We will reconvene at the same location. Kindly take a group photo here in the hall itself. I would like to request you all to join here for a group photo. I warmly welcome you all. Respected all, I warmly welcome you all to the first technical session of today's event. The theme of this session is Meteorological Advancements in the Last 150 Years of IMD. The theme Meteorological Advancement in the Last 150 Years focuses on the significant progress made in the field of meteorology from the mid-19th century to the present day. Over the past century and a half, there have been remarkable breakthroughs that have transformed the understanding of weather patterns, climate, and atmospheric processes. It is my pleasure to invite Dr. R. Kelkar to kindly chair this session. The rapporteur for the session is Dr. Raghavendra Raju Nadimpalli, Scientist C, IMD. I would now like to invite Dr. R. Kelkar to deliver the plenary talk. Dr. Kelkar has worked for 38 years in India Meteorological Department and served as Director General from 1998 to 2003. He was a member of the Executive Council of the World Meteorological Organization from 1999 to 2003. After retiring from IMD, he was ISRO Chair Professor at Pune University from 2004 to 2008.
Good morning, everybody. This is a plenary talk different from my chief guest talk in the morning. The title is My 56 Years Association with Mausam. I'll take about 15 minutes. There are three parts. First part, I'm going to talk about myself. Second part about Mausam. Third part about all of you. So it's a structured talk, about 15 minutes, not more. I joined IMD as a scientific assistant in 1965 in the Institute of Tropical Meteorology. It later became IITM, Indian was added. And in 1969, my first research paper was published in IJMG, Indian Journal of Meteorology and Geophysics, which later became Mausam. This is how the paper looked. The title was Net Terrestrial Radiative Heat Fluxes over India during monsoon, and a co-author R.V. Godbole. This was January 1969. And this paper, to my delight, got an award from IJMG. It was a 2-year award for 1968-69. And this is how the journal looked like. And if you can read, the price was ₹9 per copy. This was the price of a Mausam volume. And the award money was 500 rupees. Quite big by those standards, and we exchanged it for a gold medal. And there were two authors, so the medal was a gold plated one made of copper or something for 250 rupees each. That was the award. But I developed a kind of an emotional attachment to the journal from that point onwards. And thereafter, IJMG became IJMHG, then Mausam, and I put in something like 25 contributions to this journal. Some were full papers, some were shorter contributions. One was a letter to the editor, one was a book review, some invited papers and some review articles. And the latest issue has 2 of my papers, historical. So actually my association with Mausam continued for 6 years, 98 to 2003. I was the chief editor, ex officio DGen. Now I'm a member of the advisory committee, so the association goes on. What I like actually is this cover design, which was my own design, not as an editor but as a designer. And Mausam looked like this. It was kind of a yellow journalism to call it. It's a bad word, but it looked yellow, and the printing was horrible. So we changed it by giving it to NISCOM, now NISCARE. And this was my own design. That was the time when PCs and laptops came. So I sat on one PC and made a new design which was more colorful, more clear, and digital. And it was more than just a design, because previously Mausam was printed in Simla in the Government of India press, simply because IMD at a time had headquarters in Simla. So everything was being printed in the press in Simla. They are continuing with that. And every 3 months, the whole Mausam publication section would shift to Simla for getting the issue printed. It was this old technology, old fonts were actually letter typed, and proofreading was old. But then we gave it to NISCOM and digital technology came in, and many things changed after that. So I like that the cover design remains essentially the same with some minor modifications. The question is, who publishes meteorological journals? Basically the national Met societies. And the first journal, the Quarterly Journal of RMS, started from 150 years back, 1870. Just the time when IMD came into the picture, QGRMS started publishing. It's a 150-year-old journal. Japan has its own society which brings out its own journal that is 100 years old. And the American Met Society brings out something like a dozen journals, some of them monthly. And one of them is 150 years old. So these journals are pretty old. And now only that publishing houses are taking money for publishing journals. But Mausam is an exception, and IMD is the only National Weather Service which is acting like a publisher. I don't think any other country does that, because the Indian Met Society does not yet have the infrastructure to bring out a journal. So IMD is playing the role of a publisher, and I don't know if anybody from IMS is here, but it's actually their job, but we are doing it. So this is an exception where a Met Office functions as a publisher of a journal. The impact factor is rising steadily. Review process is pretty quick. Publication is quick, it's online. But one of the things is that there are 100 journals run by commercial publishers. They make money, as I said in the morning. Well, Mausam is a not-for-profit journal. Mausam website is very user-friendly. I'm using it quite a lot. It has an excellent archive, and you can search for a topic, you can search for an author, and downloading is easy, and basically downloading is free. While most other journals charge a price for publishing a paper, for downloading it, it's just impossible to download anything, but Mausam is freely available. The question that I am going to put before you and also answer it is, why do we need Mausam? If there are 100 other journals, why do we need Mausam? The first thing is that tropical meteorology has unique aspects which other countries are not really worried about. So we are worried about things which are not global, and they are South Asian, African, things like that. So we need a medium for contributions from researchers in India, South Asia and Africa, India, to encourage them. And the research problems like monsoons and cyclones are something that really other countries are not worried about, but we have to worry. So we need something like a journal of our own, because the subject is different. This is a question that I'm asking, what makes a journal great? There are 4 different aspects. One is that the content. The content should be state of art, it should be path breaking. It should not be something old, repetitively done for 50 years, and it should be an understandable language. See, most of the taxpayers are paying money for research in this country. So we owe to them that we express our results as something they understand. And that it can't be simply equations, it can't be simply just description. It should be something which is understandable to readers as to what scientists are doing with the money that we pay them as taxpayers. What do the authors want? Authors want international recognition. They want people to read what their results are. And that's why they are in fact going to Facebook and Instagram rather than sending to a journal, because they are well known. And what do the reviewers do? Reviewers are of two types. Those which are highly critical and don't allow any publication, and those are very free and allow everything. So it is garbage in, garbage out, and in the hands of reviewers. So reviewers should be critical but positive. So this is something that Mausam should aim to be. And what do scientists do? With apologies to Dr. Krishnan, I am making this slide here. I visited your website, and there's a sheet there about publications during 2024 by IITM scientists. And there were 211 papers. Congratulations for so much work being done and publication. 25 papers were published in Climate Dynamics. I think it's a Springer journal. 15 papers were published in Atmospheric Research, which is an Elsevier publication, if I'm right. 8 papers in Theoretical and Applied Climatology. 8 papers in Journal of Earth System Science. 8 papers in Quarterly Journal of the Royal Met Society. 5 papers in Pure and Applied Geophysics. 4 papers in Geophysical Research Letters. 2 papers in the Bulletin of the American Met Society. And the last of the, and the least of the list, is 2 papers for Mausam. I'm just putting it in front of you. I have no comments to make. And Dr. Krishna perhaps can comment. But out of 211 papers, if 2 go to Mausam, how will you make Mausam great, is the question I'm asking you. So this is something that I don't have the answer for it. It's a question. So there's a time to introspect. How do we attract more scientists to Mausam? This is one. And what can Mausam offer in return? So today's symposium will give an opportunity to discuss the whole day we have, what we can do to enhance the quality of the content. Number one, how can we encourage contributions of a state-of-art subject, and how can we widen the dissemination? These are questions for all of you to consider during the day, of which I don't have any answers. But for you people who are going to be there in the future, please consider them, introspect and contemplate on what we can do for Mausam to make it a really great journal. And what are we really doing, what are we expecting, and what does the world expect from us is something that we should ponder upon. So I end this little talk with my best wishes to IMD and to Mausam. Thank you. I'm going to chair this session myself. So I'm going to sit down now and ask for questions. If any of that, I'll be answering from there itself. So pardon me, I'll go down and sit there, and we'll start with the session.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful and thought-provoking presentation. Thank you once again. The next talk is scheduled to be delivered by Dr. Mohapatra. However, due to some prior commitments, he cannot join the session now. So, we'll now move to our next talk. Our next talk will be on the topic Advancement in NWP Modeling and will be presented by Dr. V.S. Prasad, Head NCM RWF. Dr. Prasad is a senior scientist and expert in meteorology at NCM RWF. He has made significant contributions to the field of weather forecasting, particularly in the areas of NWP.
So since I'm going to chair the session from here, let's be brief and to the point. We have the whole day, and any questions we shall, if the speakers want to answer, you're free to ask and they are welcome to reply. So Dr. Prasad.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone, and namaste. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Mausam for completing the 75 years its journey, and it's a wonderful journal and official journal for the Indian Meteorological Department. And thank you. I congratulate DGIMD for completing this task, and also for celebrating the 25 years along with the 150 year celebrations of the IMD. And I was asked to present on the advancements of modeling in India further in this review on this development. And numerical weather prediction is of course was operational activity started in 1994, but the activity in India was started very long back. In Mausam, the first papers are coming 1950 itself, and the activity in IMD and IITM was started at that time. And in IMD, the experts was they are working on the operationalization of these things, and under the guidance of P.K. Das, the DDG, and R.K. Datta, our first director for CMWF, and they started the IMD in NWP activity, and they run the Cosy geotropic model and other things here, and lot of efforts were done. And Dr. R.K. Bansal, who was head of the data simulation at CMWF, is also at that time started OA in IMD at that stage itself, and the research activity was started in IITM in 1960s itself. Under that time, that Murakami was friend of Bayer were invited, and many people were training was done on them. Professor Brahmananda Rao Garu and also many stalwarts. And my guide, Professor Vittamurthy, and many other people got trained in that manpower was trained that one. And the thing is, that time the main thing what I required for the model running that thing, the computer, HPC is not available, and dedicated manpower is also not available. So with the start of NCMRWF in late 1980s, the program was streamlined, and a dedicated team was identified that one, and also the task for giving the NCMRWF started for giving the agro advisory services. So the model and also a particular task of giving agro meteorological services was with that one initiated. So a lot of efforts were made, and the beginning of the thing, people were tested the COLA R40 and ECMWF T79 NMC and various first phase stages. The testing the model for the Indian domain, and lot of efforts are there, and many stalwarts are here. They know the history, but I am just reviewing that one. And finally, they identified NCEP T80L18 as a model, and for that data pre-processing and data visualization is also not available. To make the project quickly, that ECMWF decoder and visualization was taken, and the system was put in the place where all the essential parts, that observational processing and quality control things, data assimilation. First, we have taken our own OI that was replaced with SSI and other software and stuff, and then a numerical model. We tested all these model, and NCEP model was finalized, and the post processing was also initiated, and agro advisory services. First agro advisory service was given in 1991. And that is so deliverability. The NWP product and its operational deliverability was started in 1991 with the establishment of a new concept of agro advisories. And that was later found very useful and operationalized and shifted to IMD. And the main thing for the developing the model is requirement of HPC. That HPC came with at highest level, the KXMP, with the and then Prime Minister and President of USA, their understanding we got the KXMP system. The first few years, the attempt was the NCEP model was adopted, and then people started working on the various. Dr. Mahanti was our research director, and people started working on various physical parameterization improvement. And the first few years was spent on developing the model here itself by replacing the radiation. Dr. John P. George and Dr. Swati Basu worked on the boundary layer, and Dr. Somesh Dasa, like that many people contributed, and Dr. Begum, Dr. Basu, their first few years spent on the developing the model, improving the model here itself. And then also attempts were made to indigenize the model. to run on the model computers with the CDAC and atomic energy, the porting the model. That time all the model was very much confined to Cray, running on the Cray XMP, and Indonesian of this one. That the greatest efforts was made. Dr. Carr, many other scientists were working on that one to Indonesian the system, and finally they were able to put the system on deck alpha for atomic energy, with the atomic energy things. We run the model on the Indonesian system, and that was continued in the CDAC Param. We have ported on the model. That time was a great achievement. The main attempt at that time is to Indianize the model, run the development, everything was taken. So most of the people worked on the model development, and then around with the formation of MOES, the concept was little bit changed. They found that the world is changing very fast. So to catch up that world, we have to adopt the latest. The team working in India is not a big team, so we thought that adopt more new sciences. The developer elsewhere also take that one. And 2007 we changed the model to T254, L18, L64. The new model was developed in 2007, and 2010 onwards, there is a two parallel efforts are made in India. At that time, the unified model concept was attempt, and now the answer still it is. Then in 2012 itself, we started working on the unified model system with the UK Met Office thing, and myself we worked on the improvement of the GFS system, that is our legacy system. So from 2010 to 15, we have the new systems. We have the Bhaskara and available to HBC also become possible. So we quickly updated T254, T354, and also finally T1534, and a lot of improvements and the new science developments was taken place that one. And presently last year, Honorable Prime Minister inaugurated Arunika, the new HPC system with 8 teraflop system. On that system we are going to work on that one. So the model resolution, if you see the orography, the 1994 our orography is like that, and gradually we went to T54, 382, and by 2017 we got the T1534, the present 12 kilometer model water running. That orography itself shows that how the resolution changed. The earlier the orography was not at all. So the model resolution with increases that one we have able to resolve more things. And not only as a computer thing, and the scientists at our level, we have got trying to attempt to get a new more and more data. We got the access to NOVA and UMETSAT, and thanks to IMD and particularly Dr. KJ Ramesh, we are able to get the UMETCAST system, terrestrial reception system.
Yeah, 5 minutes more.
Okay, so I'm quickly going that one. So data volume was increased, and other major things what we have done is the all Indian satellite data we are able to put the system quickly, starting from the INSAT 3D and latest the INSAT 3DS and Meteosat 2. A lot of improvements was done that one. This shows that one, and this is the IMD GFS system at present. And this system was being developed jointly by IITM, IMD, and NCMR together. And NCMR worked on the data assimilation part, and the model part was taken by IITM and IMD. And that system is supporting with a more long range, extended forecast and medium seasonal forecasting, and also nowcasting system HRR and EWRF also were supporting that one. And in 2010, when we were applying the model resolution, the improvements of the major things came in 2010 when T1534 did, we got a one and a half day improvement, and similarly in 1534 the rainfall, the forecast improvement was very much came. And now we have the unified modeling system starting from the T30 meter daily model to 65 kilometers coupled model, total system seamlessly. This is unified system in which all dynamics are same. In the earlier system, we have to model to read for different formats, taking the told that one. But this is a unified system, and the model forecast was improvement was done. And the other thing, as we implemented 4D assembly system, we have the system to monitor the data quality and impact of that one. It shows that we are which type of data is give the more impact, and also the help in planning the new satellite sensors and that one. You can see in the blue line we had AOLS, And NCMRWF is the second center of ECMWF to implement operationally the AOLS data assimilation, and the vertical wind profiling from the satellite thing has been successfully assimilated, and we have seen that has had a very good impact if the data think about 4% improvement is coming, and this is the essential instrument that we are advocating that our ISRO and our who are planning to have that type of profilers, and that requirement was very much projected. And now this is the ensemble forecasting system, and in 1995 itself we have put the ensemble forecasting system into this with working with the Professor Karani at that time, and by the 2015 we have the 44-member ensemble system, and we are running the two systems, such as one is the GFS based system and UK metaphysics system. And for the lack of the time, I'm keeping. Now we are giving the forecast, not only the deterministic value, we are giving the probability and the range, the possible range of the possibilities, and the ensemble for the system, we are giving the high priority, and from the dynamical model, we are developing the cone of uncertainty also. And the nowcast deterministic 150 kilometers, now we have the various scales of forecast. Nowcasting system for HRR is there, and also for medium range for day 2 forecasting 1.5 kilometer and 3-day mesoscale system, and also medium range forecasting system and sub-season, and all scales of the forecasting system was put into place. In IITM with the prior climate models, we have the climate prediction system also in place. And at present we are working on the developing the kilometer scale model, K scale 6 kilometer model was developed at NCMRWF, and also IITM is working on making a TCO on that one. And the other aspect is coupled NWP. We have already tested, and the new system we are going to put the coupled NWP model with ocean land assimilation system in place, and also using AI and other statistical processing techniques. We want to give the bias correction and improved forecast using the AI, and for that one, this is the coupled model system. I'm skipping this one. We have the atmospheric system at 4D ensemble one, and have the ANKF land data assimilation system, and NEMO 3D water assimilation system, and CIs, and all coupler. So all the systems are in place, and we are doing loosely coupling every 6 hourly. We are doing separately, and then leading the model, and we have tested the system for the 2 monsoon seasons 2023 and 24. We have found the improvement in the rainfall, especially in reducing the errors of the model, and especially in the cyclone also up to 144 hours 6. You can see the improvement in the first
picture. Wind up now.
That one, the improvements are coming, and we have the track predictions, other errors also improved very much. And other thing is 6 kilometer model, we are getting the to test the 6 kilometer doesn't have that much sufficient things, and so we have spent with the kinetic energy spectrum, and which you can see very well resolved, and we are able to put the satellite, we are able to generate all the features that are coming in the high resolution satellite data set. Same thing has been able to put that one. So, and this is what we are developing, the post-processing system for using AAM and other statistical measures to improve the forecast, and this system was made available to that one. And a lot of applications are also developed, especially in the RE and other defense forces. We have developed a lot of applications, and we are able to give the support all the systems. So to test the applications and also to show the improvements in place, we have done the reanalysis, high resolution reanalysis of regional 12 kilometers and also 24 kilometers regional global analysis. We have taken all the data sets made available, and present day AML people can use the data for the last 40 years made available. So I'm skipping this one, and lot of improvements for the data also we have contributed because of the data processing system that is available, and we have seen that. That is so. The model agriculture, major thing is we have to develop with the NCMR successfully developed this agrometeorology services, and also became the major data assimilation center for the Ministry of Earth Sciences, and acting for the ocean data and all the things. And the improvements are coupled data system, and is available now. It is.
Thank you. Any questions? You can have one question at least. Anyone? Sure, yes.
Thank you, Professor. Can you show that impact slide of different data sets, 8 house, RSRW, etc.? Yeah, that's next one. So this one, I think just like at the end of every quarter, Mausam publishes season summary, previous season summary. So as a part of that supplement, you should publish this quarterly impact factor of different data sets which are going for the assimilation, and that will tell where the improvement is required on observing systems. So this one, as a part of quarterly, you report about the season. Along with that, observation quality also should go as a part of that. So
Yes.
please consider.
Good session, we'll do that. And actually, we have from the last 7-8 years, we have the complete statistics of this.
Every quarter, if you do, then you will know that you can put a pointers saying that for a cyclone, for a heavy downfall, heavy rainfall like Uttarakhand or Himachal happened. So which data contributed for improving your initial condition? So just giving that will tell people and capture those cases for their research.
And also to give the changes in the observation setup or number of, so all the impact and change in the observational framework, all the things will be captured.
Putting on Mausam along with that seasonal summary will be quite helpful.
In figure, I have one question. This type of figure you have given, what is the instrument that gives best impact on the forecast? I mean,
That is there, sir. This is the right one is showing that one only, impact. Impact per day it is there.
8 off, then what is the next?
Next is
ARC. These you are recommended to ISRO for the
So because of that one, microsat 2 will be tested.
But for the researchers, that is not.
Thank you, Dr. Prasad. Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you so much, sir.
That's okay. Is a question? No.
Thank you for the lecture, sir. Sir, can you tell me how can we validate the reanalysis data without actual in situ data?
I think that's a very tough question. We don't have time for that. Maybe over the lunch break you can have that thing. Yeah, you have to accept it.
Thank you, sir, for the informative presentation. Your deep insights into this have significantly enhanced our understanding of the subject. Now, I would like to request our next speaker, Dr. T.S. Pai, Scientist G, to deliver his talk on Advancement in Operational Long-Range Weather Forecasting.
So my aim will be to take you through a historical evolution of LRF since beginning. It has got a history as old as IMD, in fact. So IMD established in 1875, but you can see that the first effort to give a first forecast was in 1886. So I will take you through the historical, how developments in the LRF since 1986 to at present. So you can see that till 1931, mainly we were using subjective methods, and then moved to objective statistical methods were implemented, and Walker was mainly responsible. And then between 1932 to 88, most of the models which we are used based on the model developed by Dr. Walker. And then came the era of new statistical models between 89 to 2020. And then development of dynamical models along with the statistical models, and the present MME will be discussing. And finally, what is the performance of since we 1980 to 2024, and also what are the IMD provides LRF services to regional and global level, and the future prospect. I'll try to quickly go through that. So you can see that 1886 mainly the long range forecast was started based on the relationship between winter and spring snow cover over Himalayas and the monsoon subsequent monsoon rainfall. And then the first forecast came in providing the forecast. I have got LRF memorandum issued by IMD since 1903 to till now. So some of the most important memorandum I will show you how the development also took place in between. So you can see that from the starting with a single parameter for a subjective forecast of ISMR, slowly during the John Elliott's time, other parameters, not only the within close to India, the outside Indian region also parameter were taken to generate the subjective forecast. But it was in the time of Walker that introduced the concept of correlation for LRF, and the operational forecast for all India rainfall in 1911 was based on the regression. But still, though it was used regression when it was issued press release, mainly no quantitative value was given, a kind of a subjective statement was done. In 1922, Gilbert Walker divided India into 3 homogeneous regions, and in addition to all India, this forecast was also given. And he also developed one regression equation each for the monsoon season, June to September for all the 3 sub-regions, and rainfall for the second half of the monsoon season, August to September, to give an update in the middle of the season. So this basis, these 5 equations were till 1987. This was the 5 equation basis for the issuing long range forecast, though the combination of the predictors changed time to time, but basically these 5 were the 5 equations or 5 were used. So in the right side you can see that in the 1903 was the which available to me, memorandum available to me. It was issued from Shimla, and you can see that at that time already, along with the snow cover over the Himalayas, other factors, extra Indian factors like pressure of Mauritius, Zanzibar and Seychelles, etc. were started to be used preparing the subjective monsoon forecast. I will not go detail into that. In many of the memorandum, you will see that it is as almost 30 to 40 pages giving what happened last 1 year, and also explaining what was each of the parameter, and then the summary of the forecast. So sometimes you may get 30-40 pages of the memorandum used to be there. Now you will see that currently when you come, as the time passed, now only 3 or 4 pages, so that quickly you can get all this information. Now you can see that again 1904, then Gilbert Walker. You can see that in addition to the initial forecast in June, update was started to give in August. I will, lack of time, I will not go detail into that. Similarly, the operational forecast for all India rainfall from 1911 onwards was based on regression method. Though the statement, you will see that was a kind of a subjective kind of thing, but it was mainly generated from the regression method. And then you can see that this is another forecast issued in 1945. You can see LACD, DGO, Dr. Banerjee. Slowly you can see that Indian scientists started coming into the top stage, just to show that through memorandum also how the changes took place. In fact, from DGO to DGM, it became in 1979, and Dr. P.K. Das was first DGM. So I am just also showing the transition when it occurred. Now, based on the forecast of quantitative forecast issued by Walker's equation over Peninsula and Northwest India, you can see that these 2 regions for during this period, only for these 2 regions were given. You can see that the correlation almost goes flat, that fitting. So which means that most of the operational forecast issued during the period did not have much skill, in fact, or did not show much good result. That is when actually 1988, under Gowarikar and Tapayal's leadership, we started issuing 16 parameter power regression and parametric model. The idea was that by taking more parameters, more information can be brought, and also taking parameter from various parts of the globe. They thought that you can generate actually a better forecast, and that continued up to this is just an example of 1989 actually forecast, and in 1989 was the first time this 16 parameter model was introduced. You can see that these models were in place till 2002, and you will see that all forecast in the all 14 years, we were giving a normal forecast plus or minus 10, and as per the whatever criteria, we were all coming to the this correct forecast. But slowly what happened is that sometimes even the rainfall is only 94 and you give a 109, that forecast came correct, but entirely the things were not so good. So that is when people started, a lot of criticism came. But at the same time, we should also appreciate that this is the time when the press got, IMD got, or IMD monsoon forecast got maximum, press in the press and all. This forecast were discussed, and perhaps in 2002, I don't know, maybe by expecting something going too wrong, we started reviewing the forecast from the beginning only, and Dr. Kelkar was that time DGM. I also, incidentally, was put in the LRF in the May of 2002, and Dr. Rajivan was there. What happened, we don't know, though we started reviewing. Incidentally, 2002 was a very deficient monsoon, and that gave opportunity for all of us to actually introduce new methods in 2003, and then the 16 parameter at the same time. Many of the paper came in the statistically, they said that this 16 parameter are too huge, and they actually artificially brings some skill. When you go to operationally, they don't work. So we were forced to actually, we thought that we have to bring down some from 16 to very significantly, but then suddenly questions will come. 16 to how you bring 3 or 4 parameters, that will come question. So slowly what we did was in 2003, 16 to we brought 8 and 10 parameter model actually, and in addition to that, in 2003 we implemented this IMD's 2-stage forecasting system came into effect, whereby earlier all forecasts were given in the last week of May. We started to give first forecast in the middle of April, and then update in the month of June. And idea was that first use 8 parameters, then add 2 more parameter belongs to April and May, and then update forecast in the June. Okay, and then you will see that after 2003, this probability forecast also was introduced. Though in the press release, we only mentioned the quantitative forecast, LRF note and other, just for presentation purpose, we used to generate a probability forecast. And then in 2004, the country was divided into 4 homogeneous regions in place of 3. You can, at the top you can see that, Northwest India, Central India, Sub-Peninsula, Northeast India, and now still we are continuing those regions. And then in 2007, another new statistical models, what we call statistical ensemble average, was introduced. Again, Rajivan et al. 2007, and then this was implemented. So you can see that from 16 we brought 8 to 10, and then you will see that it is 5 to 6 parameter, and many of the research papers showed that around 5 to 6 parameters was good enough. Only thing is that you have to use a best models parameters which have got a good good variability.
Minutes.
That's enough, sir.
5 minutes.
And incidentally, from 2008. I got an opportunity to actually, to lead the LRF division, and in 2009, subsequently we added forecast for August rainfall was introduced, and in 2007, forecast for the rainfall during second half of the monsoon season. So we slowly, after all India, we started to introduce more and more informations, and you can see that during 2007 and 2020, we had a suite of forecasts for all month of forecast were given. And also second half and forecast also was updated, around middle of the June. But again, the question was, update why we are giving after monsoon is started came. So we were asked to actually to always again prepone, giving forecast. So slowly by step, we went, early, and also we introduced probability forecast in 5 category forecast: deficient, below normal, normal, above normal, etc. I will not go detail into that because of lack of time, but most success, one of the most successful story during this period is that though in the 2009 itself, that is the time when Dr. Aditya Ki Saab also was there, we could give a below normal forecast, but we till 2015 we were never given a deficient monsoon. Incidentally, you have to see that this 2015, 2014 also was a deficient, and giving a consecutive deficient monsoon forecast was a big challenge, because till that time only 3 times there was 2 consecutive deficient monsoon, and many of the models were not showing, actually dynamical models were also not showing a deficient or below normal. Many of them were normal forecast. It was a really challenging, but we still went for a, you will see that deficient monsoon forecast, and that came correct. And because of that, you will see that government has taken a lot of precaution. Incidentally, the Modi government also had come in 2014, and it was a big challenge for a new government in 2015, continuous deficient. But this forecast, as later government said, that took a lot of planning. It helped in reducing agriculture loss and economic loss. And we also had published a paper in the current science. You can see that during that time, many of the private agencies had given a forecast of normal, but we sticked into that. And incidentally, the update forecast also was given in the 1st June itself, before start of the monsoon. And in the end of June, we had a excess of 23 or 25% of rainfall in the month of in the year of 2015, and it was a big pressure. Many people asked whether you want to continue with that, and we stick to that. And July was very deficient, and I am happy that we, though country had to face some drought type of thing, our forecast first time came as a deficient correct forecast. Then, see, while we are developing, working with the statistical, we did not, we also know that in the future, when you have to give a spatial distribution of the rainfall, we cannot do that with the statistical models. So along with that, parallelly, we also started working on dynamical model forecast, and the first seasonal forecast model with the help of IAC. That time Ravi Nanjundaya was that, with their help we implemented that, but it was only an atmospheric model. But actually the main development came when in 2012 the coupled forecasting system was implemented at IITM Pune under monsoon mission, under the leadership of Professor B.N. Goswami, Surya, and many people were there, and also everybody started working together. IMD, that was I will say that a paradigm shift in the forecasting thing itself. And then slowly you will see that we started using this dynamical model to for generating ENSO and ENSO forecast, and then we ended in 2021 with a multi-model ensemble forecast by using not only the monsoon mission CFS forecast model, along with the other global model forecast. We came to that. I will also say that before coming to this deciding into MME, we also did an experimental within a South Asia. When we generated South Asia forecast, we 5 or 6 years we worked with we worked in the South Asian region, so that just to test how the spatial is coming. I will come back to that. And in 2022 we started to issue not only the seasonal forecast. Because of the success that we got, we also started to give a monthly forecast, and at present you will see that we are giving a monthly forecast for temperature and rainfall every month, and it is being updated for the all entire 12 this one. You will see that this is the that we implemented in 2021. Sir, I will 2 or 3 minutes I will finish it. So you can see that at present we are giving a first forecast April itself, and second stage forecast is given in May itself, not going to the June. So there is a we tried to bring before monsoon itself the update also, and along with all India rainfall, now we are also giving a special distribution of probability rainfall forecast, 3 category forecast. And also in the update when we give, we also give a monthly forecast, and in addition to 4 homogeneous region, we give a core monsoon core zone, because which is most important for agriculture. And in 2005 we also started to issue the monsoon onset forecast over Kerala, which also is working good. So this is just quickly the performance of this model. Initially we had around 8 models including MMCFS. We had when we prepared MME forecast, but currently we have got access to 12 or 13 model. So you will see that the absolute error was lowest in MME compared to in the statistical ensemble forecasting system, or MMCFS or CFS V2. So that's why we started to use MME. You can see that in the right hand side, it is the lowest absolute error. May IC had a much better skill than the April forecast. And in the spatially, quickly I will move. You will see that we tested first for 2014, which was a deficient, and 2015. It all came good actually. And then 2019 and 2020, when monsoon was normal or above, close to above normal. So there, those cases also worked well. That's why we implemented in 2021. And you will see that subsequent to 2022 or 2023 and 24, all these years, all that above normal, below normal, all cases, not only the quantitative forecast, even the spatial distribution is came correct. And last year you might have seen that 2024, not only the all India seasonal forecast, month-wise also we had a good success. And if I see the all India forecast from 88 to 2024, since 2007, when we implemented Southeast statistical ensemble forecasting system and then the MME, you will see that the absolute error has reduced from 7.14 to 5.63. This is 18 years after 2007 and prior to that. And you will see that correlation also for the forecast 0.55, and earlier it was minus 0.1. So you can see that there is a significant increase. And even 2024, when was above normal, that also came correct. Not only quantitative, spatial forecast, we could 2023, which was a below normal rainfall, that also was correct. So you see that there has been significant improvement in the monsoon forecast, in the operational monsoon forecast in the country. And quickly coming to regional forecast, not only we are working for India, along with since 2010, when Tyagi Saab was there, we had started working for RCC, Regional Climate Center for South Asia. And under that, we also had started South Asia Seasonal Climate Outlook Forum. We have been continuing 2010. I will not go detail into that. Just historically, you will see that I said that how we had experimented, before implementing for Indian region, we had, you can see that in 2010, without any map, we had just given a normal rainfall forecast. But then subsequently, from 2011, similarly areas were above normal, below normal, to in 2016 grid point probability forecast, and 2021. You will see that there is a significant improvement based on MME, and it is an objective forecast. Earlier some subjectivity was there, now even for South Asia. So you can see that while we implemented it, these changes took place up to 2021 in the South Asia. Same method, once we got that success in the South Asia, we started to implement. And not only we are using this forecast generating, we are now also, our Pune office is a global producing center of LRF. You can see out of these 15 models, we are providing this forecast to entire globe. This is just, I will not go, these are conclusion. Currently, IMD provides regional and global LRF services in addition to the national responsibility. Quickly, what we are planning to do, because of lack of time, I don't want to read, but only thing, I will take this, 1 minute here. On this auspicious occasion of the celebration of 150 years of establishment of IMD, special thanks to all IMD scientists like Dr. Govarikar, Dr. V. Tapliyal, Dr. M. Rajivan, along with those already mentioned in this presentation, all those currently working in the LRF division for their valuable contribution in the advancement of operational LRF in the country and South Asia. I am very happy to be part of this effort since 2002. All thanks to all the scientists within and outside country who have contributed directly or indirectly in the improvement of LRF system in the country. Thanks to all.
Thank you, Dr. Pai. I have two comments to make. One is, you said there were 13 normal monsoons, and then we are in trouble. There were 16 parameters which came down, and we are in trouble. For the last 8 years, we have a normal monsoon. And the number of parameters is coming down all the time. Do you think it's a similar situation like 2002?
No, sir. You will see that earlier when we said normal, it was a plus or minus 10. Now you will see that normal means 96 to 104,
Yeah.
Now in 2024 itself, actual rainfall was 108, which is above normal, and we correctly predicted 106. And 2023 it was below normal, 94, and we predicted 96%. So which means that we have made more category, much more specifically. So we cannot say that it is just normal.
Thank you. Any one question from anybody? Yeah.
Sorry. Now variability of month to month is increasing very high. Last year was example, June was deficit by minus 23%, and then all deficit was covered in July, August. In July itself, most of the deficit was covered. So in that seasonal assessment, you have monthly forecasts also. So within the seasonal assessment comes from monthly simulations of MMCFS. So are we looking at those monthly deficiencies, pockets of high deficiency, because they are more relevant for agriculture. All monsoon is for agriculture. Unless you find out those periods of deficit and zones of that deficit, bringing out in your model, they may be wrong or right, but at least internally we should analyze to get those variabilities month to month, significant variabilities of deficit particularly. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, we are doing that. So you will see that even recently, close to Himalayas, there has been last.
June deficit was not mentioned.
Yeah. Take.
One comment from me for your comment. Agriculture doesn't recognize calendar months. Okay. Any other question? One single question? Okay. Thank you then, Dr.
Thank
Paris. Thank you. Sorry I had to hurry up.
Yeah.
Next is Dr. Suraj Chandra Rao.
Thank you, sir, for your comprehensive and engaging presentation. Our next topic is on identifying research priorities to advance weather and climate services. I would like to request Dr. Surya Chandra A. Rao to deliver the talk. Dr. Rao is a senior scientist at Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, Pune. He is leading Monsoon Mission Program since its inception as Associate Mission Director and High Performance Program as a Project Director.
So, thank you everyone for inviting me for delivering this talk. Actually, I should have been well suited for the previous two talks, as I was working for last 20 years working on models. But I think it is time to look at the services. And we all know, maybe the seniors who are present here, they also will agree with me. Providing service, weather and climate service, is the most challenging problem compared to anything other thing. So I will try to give some ideas and priorities for research in delivering weather and climate services in next couple of years. So if you look at the right, this is WMO's GFCFS, Global Forum for Climate Services. So what is that you notice here is that there are several pillars. Here you can see within the inner circle. So when you look at that, what you notice, the basic foundations for giving any weather climate service is the research, modeling, prediction and observation and monitoring. So until unless you strengthen these foundations, you cannot provide a good weather and climate services. So my talk will be mostly focusing on these aspects, and of course it will also try to address other challenges also. So as you know that there are different predictions that happens at different time scales. These are the different short range, medium range, extended range, long range forecast and climate projections, climate scenarios. All this happens. These are the different lead times, and this is the usefulness of those forecasts at different lead times. So we all know that each and every forecast, if it is reasonably able to predict or capture the weather and climate events, it can be used to derive some service. That is very clear. And there are also three different sectors, like three different sections. One is initial value problem, that is weather problem up to medium range forecasting, then boundary conditions, the extended range and long range forecasting, and then beyond anthropogenic forcing also comes into picture. So in recent times, what we have noticed, as Prasad already mentioned clearly in his talk, coupled NWP is becoming part for making weather prediction. So that means not only initial conditions, the boundary conditions also become important
particularly for predicting hurricanes, cyclones, and other phenomena which has strong air-sea interactions. So similarly, for long-range forecast, becoming the Earth system models are becoming very commonly used because anthropogenic forcing also tries to change the way the seasonal forecast evolves. So like that, every the paradigm is shifting from actually the initial conditions are now more really very important except for few days, but if you are looking at weeks and all, you have to have boundary conditions. So are we really ready for this paradigm shift in predictions, to making the predictions? So that is the question. So if you ask proper questions, you will find the proper answers. So having proper questions being asked is the solution itself, by half of the solution itself. So next are our predictions are making decision making easier. So that these are the two questions that I try to being some priorities in the research that we have to organize ourselves. So what are the challenges to make advancements in the weather and climate services? So we know that we always make predictions at a tens of kilometer scales. The highest resolution NWP model at this moment is about 12 kilometers, but experimentally we are doing at 6 kilometers, but the services are required at sub-kilometer scale. So how you are able to provide with tens of kilometers operational model forecast a service which is required at sub-kilometer scale? So that the only way towards that achieve that is that sub-kilometer model predictions. So then second challenge will come is initialization and validation of models at sub-kilometer. So though you have sub-kilometer models, then initializing itself will become a bigger challenge, and also validating itself is another challenge. So this is because of lack of observations to create proper initialization, and also to act as a reference point to validate these climate or weather predictions at such a high resolution. Most importantly, this is the even Prasad was mentioning there is lack of HPC infrastructure in 1980s, and we still say the same thing, the lack of infrastructure research to carry out sub-kilometer model predictions. So that time they were not having gigaflops machines. Now we are worried about having hundreds of petaflop machines. So the story has not changed then and now. So it will keep be the lack of infrastructure will be always the challenge, and lack of understanding of the needs of the users. Most of the time when I talk to people, they say that you have to educate the users that you cannot give a forecast at a sub-kilometer scale. I think I had a good opportunity to interact with many users under monsoon mission, and they are much more aware of these facts than us. So they have already started using the information from climate and climate predictions and weather predictions. By knowing all these limitations, they themselves are working on using their own models to create their own applications. So this is something that we have to understand what is that their requirement. For example, for agriculture, so we always think somebody is asking you a village level forecast for seasonal forecast. We all know that seasonal forecast at village level is impossible. But the way the people are using the forecast, I was quite shocked when I had opportunity to look at how they are utilizing it. So what information they want is exactly is that how many days of rainfall you will get in a season. That is the only information they require. So once they get that information from the seasonal forecasting models, they are able to use it much more efficiently. So the users don't think that they don't know anything. They are much smarter than all of us sitting here. So that information, they get it from the monsoon mission climate forecasting system, and they are using it at least 4 or 5 districts in Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, and trying to utilize that information very well. So the most important is dissemination of actionable information. Actionable information is the keyword here. So we always say that tomorrow rainfall is going to be this much, but what action has to be taken, that information we never give. So that is another big challenge in providing weather and climate services. And most importantly, multidisciplinary approach. So as a meteorologist and oceanographers, we always think that making a prediction is our job and we stop there. But how do we implement that for health or for disaster management or any other thing that. So some of my senior colleagues used to say that the rainfall which is falling from the atmosphere until land is the responsibility of us. Once it falls on the land, it is not our responsibility. Some other ministry's responsibility. That approach has to go away. Until unless we think that we integrate all other disciplines to bring it approach, then only weather and climate for services make some sense. Otherwise, it is not going to make any sense. So another important initiative taken up by Government of India is Ansandhan National Research Foundation. So you know that there is about 50,000 crores fund is allocated for this fund, and government is giving 14,000 crores, and another 72% of the public has to come from public-private sectors. So if you have to get at least a piece of this fund to our research and improve to weather and climate services, the way we are looking at so far is not the correct way. So what is that? The correct connections, if you look at what is the correct connection between weather forecast and business models, is that you see that at present we are making climate research, running global models, regional models, observations, data analysis, all these products are we creating. So what is that? We are having a direct link to whatever forecast we are giving. We say that you either use it or forget it. So the business model is only one-way traffic. So from us it goes there. It never comes feedback back to us. So that scenario has to be completely changed if we have to involve business partners in this. So you have to make business as a foremost important for making the weather and climate services. So business is the whatever insurance sector, financing, financial regulations and all that, they have to use commercially available climate services. You have to make climate services also commercially viable. So then only they will be able to use it. Then so there is a two-way communication. So once it becomes a business model, so people will keep demanding the accuracies, reliabilities and all those things. So without that, what we will be always thinking is that it is we are doing our research and we are giving them whether, so this is the current scenario, that is the where we are just giving them whether they use it or don't use it, whether they have benefited from that or not, we are not least worried about it at present. So if you really have to get business, so if we really want business people to get involved in this weather and climate services, the one thing that we have to make sure is that it is a public-private partnership that has to be built into weather and climate services very well. And this is not from me, it is already published research, that is Feidler 2021. So what is the way forward? So we all know that having to create a sub-kilometer models and running them, and all those are very difficult tasks. So I am not going into the traditional and conventional ways that are required to be done to increase the resolutions of the models. The way that we are looking at MOAS or at IITM now is that the current NW models can be modified to take advantage of AI to a certain extent. So we can use conventional AML methods and also PIN methods, that physics informed neural networks. So use them and make models for extreme precipitation events. Not only precipitation events, heat, cold waves or any other extremes can be developed by using AML methods and make hyperlocal forecasts, urban meteorology, thunderstorm, lightning forecast, flash floods, air pollution. So the list can keep going on. So this all requires sub-kilometer models. So, and how do we do that? Sub-kilometer models means you cannot run on traditional CPU machines. So it has to go to GPU or accelerator machines. So the first research priority is that converting our NWP models to be able to use GPUs or accelerators. So then only sub-kilometer modeling is going to be a reality in India. So under Mission Mausam, we have proposed Prithvi Pratibam AI. So it is a digital twin for Earth. That is what we want to create by integrating all of these into one single product. So again, this current infrastructure is not sufficient to realize even this AI. So what AI machines we have are at least some tens or hundreds of GPUs. But what we need is thousands of GPUs to reach that. So forecasting system can happen only when you have 1000 GPU system that can make sub-kilometer scale. So here the approach is, as I mentioned in the beginning, not only use weather models but also use other models like land model, greenhouse gas emission models, atmospheric models, even agricultural models, hydrology models. All models will become multi-model approach, and that is what we call a large multi-models model. So, but dissemination of information at this moment, we want to develop a Mausam GPT like ChatGPT. What is that we are going to do is that you ask a question to your mobile that whether it is the right time to seed or sow the seeds. So that question you ask, so use the information that is available from your weather, climate forecast and hydrology models, agricultural models, all those models, that information is be pulled together and create a digital twin of the earth, then pass that information to the Mausam GPT. But I am very happy to announce that first version of the Mausam GPT will be ready by this year itself, by end of this year. So that will be only a large language model, but we want to go for large multimodal approach. So that will have all other models also into that. So AML is definitely taking over on many aspects. As I mentioned in the beginning, the observations are the basic foundation, and research modeling and prediction is also another foundation. So these two things can take AML advantage very well. I have just listed, but I don't want youngsters to get carried away by AML. Does AML completely replace the conventional ways of observation, research and modeling? Answer is big no. So until unless you have the conventional traditional knowledge that is required to develop the models and all, you cannot train your models also. You cannot validate them also. So AML is just a tool. It is not the solution. So that is what everybody should remember that. And particularly in NWP, AML is taking over largely, and it is able to speed up the models, it is able to change the parameter schemes, and a lot of work is now happening in at IITM to do most of these things. So the traditionally, how do we convert observations to the parameter schemes? Is that take the observations, run the DNS, the direct network simulation, then run again LES models, then convert them into a parameter scheme. That approach is now taking a shortcut. So even the DNS is becoming AML based DNS, and also the LES importance is not required. So LES simulations can be taken out by using the AML methods. You can actually create large scale parameter schemes that are required for GCMs. So this is one work that is already at advanced stage at IITM. So I just skip this because I don't want to bore you with so much of technologies, and time is also running short, and Kelkasab is already standing. So these are the identified research areas for each component of weather and climate services. First and foremost, there is a lot of data. Though I mentioned in the beginning, there is not much data. There are several departments in the government of India itself are collecting a lot of data. But we don't have a single repository that where you can access all this data. So what I propose is that there should be a cloud data center dedicated for Earth observations. So that is should be MOS, ISRO, ICAR, even MITI. MITI is actually coming up creating a data portal for AML. So all these ministries should come together and create a cloud data center so that people can use these data sets very easily and create. And digital twin of Earth is another research priority that you have to create. If you don't start activities in this direction, we will fall behind again the world, and we will lose a lot of advantage that we have already gained. So exascale and pre-exascale computing, that is also required to be done. Particularly, you have to convert your course into accelerated and accelerators. So that is most challenging problem. And use of AML in a big way for QC, dissemination, research and modeling. So if you look at the bottom two graphs, that how the number of papers and number of research ideas and machine learning algorithms being used across different spectra of NWP. You can see it very clearly that, and most importantly, neural networks is becoming part and parcel of your modeling. So this is the concluding slide. So this is the value chain of climate services, and you can see that research, modeling, and prediction actually being the initiative of MOS for monsoon mission. So previous two others have really mentioned about what has monsoon mission has achieved, and I am very happy to tell that Dr. Pai that the GCM itself is able to now give a forecast scale of 0.72 that was not seen or never realized before. So monsoon mission has done its job for research, modeling, and predictions, but mission Mausam, which is started recently, is expected to take over all of this value chain of climate services. It also has a lot of observations and monitoring, and climate service information system will be mostly based on large multi-models and digital twin, and user interface platform will be Mausam GPT. So whatever work started under monsoon mission for one foundation, now mission Mausam is taking over and taking care of all the aspects of each and every component that is part of weather and climate services. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. It was a very clear presentation. I don't think we need any questions. And if there are any, we'll have it during lunch. Quick question.
Yeah. Let me compliment what I am not clear is that everything will be centralized, or it is going to be subscale, decentralized, specific to the user requirements at that location.
Sir, whatever I am talking about is complete global models, not
No, global. So everything will be done from the IITM Pune?
No, sir. Everybody is a partner.
No.
See,
how it is going to be? I am from aviation background. For a particular airfield, the requirements will be met by this model, or it has to be decentralized with all these components being available at subscale to that place.
So you know that you are part and parcel of monsoon mission.
No, monsoon mission is done. Congratulations for that.
No, sir. So let me complete.
Yeah.
So, a monsoon mission is not done just by IITM alone.
It's not question. My point is it going to be centralized by any agency, or it is going to be decentralized?
Right now that clarity is still not there.
Okay, thank you.
No, I don't think it is that simple. See, even if you use AI now, you don't know where your answers are coming from.
Yeah.
It will be the same thing. I mean, if you put a question and say Gemini, you don't know who is answering it. You have to believe. So the system will be working, that's all.
Yeah.
You can't ask the question, who is giving me the answer?
Yeah, that.
Surya, everything is covered for future except quantum computing, I believe. Some preparatory efforts are to be figured in here. Thank you.
I think we have to close this.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your thorough presentation. We extend our sincere gratitude for your valuable contribution. Now I would like to invite Professor U.C. Mohanty to share his invaluable insights on the topic Tropical Cyclones and Severe Weather Research. Professor Mohanty, after working for more than 33 years at IIT Delhi in various capacities, served in IIT Bhubaneswar in the School of Earth, Ocean and Climate Sciences. Currently, he is serving as Distinguished Professor in the Center for Climate Smart Agriculture, deemed to be University Bhubaneswar.
Very good afternoon to all of you. So thank you, Chairman, for giving me the time. So my talk on giving me to tropical cyclone severe weather research, because as you know, in the tropics weather is very stable, but tropical cyclone or severe weather is most important concern for the tropical region, and it needs also a lot of research and development. So it is always a teamwork, and I am very fortunate that I have many associates. I have given few of them here who are worked with us for several years in almost all frontier areas where the country needs and the future needs. So I will only focus a few of them. So I will give a brief introduction and so on. So as we know, the extreme weather events, which are we call hydrometeorological disasters, they are of different scales and different space and time scales, and each and every is very important, and in particular for India, like a country, many times we get several extreme weather events at the same time. And these extreme weather events have a lot of impact on our economy besides the growth of the society for the economy. And if you see, this is the analysis by the Economics Times. The maximum loss, that is by tropical cyclones and followed by floods and so on. So I'll start with tropical cyclone. In India, we have dramatic developments in prediction of tropical cyclone, and I can congratulate IMD because I come at the conclusion that now we have zero casualty tropical cyclones, which was not imagined when we started working in this area. So it first started with synoptic methods because IMD was established, if you know the history, it was with a tropical cyclone in 1875. And since then, we have always efforts because Bay of Bengal, as you know, is the most dangerous basin having the maximum casualties. Almost 75% of world tropical cyclone having the great toll more than 5,000. That was in Bay of Bengal. But until 2003, actually we are not giving a forecast track. We are giving that it is going to have a landfall in some coast of Odisha or coast of Bangladesh or coast of Myanmar. But now you know that our forecast is so accurate, even a week in advance, so it has a lot of impact on our society and people. We started with statistical methods, then we started with the barotropic and so on. And now in India, we are also a in-house development. We are starting the Indian Ocean Land Atmosphere Modeling System. So this is because I was emotionally attached to join IMD and then to IIT because I belong to a place, Paradip, close to that, where you know that many cyclones cross, and we, when children, we are suffering from that, and I have a inclination that how we can predict that. Though I was a physics background, I entered this subject. And my research also on tropical cyclones, and I have a very good team of my students and colleagues who have helped us in several ways. And thus I'm showing two typical cyclones almost in same Odisha coast. One is the 99 Odisha super cyclone and versus the 2013 cyclone Falin, where the casualties from 10,000 came down to 20. So that means we feel immensely pleased that we can serve the nation by saving the life of the people, which is most valuable. Same way, predicted many cyclones and associated storms are this. So I will not go through all of them, but this is what shows that the accuracy of the prediction is now almost a dot. But when India started in 2005, and I was a member of Secretary of them for tropical cyclone, and we asked IMD whether we can predict 50 kilometer errors in 48 hours so that people can be evacuated. It was very difficult to answer. But now it is not so. Now forecast is done several days in advance and very, very accurately, that all of you know. And these show the casualties. But a few cyclones have given, just to tell casualties, how it comes 10,000 in recent years, 2023 and 2024, one Bay of Bengal and one Arabian Sea, where almost a zero casualty were there. Of course, it is various factors, but most important is the warning. And warning comes from observations, modeling, and prediction. So similarly, another challenging task before us is the casualty due to lightning. If we see the record, it is not decreased. It almost remain constant or even increasing, because now many thunderstorms are occurring due to the climate change scenario, due to the prolonged break associated with the revival, the thunderstorms in monsoon time. Because we know that April, May is the period when we get maximum severe thunderstorms and lightning. And we have done several experiments like storm program and sharp storm program and so on to have observations and mesoscale modeling to understand and predict. And similarly, IITM has made a lot of efforts to have lightning detector around the whole country and so on. In spite of all these things, still our casualties due to thunderstorm are still remain quite high. And in fact, in Odisha itself is more than 300 people are killed every year, and whole India around 3,000, which is really now fear for the people. Not previously we have a fear for tropical cyclone because many thousand people are dying in the coastal area, and who will be the victim? But now it is almost disappeared, but replaced by the lightning, which is a cause for concern. Because the studies have shown by several people that the most lightning prone region is the east coast, northeast rather, and then if you see that lightning from cloud to ground, which is most dangerous for the death tools, then it is actually increasing dramatically in the monsoon period. And when the people start really working the field, and it is a lot of water, and they work in the field, and the casualties, as I told, here actually it is a challenge for all our meteorological community, how we can predict, and how we can educate, and how we can communicate, so that people can, reduction of the loss of the life can be reduced. And you know that most recently now we know that urban weather extremes became more and more important, because if you see the records, over 55% of the world population that live in the urban area, and the projection is that by 2050 it may be 68%. That means almost 70% people they are going to stay in the urban. And urbanization is expanding like anything, and the most important urban problems are the heat waves, floodings, severe storms, poor air quality, and water scarcity. So I am giving an example like a city like Bhubaneswar. If you see 1980 to 2019 or 2020, so urbanization is increased by 11 times. Even other cities like Hyderabad by 13 times. So like you say, many cities have increased several times the populations and the growth and so on. And then as I told, the problem is that heavy rainfall leading to urban floodings, that is flash flood, which is, you all know that nowadays, almost every monsoon time, we are getting a news that whether it is Bangalore or whether it is Patna or so on.
5 minutes more.
Yeah, so this is shows the right hand side, the graph, it shows that the prediction of those events in Bhubaneswar by the GFS versus the urban sub-kilometer WF model. Tuned for this purpose, the success rate is the red one with the WF model versus the black one is with the GFS. In fact, actually, the year 2022, we have, with Bhubaneswar, Bangalore, and Pune, we have 39 events, and the table shows the success rate of each of these things, the mesoscale model versus CFS, the global model. The global model is very, very important because it provides a boundary condition and so on, and which is drive the regional model. But to go to subscale and to put the data of our region, we definitely need also the mesoscale modeling systems, which is very handy for doing also research. Similar the thunderstorm that is also increasing, and this is the heat wave. So you can see that the black one, that is the observed, and the other things are given by the different observations. Even observation itself is varying. That means analysis based observation. The black one is the analysis, observations. The blue one is the by IMDJ. so it is much below. And if you go to the the era 5, it is very underestimated. So we cannot take the analysis, global analysis, to tell that what is the heat wave and so on. We have to base on the observations. And this is the model predictions, and where we have used actually the urban canopy, that is besides our urban canopy, also wood up with multi-layer models, canopy, and that really substantially improve the prediction of those things. Similarly, assimilation, you know that it is very, very important, and but particularly the assimilation with known data region is much more important than when we have the more data. So I am just showing an example. Suppose this is a cyclone, Cedar, where actually if you take the operational analysis and make a prediction, it is not going the way it have to be, but just adding the DWR data from the Calcutta Doppler radar, then you get that the blue one is the prediction and the black one is the observations. So it could tell that it has a landfall by only one test. That means where there is no data, therefore it is very, very important to monitor the data and see that where we have the gap and where we should do that. Data impact study is the most important. And this also shows several cases, the improvement in prediction day 1, day 2, and day 3, that is where actually 16 cases are taken. So it shows that by using different Doppler radars or in the coastline, it has given substantial improvements in the prediction. Similarly, observed and simulated 3-hourly interval cumulative rainfall over Bombay, which is very infamous, July 2005, then you see that all the models, they fail unless you give a very high resolution assimilation, then you cannot reproach that. So as time is not there, I will just come to my conclusions. The changing climate and a rapid urbanization have led to an increase in the frequency and intensity of extreme weather events. Localized severe thunderstorms characterized by lightning, heavy rainfall associated with the flash floods are among the most significant contributors to casualties now. The prediction of these phenomena needs some strategies because it is a problem, so needs the strategies. First is that enhanced observations. There is a need of enhancement of observations, particularly in the urban area. And this high resolution and more frequent observations most probably achieved by the mission Mausam, which is planned now. More frequent and high resolution data assimilation, that is rapid data assimilation, is very important when there is a severe weather it occurs, and that needs actually, we have continuous observations, like we need Doppler radars, which a plan also on the monsoon mission to have increased to 3-fold. Sub-kilometer coupled modeling system, which is actually very highly, nicely pointed out by Surya. And for that, under again monsoon mission, a program is developed that is to develop a Indian ocean land atmosphere modeling system so that you can play it as you like in emerging sectors as well as in operational base. Impact-based forecast, warning and disseminations are the most important things. And as I told at the beginning, I congratulate the India Meteorological Department for successfully achieving the zero casualties in the last 2 cyclones, which was really when I started work in '74 on tropical cyclone, it was not imagined. And however, that still we have more room for improvements, because once we do good, people need more. That is what I know when NCMW started and we told supercomputer is coming, people said whether I can get rainfall in my field backward, which is not possible. But expectation increases when we have success. So it is for our all youngsters that the more we have success, you have the more problems. And I know that we will never solve it. We have to achieve step by step. So therefore, there is still scope for the improvement in forecasting the intensity and location-specific hazards associated with the tropical cyclones and severe weathers. Achieving these achievements will require close collaborations among the operational agencies, research and academic institutions, local authorities, and most important also international partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. There's a little change in the program. The next speaker is Professor Dubey. After that, we'll have lunch and then Professor Vivekananda. Thank you, Professor Monti. I don't think we have time for questions. We'll have them for lunch. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Professor Dubey. Will you speak from here?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would have been very happy to address myself, but well, I have a very bad throat. I cannot speak probably more than one sentence with this throat. So I have requested my student and my last student who did PhD with me, Dr. P.L.N. Murthy, who is in India Meteorological Department now. So, P.L.N. Murthy is an IMD, so I have requested him, and he is very kindly agreed. I'm sorry that I cannot presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
This one, no? Presentation going to be sir. Open it directly. This one. Open directly.
Okay. Good morning, respected everyone. Okay, it's my privilege to present here on behalf of Professor S.K. Dubey. He is my supervisor and the guidance of this work, and it's my honor to present the insight of this work. And the title of the talk is Numerical Modeling of Coastal Marine Hazards in the Bay of Bengal and the Arabian Sea. So there are several types of marine hazards over the Bay of Bengal and Arabian Sea that includes extreme tides, storm surges, wind waves, freak waves, tsunamis. Among these, tides are precisely predictable, and accordingly safety measures can be taken easily. And wind waves, by its characteristics, by the time they reach the coast, it will weaken and they break and weaken the energy, and they cannot provide the inland inundation. However, these wind waves and freak waves, they can hazard us to offshore structures and as well as small boats. But among these, storm surges and tsunamis are most hazardous to the coastal community because they could result in the enormous inland inundation. Okay, again, among these, tsunamis are not quite frequent in the North Indian Ocean. So today, therefore, we are highlighting the storm surges in this presentation. And basically, what is storm surge is the abnormal rise in the sea level at the coast due to the approaching and landfalling tropical cyclones. And why should we know the importance of these marine hazards? Basically, for the mitigation purpose and for the public safety, planning of coastal zone development, navigation, mariculture, offshore industry, and management of exclusive economic zones. And this is the list of storm surge events that could due to the tropical cyclones or any ocean, any global oceans, that took the death toll more than 5,000. Okay, among these, 75% of the events are occurred in the Bay of Bengal. Again, among these, 50% of the Bay of Bengal events took place in the Bangladesh. Again, 70% of the deaths also took along the Bangladesh coast only. And why this Bay of Bengal is this much disastrous? First point is convergence of the bay. Due to its funneling shape, the convergence it looks like convergence of the bay. So water level will be amplified as it moves from the south to north, especially in the head Bay of Bengal. Next one is its shallow waters. Along with the because of this shallow water, large bottom friction for the long wave while propagating, it will face the large bottom friction. Along with it retards the underwater currents. Both will greatly enhance the water level amplification while the long wave approaches the coast. And next point is thickly populating low-lying islands like Sandweep, Hatia, Bola. And next point is high astronomical tides, especially in the high head Bay of Bengal. And last point is inlets and estuaries are also existed in the Bay of Bengal. And actually, this slide shows the evaluation of storm surge, numerical storm surge modeling in India. In India, the numerical storm surge modeling has been pioneered by Dr. P.K. Das from India Meteorological Department in 1972. He has used the shallow water equations like shallow water momentum equations and continuity equation to predict the storm surge height at the coast. And followed by Dr. Ghosh in 1977, he introduced the nomograms for the Indian coast to predict the storm surge heights using the simple relation between the pressure gradient, central pressure drop of the cyclone along with the radius of maximum winds and coastal geometry and the depth of the ocean. So using this relation, he introduced the nomograms to predict the storm surge heights near the coast. And thereafter, at the researchers from the Indian Institute of Delhi Technology under the leadership of Professor S.K. Dubey started developing the numerical storm surge model based on the shallow water equations. So that could lead to, finally it was developed a robust model in 1980. That is, this model used the shallow water equations only again. This is the robust model. And the only thing is, in this model, this could able to capture the storm surge height precisely, but inland inundation extent is not included here. So later in 2010, because of the enormous death toll due to the Nargis cyclone that made landfall, super cyclone landfall along the Myanmar coast, WMO is formulated a project that is coastal inundation forecasting demonstration project. In this project, Professor S.K. Dubey is the leading expert, and the team highlighted the importance of the coastal inundation due to the storm surges. They mentioned that instead of along with precisely predicting the storm surge height, we should predict the resulting inland inundation extent also. So that could, because of that one, in that 2011, what Bangladesh Meteorological Agency has started the inland inundation forecasting using Japan Marine Meteorological Research Institute of Japan Meteorological Agency. Again in 2011, Minister of Earth Science took the initiative to configure and to start the coastal inundation modeling due to the storm surge for the Indian coasts. Towards this, India Meteorological Department along with the Indian National Center for Ocean Information Services in active collaboration with the IIT Delhi, they have started configuring the storm surge inundation model for the Indian coasts. So finally by 2013, the finite element based US Navy model, that is ADCIRC, Advanced Circulation Model, has been configured successfully for the Indian coasts that could able to compute the storm surge heights. Yes sir. Storm surge heights along with the coastal inundation. So this slide shows the flowchart of the Indian IIT Delhi storm surge model. So this is basically a shallow water based model that used the vertically integrated shallow water equations along with the vertically integrated continuity equation. Okay, from which momentum equations will give the currents and continuity equation will give the surge height. So this will take the inputs from three different, that is location specific input, meteorological input and hydrological input. And the solution is, the numerical solution from that model gives the sea surface elevation, that is storm surge height and coastal currents. This is a very robust model. This don't require any high computation power like HPC and all. Even in a small PC also one can able to install and run the storm surge model. But the only problem here is inundation extent is not included. So and hence later ministry and IMD, INCOIS and IIT Delhi altogether developed and customized the ADCIRC model for the Indian coasts. So the significant features of the IIT storm surge model is it is ability to investigate the multiple forecast scenario in the real time, and it updates the cyclone track as the cyclone moves towards the coast. So to improve the accuracy of the storm surge height. And the highlights are under the auspices of Tropical Cyclone Program of WMO, the IIT Delhi technology has been transferred to various countries like Myanmar, Thailand, Sri Lanka, Pakistan and Oman for their real-time operational storm surge forecasts. And since from cyclone season 2009, RSMC New Delhi is using IIT storm surge model for the real-time operational storm surge forecast prediction. And this slide shows some historical storm surge, estimated storm surge heights using IIT Delhi storm surge model at North Indian Ocean. and followed by this slide shows some historical since 2013 cyclones since 2000 storm surge computed storm surge heights due to the cyclone since 2013 over the North Indian Ocean. So I think this is using the advanced circulation model, and this model also gives the as I mentioned, it will also gives the inland inundation extent associated with the storm surge height at the coast. And the future plan is to understand the impact of climate change and coastal marine hazards. And next one is development of advanced probabilistic forecasting system, because currently we are giving the deterministic forecast only. So our future plan is to start the probabilistic storm surge forecast also. And we would like to acknowledge various researchers from Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, and from other organizations like from IIT Kharagpur, various IITs and other researchers around the globe.
Thank you so much.
One more. And we would like to specially acknowledge the Cyclone Man of India, the Dr. M. Mohapatra and the DGM IMD for his commitment to the successful implementation of operational storm surge forecasting over the North Indian Ocean. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Can we take one more class before the break of lunch? Okay, fine. Class.
Thank you so much, sir.
We invite Professor Vivekanand.
Yeah. Now Professor Vivekanandan will deliver a speech on radar applications for severe weather forecasting, research and priorities. Dr. Vivekanandan is a senior
After your talk,
scientist.
we'll have lunch. We have 10 minutes.
Dr. Vivekanandan is a senior scientist at the Earth Observing Laboratory at NCAR in Boulder, Colorado, USA. His research and development work focuses on polarimetric radar, dual wavelength radar, phased array radar, LIDAR, and microwave radiometers.
Thank you very much for the invitation to present a talk in National Symposium. This talk basically touches on the previous 2 or 3 talks where Professor Mahanti mentioned about severe storms. Then Suru Chandra Rao presented about AI ML. And so I'll try to touch on very simple way how you basically look into that. So, as Professor Mahanti mentioned, the 2 types of severe storms are high impact weather. One is tropical cyclone, which is basically creates a lot of damages, also a lot of interest in genesis and intensity. These are the things which are yet to be understood, rain bands and evolution structures. So what we have now is basically a ground-based radars mostly, or airborne platforms where we can drop some drop sounds. So if you want to do real research, in this case, you might need an airborne radar. It could be even UAV vehicle like that. And that could be quite helpful to do that kind of airborne radar. The next is severe storms, thunderstorms, where we need to understand life cycle thunderstorms. Thunderstorms originate one place, moves on many, many kilometers, maybe thousands of kilometers sometimes. So we need a mobile radars. And so a fixed network is good, but mobile radar is much more helpful. And so you have to think about in the future what you want to do. Airborne radars, also mobile, not transportable, mobile radars. It's a high impact weather is, we talk about it, comes extreme rain. Extreme rain we know quite a bit about due to global change, climate change, global warming causes extreme rain. Then that causes unpredictable downburst and a lot of damages due to that. And so the overall, even the studies about that unpredictability, spatial and temporal variation, extreme rain makes as if getting more rain but actually less rain in the past 60 years. There are good studies on that one. For forecasting extreme rain, that's quite important. Mesocyclones. Mesocyclones requires not only just radar measurements, it needs a 3D wind measurements, can do Doppler measurements. So that you got to know the clusters of radars exist in Mumbai and RCI and some other places where we can do some of the winds, 3D wind measurements, mesocyclone with the reflectivity measurements. That could enhance understanding severe thunderstorms. And so these are the things where we could move from operational to severe weather research and also cyclone research. And these are the future things where we got to invest a lot more. That brings into a research infrastructure, because like IMD has been doing KIPEX program where they showed whether MOD does or doesn't produce more rain. That's important topic. The hot CI, where we have a lot of good instruments near Bhopal to get continued measurements. These are the infrastructure we need to develop and supporting them in the future a lot more to improve capabilities of model and the measurements. Quite important. But there is an issue. Most of the time, the modelers work in a one group, observation in a different group. They don't talk to each other. That's a big issue. If that happens not only in India, in any place the same thing, because they don't have the same languages, then there needs to be a coordination, understanding between modelers and researchers. Otherwise, data assimilation, how we are going to do that? All we got to do is radiation assimilation, some radar measurements with the VAD winds, not much. And so this has to be done means it has to be good integration. I want to show you some example how we can do it next few minutes. Very simple way. We touched on AI/ML. We discussed about it in this talk. But there is a clear distinction, AI and ML. AI is the machine plus machine learning. Like, for example, self-driving car is an AI. AI is a lot more powerful. The ML is subset of AI. And so ML uses existing research, what you have done in terms of measurements, in terms of modeling. From there, we can learn from that. Then we can implement it. That's the ML subset at more like data mining, how the self-learning could be done. But AI has to involve a system with ML. Then it's called AI. Yes, there's distinctions there. Yes, people try to use AI ML more interchangeably. That's not the case. So you got to understand that. I will show you a simple example how AI ML could be used. This is the y-axis shows droplet spectra standard deviation. The x-axis shows size of the raindrops or cloud droplets in this case in microns. So this is the in situ measurements where cloud probe, drizzle probes are used to take the about 4,651 second drops and distributions are displayed in this one. The blue color shows cloud droplets. The green shows the drizzle droplets. The yellow shows cloud and drizzle, where the cloud, the drizzle transition takes place. For example, KIPEX, what they want to know, which cloud going to rain? How do you know that? We can fly an airplane to do that, but can you detect that using remote measurement? That's the key. This is an in situ measurement, what I'm showing here. In situ measurements are taken within the cloud, flying an airplane with the probes, we can do that. But how do you connect this with a remote measurement, which is a radar, cloud radars, and satellite measurements? That is important because the scales of this measurement much different. In situ measurements are meter scale. Measurements from radars are about kilometer scale. We got to connect them. I will show you a simple example how it's used. Here is a cloud shows basically the height is a stratocumulus cloud. It's a warm cloud. And x-axis shows about time. It's a airborne radar. Took the measurement. In this case, the clouds are less than 2 kilometer deep, stratocumulus cloud. Using that AI/ML, which technique which have been worked on many years, this shows the cloud and characterized into 4 different categories. The cloud plus drizzle, and drizzle and the rain. The 4 colors are there. This is done using AI/ML, which uses the machine measured measurements. Then using the ML technique, we're able to do the classification here. What is interesting is, we can always distinguish drizzle versus cloud. But can you look at how the transition takes place, drizzle, cloud to drizzle? That's the key. The yellow color shows that thing. How do you verify that? This is based on AI/ML, right? Then what I showed you here was in situ measurements, where standard deviation of droplet spectra, we know for yellow color shows cloud to drizzle transition. Look at it. On the x-axis, the size is measured, okay? That's between about 25 micron up to about 125 micron. That's the range, all right? Now, here it is. This is some remote measurement just in the radar, what we did. The blue color is a cloud. The yellow is a cloud to drizzle. Look at the range. Very coincidental, 25 to 125 micron. And there's a way we can connect the in situ measurement, what I showed here, with remote measurement like this, in which we have the radar measurements like that. These are possible, but this is one example where we could clearly connect the in situ with radar measurements, understand if process where which cloud becomes a raindrops like that. And these are the one example that I showed you like that. So with this, the summary slide, we need to get a 3D wind measurements. That's important. That could be done with the multiple radars. Otherwise, we got just only Doppler measurements. We can do VAD measurement. This has been done for a long time. Then you got to bridge in situ and remote measurements. That's important. Otherwise, we're very limited what we can do with the in situ or remote measurements alone. We got to have that bridging. Then more importantly, infrastructure creation, where we need to have the measurement people, the modelers, they have to talk to each other so that the same language where they can interpret both of them. And with this, we can make a lot more creative research in the cutting edge, what we do it. Given that you got a Mausam mission, we've got investment audience going to come through it. We've got a crossroads where we can do a lot more work in this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for keeping the time, because lunch is ready, but before that there is some function. So,
Felicitation program, sir.
yeah. So you can please come down and any questions?
R.R.
Any questions from the audience? One or two. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
It is time to felicitate our esteemed speakers. I request Dr. R.R. Kirkar to please come forward and present the felicitation to Dr. V.S. Prasad. Dr. D.S. Pai.
Ma'am.
Dr. Surya Chand A. Rao. Professor U.C. Mohanty. Professor S.K. Dubey. Professor Vivekanandan. Respected all, now it's time for a lunch break. We will reconvene here post-lunch for the second technical session of the symposium at 2:15 p.m. Thank you all. Jai Hind.
ठीक है ठीक है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, पहले सत्र साहब लगे रहे हैं यहाँ पे।
We will now proceed with the technical session 2. The theme of this session is to meteorological advancements in the last 150 years. I kindly request Dr. Ajit Tyagi, former DGM IMD, to chair the session. Dr. Tyagi is the chairman of IDC Foundation, patron India Water Foundation, and founder president of South Asian Meteorological Association. He has served as Director General of Meteorology, IMD, Assistant Chief of Air Staff, Indian Air Force, and Quotation Chair Professor with Ministry of Earth Sciences. He was permanent representative of India with WMO and member of its Executive Council. The rapporteur for the session is Dr. Chinmay Khadke, Scientist D, IMD. To present the first lecture on Weather Radar and Precipitation Microphysics, Application to Hydrometeor Classification and Rainfall Estimation, I would like to invite Professor V. Chandrasekharan to the stage. Professor V. Chandrasekharan is currently a University Distinguished Professor with CSU. He has made pioneering contributions to weather radar, especially to polarimetric radar, small radar networks for regional deployments, and space-borne weather radars.
Chandra, it's a great honor to chair this important session number 2 on achievements in the last 150 years. And we have an eminent speaker. We had one lecture pre-lunch and followed by another one. The radars are assuming the greatest, playing greatest role as far as the nowcasting, short-range, severe weather forecasting and data assimilation, and also in research. So we're lucky to have 2 eminent speakers, thanks to the organizers who have been enabled to visit here. We also had the presentations of Dr. Chandra at the IRAID, which was supported by IMD in Navi Mumbai. So great, thank you so much. And only thing, we do have a time constraint, so keep it within 10 to 15 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Okay. I will fly through 20 slides in 10 minutes, so no problem. So I wanted to put things in a broader perspective, that is, why are we needing these radars, and we can do without radars or whatever. Fundamentally, everything is related to global water cycle. So the water that's coming down from the sky is not going anywhere, and it's going through rivers, and then it's going to the ocean, and then it evaporates, and then the water cycles. Now, if somebody had a way to monitor the one small body of water, it has a time constant. But it's been found through satellite observations that water cycle is accelerating, which means a lot of the old infrastructure is not sufficient. So we need more radars to monitor what's going on. So you will give me a sign when the time 10 minutes is close to up. I'm not in the... So that's one part of the problem. The second part of the problem is urbanization. And since the year 2018, more than 50% of the world population is moving to cities and in urban regions. And by 2030, this number will swell to almost 5 billion. And I don't have to convince you that this is happening. That is, you can just go outside Delhi and then you can see what is happening here. And it's happening in a lot of the metros. So with this, there is the problem is, one is physics, second one is society. So when the physics and society combine, and then they exasperate, and then the problem becomes a very extreme problem. Just for example, if you have floods and if nobody is living there, nobody is affected. And we used to have floods in the Himalayas even before, but nobody monitored, nobody was living there. But when people live there and then water comes raging and then it destroys structures, then we have a problem. So it's the combination of global water cycle accelerating and urbanization is creating this problem. So this has been available in a lot of reports. But I don't need to, these are all eye candy pictures, and the global water cycle problem doesn't discriminate anybody. It affects everybody globally, and then wherever there is urbanization. So you have flooding in Mumbai, you have flooding in Beijing. Beijing has more money than anybody else now, but it still floods there. And flooding in Louisiana. And so this week, as we speak, we have skipped AMS annual meeting that's actually happening in New Orleans, and that was affected by the hurricane, and then so we are here. Anyway, this has a big economic impact. So that's why the current strategy is for all countries, there is radar has become part of the national infrastructure. It is just like railways, roadways. So it should not be seen purely as a weather forecast instrument. It is part of the national infrastructure that that guides society to live its normal life, and it's not purely a weather problem. It's a problem of transportation. It's the problem of every other living. It's, of course, agriculture, people have understood very well before. There is a whole bunch of agriculture meteorology. So let's move this forward, and then, so finally what I want to do is connect it to everything. When you observe with radar, it is not the same old radar that we used to see, that it was a hand-me-down instrument that came from the military, because the instrument that came from the military was used by Air Force, and it was used to track airplanes. But that has been converted to looking at storms. And then the microphysics is fundamentally related to dual polarization weather radar. That was one of the major accomplishments. And then let's keep going. So this is the current infrastructure in the US. It has got 160 radars, and this radar has been converted to dual polarization. And this radar is fundamentally today, and as it happens in India, a data push system. That is, it collects data all over the storms and then takes the data and throws it to the users over the fence, and the users collect the data and then they do what they want with it. But it's not a data request system that is which is typically happening in other segments of the technology in terms of demanding the data, that is data pull system. So the data pull system concepts was introduced and explored in this National Science Foundation Research Center, where you actually look at and pull data, and then a lot of the things is there is earth curvature plays a big role, and then complex terrain. So that shows that that whole concept of surveillance, the way the technology came down from military, that's not sufficient anymore. Even military is starting to understand the single surveillance type system that was used for long range radars is not sufficient to look at low flying drones. They are also trying to mix different types of systems. So I'm going to skip this, and so there is one more topic that I wanted to, because this is all related to a Mausam conference, models and observations. And you can see that Dr. Krishnan is sitting in the audience, and before the year 2000, modelers were way behind observations, and there was not enough cycle power to, we had more observations to simulate, but suddenly these models have just taken off. If you give them space, they will model every 100 meters with the computer. No, I'm just joking. But it's much more. But observations have not kept up with it. So we need more. So, and then we also need more microphysical observations to anchor the models, because otherwise models will run freely and go wherever they want. But I also wanted to emphasize the radars are only one small part of the whole story. And you can see, if you keep, this has got animation, you take data And nowadays people are doing real-time data mining to identify important features, and that people are calling it AI. And then again, if it's a data pull system, you optimize it for radar control, and then you disseminate the data products to users. You don't just send the radar data, you send products and then actionable items, that is close the road or evacuate. Those are actionable items that go to the society. And but then that's only a physical system. Radar is an engineering instrument, and then there is atmosphere, that's a physical system that's governed by law of physics. But then that goes to people. People are not governed by any of the physical laws. So they are governed by societal activities. And so it's not important. There are many cases where there was good forecast, but there was not proper response because people were not as engaged. So nowadays the question becomes, do we make the best forecast, or how do we close the loop with society, which is how do we optimize the operation to get the best response from people, as opposed to making the best forecast defined in terms of people like me. When we go to forecasting conferences, we do critical success index, probability of false alarm, and these things. But you go to this schools and false alarm, all these things, they matter, but they matter in a different way. If you keep saying it's flooding, it's flooding, it's flooding, I've just seen it recently in Chennai forecast, and people don't take it seriously. But if you miss a forecast, then everybody screams. So that balance has to come. So how much time I have now? Okay, 3 to 5 minutes. So I wanted to nail it down to the real reason for dual polarization, and after setting the stage is because we need to get the microphysics of precipitation, and then actually I wanted to take an opportunity to pay tribute to Professor Bringe here, because he was one of the pioneers who started all this work, and then he recently passed away. So this is a time to pay tribute. And then I want to skip this, but you can see the radar observations are finally connected to the microphysics. That is, radar observations happen at 1,000 kilometer scale, but this is raindrop size distribution. The size of a raindrop is few millimeters, and then you study the raindrop size distribution and then connect it to radar observations, and then the connection to radar observations, and then the ability to forecast and then look at type of rainfall is important. So I'll give you a simple example. That is, you call left side is raindrops, right side is raindrops. Left side happens more in tropical systems, right side happens in growing thunderstorms. But this is just a textbook example I actually pulled out. This is a monodispersed raindrops, 1 millimeter, right side is 2 millimeter raindrops. They both have same radar observation, but they have widely different rainfall. That shows the real impact on microphysics and radar observations. So let's skip this. That's all related to the raindrops are all oblate, and they're not spherical. And as soon as we get beyond small sphericity, we can figure this out. So finally, this is probably the final slide. There is we look at all this physics of rain formation, and then it all happens due to growth from water vapor. You can look at it as Bergeron process or heterogeneous ice nucleation, and then there is riming and growth, and then there is aggregation, there is melting, and then there is collision, coalescence, breakup. All these things here, you can see each feature is described with differential reflectivity, and correlation coefficient features. That is, that's what makes it the dual polarization radar very powerful, and then connected to the microphysics. And it's not just a broad forecast utility tool, it helps models connect the physics Still, the dance between models and observations in the terms of dual polarization radar is still going on. It's all Thank you.
Thank you.
You also sent me. No.
any problem वहाँ पे बताएं.
Hello.
Yeah. Well, I request Dr. Krishnan to deliver next talk on important topic of climate change and its effect.
Welcome, Dr. Krishnan. Dr. Krishnan is working as Director IITM Pune. He specializes in climate modeling to understand scientific issues related to climate change, Asian monsoon, water cycle. He is a member of Joint Scientific Committee, World Climate Research Program and WMO.
First of all, good afternoon to all the esteemed audience, and I want to congratulate IMD on this very important occasion of completion of 150 years of IMD and 75 years of accomplishments of Mausam. And thank you very much for this kind invitation to give this 10-minute talk. And I was given the title Climate Change and Its Impacts, Global and National Perspective, 10 slides. And I thought what to do and how best I can do this. And I think my previous speakers have already set the stage. Recently we heard the news that 2024 we have already crossed the 1.5 degrees since the pre-industrial level, and this is from ERA 5 data set. I am specially taking this because this is the ERA 5 reanalysis data set, which is already the reanalysis data is already showing this, and this is from the ECMWF and the European Space Agency plot. And this is the spatial plot of surface temperatures. You can see that many parts in the mid latitudes, high latitudes, even the Indian Ocean. So the temperatures both at the surface air temperatures in 2024 anomalously warm. So climate change is already happening and it's going to increase in the future. And the extreme events, Dr. Chandrasekhar was talking about these extreme hydrological changes which is going to intensify. So it's only not just the hot temperature extremes, also the very heavy precipitation over land is going to increase. So with 1% of increase in the temperature, the water vapor in the atmosphere increases by about 7%. So with a 2-degree rise, we are already 1.5, it's 14% better. So more extremes, they are going to happen. But that's very simple, that's a very simplified thermodynamic explanation. But when we look at the pattern of extremes, they are much more complicated. There are other drivers involved. I want to focus this on the 2022 monsoon, when the many parts in upper Indus Basin, northwest India, the Pakistan received major flooding. Parts of North India, especially UP, Bihar, was very dry, and so this pattern was, and also extended dryness over the Yangtze River Valley of China. China had very severe drought and heat waves. So these are all interconnected, and so that's one of the challenges. And with the increasing temperature extremes, also glacier melt was there. So the pre-monsoon time, many parts in the upper Indus Basin, temperatures crossed more than 40 degrees in the pre-industrial, pre-monsoon months, and led to a lot of glacier melting. And so the question is, when we look at the pre-monsoon, May-June 2022, it was basically very high temperatures, and now studies are also showing that this is due to, there is a very strong attribution to climate change, and the air was actually sinking. It's a kind of dry air subsidence, and it also led to a lot of glacier melt, and so that also subsequently contributed to the runoff and flooding. And of course the monsoon was intensified by very strong La Nina. So these are also drivers on the interannual time scale. So this is a very big driver, and the question is, what will happen to the coupled system in the Indian Ocean and Pacific Ocean due to a climate change, whether it will go to a La Nina like state or a El Nino like state. So these are going to influence the the precipitation patterns. By the way, the 2010 also Pakistan got a major flooding. That was also a very strong La Nina year. But 2022, the impact was devastating. And so when you're, and also the Indian Ocean is warming. So typically in the pre-monsoon time, when you heat the Afghan plateau by this, due to heating and there's subsidence of air, and you have the oceans are also warm and moist. So the moist air can go from the ocean, and being lighter, it rises up, and the dry air sinks. This is where all the deep convection happens. And so right from the pre-monsoon time, we are going to trigger this very deep convection. And we are already seeing that entire circulation pattern is shifting westward. It is all northwest India is getting wetter, whereas many places in northeast India are dry. And Pakistan is experiencing very heavy flooding. So at the heart of this, South Asia is already, and with these changes in the coupled system, it's going to become more severe. So WCRP asked me to write this concept paper about this is part of the Open Science Conference in Rwanda. So they asked me if they invited me to write a paper, and this was recently published. We said that we looked at the compound weather and climate extremes, because when we are talking about the weather and climate extremes, we cannot look at them as isolation, because the entire coupled, it involves the atmosphere, the ocean, the land, the cryosphere. They are all coupled to one another, and we need to have an integrated view of the whole thing when we are going to address this. And because so what we did in this paper was, this was a paper with mostly all the members from Asia, and we wanted to look at the entire Asian region. That was the task that was given to us. And so we just picked up we described in terms of 3 typologies. That's what I wanted to highlight. One is the compound flooding. We just took, because this region itself is very, very complex in terms of this, it's a complex system, and the way the atmosphere, the land, ocean, the cryosphere, they are all interacting, and then we have this climate change already going on. So, so we looked at 3 typologies. One was this flooding, intense flooding that happened over this upper Indus Basin and Pakistan, massive devastation. Then the drought, the compound drought and heat wave over China. Then we also looked at the marine heat waves and the marine changes in the ocean, the compound extremes in the oceanic region. And basically, I'm not going to go into the details. So 3 typologies. So why we are talking about compound extreme events? Because we are talking about multiple climate drivers and hazards. They are interacting to produce severe impacts as compared to those caused by individual rainfall that was just the trigger, intense pre-monsoon heat waves, glacier melt, and also modes of variability like the La Nina I was talking. The second typology, also about the compound heat wave and drought which happened over the China. It all shows the interconnectedness. What is happening over the West Asia is actually, you see the manifestation of those impacts on the further downstream. And the third typology on the marine extreme, where we are talking about compounding effects of ocean warming, sea level rise, marine heat waves, and intensifying tropical cyclones. We have also discussed various knowledge gaps, what we don't understand, what are our limitations in understanding and prediction of these compound extremes, and also discuss this is basically a kind of policy paper to discuss the advances that we require in science and technology to address these gaps. And the recommendations, one is the effective utilization of climate information towards improving early warning systems and disaster risk reduction. So in this context, I just want to, this morning Surya talked about this, about digital twin, and also later Dr. Vivekanand then talked about how to, because there's how to bring the observation people and the modeling people, and right now Professor Chandrasekhar also talked about it. So we have mentioned in our paper that we need to really take the Earth system perspective approach. We cannot look at each component separately. Recently there's a very nice paper that has come out by Detlef Stammer et al. In BAMS. They are advocating that we need to go for an Earth system reanalysis. First, when we started, it was the atmospheric reanalysis, NCEP, and later on European era came, Then the coupled reanalysis, CFS reanalysis came out. Now people are talking about having an Earth system, taking an Earth system approach, and this was a meeting that happened in MIT in June 2023, and so they have come out with some recommendations, and basically this is needed for improving the Earth system models itself. So the specific recommendations are, you have a lot of observations, Earth observations, both from the satellite, remote sensing, in situ, radars, and so you have to really exploit the power of these Earth observations and development of. So when you want to have this kind of Earth system reanalysis, we have to really change our codes. So you need to develop automatic differentiation, which is basically how to optimize your codes and build a machine learning infrastructure. And so the problem is there's a gap between the observation and model. Just by increasing the resolution, we are not going to address even at kilometer scale. So the problem is, key is to bring a fusion of this observation and the model to improve the parameterizations. That's what they are advocating. So the step is to have a data assimilation, improve the data assimilation by fusing the observations and the model. That is what the key recommendation that comes out of this paper. So it's advancing the ensemble and variational data assimilation and ML methods. Use the machine learning methods through which you can improve the models through parameter estimations and performing an Earth system reanalysis. And this is what is going to be the key for understanding prediction and projection of the Earth system evolution. And this aligns very nicely with the mission Mausam, what we have proposed. And because the initial focus of the mission Mausam is going to be for focusing on observations. And so we have a wonderful opportunity. So the world is also thinking on those lines, and India is also thinking on those lines. I think it's the right time we really engage in this. And this is going to, because we have to take the Earth system approach rather than looking at isolated components. And so the compound extremes are going to increase, and so that is the main message I wanted to give. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Krishnan. You have given enough for the young researchers to look into.
Yeah,
whole new dimension of Earth systems assimilation and all those big things. I'm sure it will be interesting under the mission Monsoon, mission Mausam. How do we integrate all these things? So
the reanalysis.
Yeah, great. And I'm sure there will be someone asking. Okay. So,
Thank you.
Presentations will be available, and you are free to discuss with Dr. Krishnan. Thank you, Dr. Krishnan. Next one is Dr. Sai. Sorry, I'm asking you to come before me. I'll be subject to availability of time. I'll be the last person to do it. So I want to give all time to my speakers. He'll be talking about another important heat and cold waves research and.
Okay, sir, thank you for giving this opportunity. So, as you have seen, in 2024, already global, we have 1.5 degrees centigrade more. And these are the extreme temperatures which are manifested as heat waves, but there are cold waves also. In the backdrop of global warming, there are cold waves also. So, as we have seen some news paper cuttings, 2024 becomes warmest year in India, not in the only in the globe, but India also, since 1901. And as an example, in Delhi, Mungespur, in May, 52.9 degrees centigrade was observed, and Sri Ganganagar 50 degrees C has crossed, and Jhansi it was 48, and so on. And cold also, Delhi in 2023, 15 December, it was 4.9 degrees centigrade, and which was the first part of December in last 14 years it was colder. And also in this year December, Srinagar experienced the coldest December night in last 50 years, and temperature has gone up to minus 8.5 degrees. So heat is also temperature, extreme temperature in hot is also increasing, and intensity of cold is also increasing. This is some data of health impacts, particularly on the deaths due to heat and cold waves since 1995. And of course heat waves are more dangerous, but you can see that cold waves are no less dangerous than heat waves in killing people. It is not only other effects, I am just saying it is killing people. And you say in 2021 there were 95 days cold days, and 2022 there were only 57 cold days. But the death toll due to cold wave has not changed, even though there is 40% decrease in the cold days, but death is slightly increased. So that is means we have simultaneously we have to think not only in the for the heat wave, for the cold wave also, because this is very important. What is this? Okay. What this is coming, I don't know. Okay. Okay, so our research is mainly focused on understanding extreme weather patterns and improving forecasting techniques. So in that we have studied the effect of El Nino, jet stream, and topography, vegetation, urbanization, and some case studies also. And in the through monsoon mission, lot of improvement and understanding has been done through the for the prediction and other thing, and development of early warning system. So this was just some definitions on graded data, how we have calculated heat waves. And this is, I wanted to show that in recent 3 decades, you see 1991 and after that, earlier heat waves were concentrated only in the northern part of the country, but now it is going up to peninsula also, and eastern part of the country is having more. Even in month of March, which was not supposed to be, because April, May, June was for April, May, June was the hot months, but even in the month of March, we are experiencing heat waves. But the model's extended prediction system, ERP version 1, which is operational in IMD, developed under monsoon mission, it is giving good prediction skill of heat wave. And the new system, which is going to be operational from the next year, is ERP version 2, which is far better than ERP version 1 in giving the prediction of extreme heat. These are some 2 events in 2023 from 2 weeks, 2 to 18 June, 2 weeks. First week is from 2 to 8 and the other is 9 to 15. And you see how this was predicted almost 4 weeks in advance, the heat wave was predicted. Cold wave also we have defined on based on the 5th percentile, and normal departure minus 3.5 for the graded data. And you see in recent years, though we know that it is global warming, but is still cold waves, number of cold waves are not decreasing, and here is the this is the trend is not there, decreasing trend is not significant. So it means still cold waves are there, and they are increasing in some other regions where they were not earlier. And if you see the prediction again for cold waves also, this new system which will be operational maybe this year, later this year, is still better than what is we are having, but up to 3 weeks cold waves are predictable with 70% of chances, and heat wave was up to 4 weeks. So this is the difference. Cold heat wave is more predictable than cold wave. Now, what will be our future priorities? So already we have done various institutions have done work on urban heat islands, and there is a good review paper by Islam et al. From CDAC and Pune University and IITM people. So they have shown that though we are already doing these things, identification and mapping of urban heat islands using GIS applications and analysis of urban planning, but as you have seen that by in next 6 years almost 70% of population is going to stay in urban cities. Therefore, it is very, and India, it is fast developing. So for all the cities, it is very much required to have to do this type of a study. And DST has also launched one project. They have called some interest, and they are already funding 20 projects of each almost 3 crores. So almost 50 to 60 crore DST is investing on this urban heat island effect and other things. So, and MOES and other organizations are also doing this. So this is what we have to take on our priorities. Then future research priorities, this is again understanding and prediction, which we are already doing. And Dr. Rajivan has written a paper, monograph, IMD monograph for heat and cold waves. There it is very much described how about the current understanding and prediction capabilities of IMD, and also the processes and everything. So this from each scale, from short range to medium range to sub-seasonal to regional and seasonal scales, though we have done good work and we have improved, but still lot of improvement is required in this prediction. Then future research priorities will be data, AI/ML integration, and then climate change extremes, as it is pointed out by Dr. Krishnan and others. So attribution studies, though we have done some study, but more attribution studies are required. Future projections with good models, which we are already doing. And Dr. Krishnan has also mentioned compound events. So they are co-occurring sequential events are there, that heat waves followed by droughts and cold waves and so on. So we have to, Dr. Khaiwal, Bhan and other IMD people, they have written a review paper, systematic review paper last year. So we can see how many, what is the gap and what is required to do this. So whatever we are doing is not sufficient. We have to do much more on that. Then impact and adaptation in Dr. Rajivan's this, it was already there in the monograph, but some more, and we have to sectorial impacts we have to study. We are doing, but some more things are required. We are not that much collaborating with health and energy people. We have to collaborate more. And then for the planning and policy, we have to do these things. And if we are making heat action plans and cold action plans, so we have to follow some key strategies, that is community mapping, stakeholder engagement, cultural relevance communication, capacity building, feedback mechanisms, pilot programs, and so on. So already NDMA has issued and guidelines for heat action plans, and various cities and states have also their heat action plan. But in 2021, though NDMA has come up with cold action guidelines for cold action plan, but there is no cold action plan, I think, for any state or any city. So we have to prioritize those things. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sahai. And this is with the global warming and climate change impacts already being felt. Heat waves is no doubt a major challenge, but he has brought out the cold wave aspect. That also, which was not being taken into consideration, probably we need to look into it. I'm sure IMD will look into it. If there are any, yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, there is a study by Pankaj and other group on Karakoram but they have only seen in December, January, February in winter season. But recently we have started looking into cold waves, and to your surprise, cold waves are throughout the year, which are means related with not cold waves, WD, and some cold waves are related with this. So WDs are there throughout the years, and it is IMD report, and that is showing that even this, though slightly less in July and August, but still WDs are there throughout the year and in good numbers, so not less numbers. So far WDs they have studied mainly in the winter season and this, but if you see the report, daily weather report of IMD, then WDs are there throughout the year, and it is so therefore it will be extending to.
So why is it happening that it is, I mean, increasing year by year, WD?
It is, we have to see all the data. It is not that much increasing, but maybe some increase in winter season, but overall it is not increasing. But I have not seen all the data. Last 10 years I have seen an
Western disturbance. Normally the western disturbance in winter, we are seeing the propagation. How and what causes the western disturbance gives rainfall particularly, and how you characterize that western disturbance gives the rainfall? This particular western disturbance can give the rainfall.
No, it is so far you are right. Western disturbance, some western disturbances are associated with rainfall and some are not. If moisture will be there, then they will give rainfall. If there is no moisture, they will not give rainfall. In monsoon season also, western disturbances are interacting with monsoon system. If it is active condition, it interact and make it more active and prolonged active and very heavy precipitation. But if there is no, it is break type of situation, they are not giving. So moisture is important. So we have to do more study on that.
Thank you. Sir.
Hi. One small point. Generally, heat waves are abated by thunderstorms or andis in North India. That is a natural phenomenon. So, having done so much, is it possible to link heat wave prediction is there? Heat wave abatement also is captured in your assessments. So, when can that be linked to the triggering of thunderstorms or andis?
My study is basically on slightly longer time scale, so I cannot say more on that. But definitely we can do some study on that, how heat waves are. Yeah. Yes, that is right.
One short comment on the question about WDs that were asked a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
Two questions. So, what I am saying is that a recent paper has come in Weather and Climate Dynamics on 9th of January by a very good scientist, Dr. Hunt. Yeah, Professor Hunt. On 9th January it has come. So it's a very good review paper. The most recent review, so as you know, first review was done by Dr. Dhimri in 2015. So this is the second review. Dhimri is also one of the authors.
Yeah.
It's a very good paper, and you can see that he has given 33 research questions at the end which are not answered, for which more work is required. So you can see that paper. Yes, sir. He has covered everything. Next presentation is online by Dr. Mukhopadhyay.
Sir, are you available? Mukhopadhyay, sir?
Yes, yes, yes.
Sir, shall I share the presentation?
Yeah, please, please.
Dr. P. Mukhopadhyay received his Masters in Physics and MTech in Atmospheric Sciences from Calcutta University and PhD from Pune University. After serving 30 plus years, he retired as Scientist F. Since August 2024, he is working as a visiting faculty at IISER, Behrampur, Odisha.
Yeah, thank you. So can I start?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So thank you. First of all, congratulations to IMD and also Mausam for 150 years and 150 years of IMD and 75 years of Mausam. And as Professor Kelkar was telling in the morning, I think we all started our career from the first publication in Mausam. Mausam way back in 92 or 3, possibly there was a special volume on storm surge. And because that time I was working very closely with Dr. P.K. Das, who actually taught us NWP. So I am very fortunate to get Dr. P.K. Das as my NWP teacher. So my first paper on storm surge came in Mausam. So the fact is that if we think our career as a circle, I feel it starts with IMD and the circle gets completed also with IMD. In between we come. Okay. So with this, and also all our mentors, secretaries, past secretaries present, DGM, and all DGs and senior scientists. So very good afternoon. So I have been told to talk briefly about monsoon and heavy rainfall, research gaps and opportunities. Can you go to the next slide? Yeah. So this is a very common slide. I think I showed it many times, and it has become somewhat like a benchmark slide, where you can see right from 2006 to 2017, where Roxy et al. Published this paper and Professor BNG published 2006, we only kept on witnessing the increase. Okay, but what I will draw your attention today, that all these analyses, okay, were done on daily rainfall, okay, based on daily rainfall extremes. Okay, so can we go to the next? Yeah. So now this is another benchmark case. I think all modelers will love to test their model or hypothesis for this particular event, which is Kerala 6 to 19th August 2018, and this we published in Weather and Forecasting. And you can see here all the 3 state-of-the-art models are deterministic forecaster plotted. Okay, and this black line is the observation. What is very clearly seen that this light green bar, which is the day 1 forecast, by all the 3, this is somewhat trying to catch up with the black line. Okay, but the other colors are going very fast. Their the amount is going down. So the question is that from forecaster point of view, they want a warning with a lead time. Okay, so if I am not able to, if my model is not able to produce a heavier rainfall value with a longer lead time, means at least day 5, then that forecast value in terms of warning get reduced. And what we see here is that whether it is unified model or it is SNW5S, or GFS or whatever. So they are almost on the same level. Can you go to the next? Yeah, so this is 2019, and there was no exception either. Okay, so go to the next. Yeah. Yeah, so the point is, so this was the question, okay, this was the dialogue between IMD and IITM, through that this type of product has been developed. That see, when we are not able to predict the deterministic value, then what should we do? Should we wait for that particular day when I will be succeeding to get that particular value, or we should develop some other product? So say, in between, you can say, we have developed this percentile based forecast, okay, because model, particular magnitude, it is at a particular point, model always, any model struggles to get it. So what we did it that the percentile, 90th and 95th percentile from the model climatology. That's what you see on the top diagram. This is for 2019, and you can see on day 5 also you get a good amount of indication of 90th and 95th percentile. The below graph is same thing. It is the percentage probability. What I mean, a forecaster can ask, okay, fine, it is 95th percentile, but what is the probability? Whether there is substantial probability of getting 95th percentile. So here it shows more than 70% probability. Okay. So if a forecaster get these two diagrams along with the deterministic diagram, still he or she can conclude to some extent that yes, this region is going to get some extreme. Okay. So this is the kind of arrangement we did through our joint NWP working group. Okay. Go to the next. Yeah. So this is another example. Okay. You can see this is the simple probability which is based on a rainfall value. Okay. I mean rainfall threshold. You see there is no probability. Okay. You will struggle to find whether there is any probability in 72 hour, 24 hour. So the point, the moment I ask the model to work on based on a threshold, the model is not capable of. But when I ask the model to do based on percentile and based on probability of that, then model does a good job. Okay. So this is the message. Go to the next. Okay. So this is a new product. This we learned from ECMWF. We learned from each other. Okay. So this is called Extreme Forecast Index, and I think IMD is extensively using this product, and it is giving very good indication. Again, not the magnitude, but the probability. Okay. Okay. Go to the next. Yeah. So a paper will be recently coming in Journal of Earth System Science, where we always hear from the forecaster. See, you give so many products, we don't have any time to sit and analyze. It is not research. So we have given a flow chart that if we give all these products, how one can systematically a decision tree one can use to reach. Yeah, and this is what happened is that there was a hydrology section of IMD. They were asking a bias corrected forecast of rainfall over the river basin, and that was going on well. Then we thought that why only river basin? Why not bias correct this forecast and give it to the whole India? So that's what we have done here, and you can see this is the bias corrected forecast, and the rainfall was over East MP, where you see the default GFS. By 5 days, the rainfall has shifted to the west. Okay, whereas in case of bias corrected, the rainfall is still is showing over the East MP. So this is the kind of advantage if you do a simple bias correction. So this also will give it to IMD, possibly will be operational. Now there were a lot of discussion on AIML. So what we did is that whatever is the current AIML forecast, okay, AIML model available, GraphCast and forecast very widely available. And we just plotted for our Kerala rainfall, okay, and you can see the model. This AIML is definitely showing some signal, but you see these hot spots where actually there were very intense rainfall. Those are missing, okay. So AIML, my message from this slide is AIML is not a magic, okay. AIML is not a magic that will solve all our problems. It is a tool we have to utilize it judiciously. Next slide. Yeah, now recently there was a paper. I saw Dr. Rajivan sir is sitting behind, and there is a by Sai Kranti, and in this paper, I think possibly for the first time, they have analyzed the sub-daily rainfall. This is an enormously important paper. I will request all the students to read this paper, and what they have written is that frequency of long duration HRs are reduced, whereas short duration heavy rainfall events are increasing. Okay, and here you see this because because I am in Berhampur, so I collected this slide from Dr. Umashankar. Okay, this is the rainfall event in 23 in Bhubaneswar. Till noon, okay, people there in the street doesn't have any idea in the next 3 hours it is going to be 20 centimeter rain. Okay, it got completely flooded. Now this type of rain events is frequently happening, across India, and this paper is one of the testament, a very comprehensive analysis of this sub-daily rainfall. Go to the next. Yeah, and I heard Dr. Vivekanandan was mentioning that there was no discussion much between the modelers and the observation people. So we have written this book. This was kindly inaugurated, launched last week in IRAD by Secretary DGM and all the dignitaries. And in this book, actually, we have documented this point that no, they are talking. Actually, observation people and modelers are talking. The information from observations is definitely going to the model and improving it, and from a model also going vice versa. But you see here, there is a chapter by Professor Shige-san from Japan and Mr. Mahmood. You can see here that they are saying that majority of rainfalls are happening from 10 to 100 kilometers. Okay, this is the dimension of a mesoscale convective complex. Okay, and currently this is the bottleneck of all the global model, including mesoscale model. We are telling the mesoscale model, but we don't have any parameterization that represents this mesoscale circulation. What we are doing is we are using the same drill free or cane freeze or whatever it is. Okay, in this. So this is the challenge. There are many papers recently published by Bjorn Stephen and many others. They are also echoing the same thing. We are not able to parameterize the mesoscale circulation in the model. This is a big knowledge gap. Okay, go to the next. Okay, one possible way is that if you resolve the topography well, that's what we are trying with this 6-kilometer model. It will possibly come by end of this month. It is now under minor technical revision in GMD, and the good thing will be this model will be free. Anybody can access that model. The link will be to the paper website, so anybody can download and you can use this model. And can you go to the next? Yeah, and you see here there's demonstrations of this TCO. You see there was a very heavy rain over Western MP. Okay, on 22nd August 22, and you see by the time J5 GFS model is struggling to get that, whereas TCO is still producing this heavy rain. So it is because we are using some scale aware parameterization, but not any mesoscale circulation, and of course the resolution is improving the topography. What I think Dr. Prasad also was saying in the morning. Go to the next. Yeah. Now I have just, I think, the last slide. So, sir, the point is why AI/ML I have shown they alone cannot do. Dynamical model also alone, you are finding it is getting challenging. So what we are thinking now, like many others, that you use a cloud resolving model to generate the tendencies, which otherwise the convective parameterization does wrongly. Okay, you do it, and you generate many tendencies. Okay, across the whole globe, and you build a deep layer model. You made trained tendencies for all the GCM grid, and then switch off your convective parameterization and use a general circulation model to produce what is nowadays people are calling it dynamical and AI combined model. So we are also planning we are also working towards that to produce a GFS with this type of concept. Can you go to the next? Yeah, so this is my last slide, sir. So my suggestion is there is an urgent need to develop a cloud convection parameters that represent MCCs. It is not there currently. The MCCs are responsible to cause short duration HREs, as evident by recent studies of Cyclone and al. Need to increase the current model resolution, there is no doubt about it, which resolve the topography and also will help resolving the mesoscale convection. Along with that, application of AI for physical parameterization. And lastly, to validate this model, we need a high spatiotemporal quality rainfall data for a long period. That will help us in downscaling to the location specific forecast. I stop here and I thank you once again for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Mukhopadhyay, for bringing out the latest and the
If any
challenges
questions are
which-
shortly.
Hello? Am I
If
audible?
there is any, yes, sir.
Yeah,
If there is any question, I can.
Yeah, okay. So he's inviting you to, yeah, please. Somebody could give, or you can come forward.
Partha sir, this is Madhulata.
Yeah.
Thanks
please,
for
go
your
ahead.
nice talk.
Thank you.
In one of your slide, you showed that bias corrected IMDGFS rainfall, right, for whole
Yeah,
Indian
yeah.
region.
Yes.
Is there any skills course you can show? Means how much it is improving compared to?
I don't have right now with me because it was a 10-minute presentation, but I can send you.
But you
We have
can
done
say,
that.
I mean to say how much
Yeah,
percent?
so skill is much better than the default one, much better. But I can, this is a qualitative, I can send you the quantitative. That-
One small more.
Yeah.
How many years data you used?
So we have used this, we have this hindcast, right, 20 years, but for this I think we have used 4 or 5 years, not the full hindcast. Okay? Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Partha,
Sir,
how are you? Good to see you.
I'm sorry I could not make it. Yeah.
So one important thing, when you get in TCO 5 days ahead, rainfall over Western MP for that very important extreme event, why don't you consider building a nest using that, forcing that global model into a fine scale 3 kilometer or 1 kilometer model running there, so that you can get the much more spatial characteristics of the extreme rainfall happening within the urban environment. So ultimate idea is now within the urban area variability need to be captured. Once you get that signal in global model, so now we have to train the nested models. Now we have so many, particularly Professor Monti's group is already running a nested model of 1 kilometer. So that kind of linkage may be needed now.
Yes, sir. Yes, I agree.
Okay, once again, thank you, Partha, for your talk, and I'm sure your work will encourage many young researchers to take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And we have a last but one presentation by Dr. Patnaik on NWP work being done.
Dr. D.R. Patnaik joined India Meteorological Department in June 1998 as Meteorologist Grade 2. He had worked as research scholar in Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology. At present, Dr. Patnaik is working as Scientist F and Head Numerical Weather Prediction Division. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, so I will be talking about the evolution of NWP research in IMD as documented in the journal Mausam. Since we are celebrating 150 years of IMD, 75 years of Mausam, so the 75 years Mausam and more or less 75 years of endolopy, it is more or less coinciding. So I will have a review is how we started the Mausam journals and how we progress the endolopy also, and as documented in research journal Mausam. Because it is very good that 1950 also people realized while in IMD that there is a need of a journal, research journal, because this is also important that when we want to have our operational system or operational, there is good amount of research is also needed. Without research thing, we can't be a good operational system. So that realization came in 1950. That's why this Mausam journal was set up. So I will just have a review. Yes, 1950. Now we start in 1975. It became the 1979. It became the name Mausam, and that is then yes with difficulty. Yes, as I said, our founder endolip members, that is P.K. Das, who was the DG also, but that time they thought that importance of endolopy, and they started with all difficulty in computer system they were not getting, but they started this endolopy, and first paper was published in 1958, and also the first group of endolopy was formed in 1969. So that time the bed depression, so they applied this endolopy method, and that was first paper. Then but P.K. Das in the 1964, he published a paper that is means how the Tibetan plateau, the Lee, that means baroclicity model. So that paper got the third Mausam award. So that means endolopy research means started in fact 1958, and also means the same group based on the linear baroclinic model, which includes the coral spores and its variation with latitude beta. So they took this thing for a circular mountain, Tibetan plateau, and the free stream volatility, and they discussed this baroclinic, and this paper was awarded the third Mausam award. So this is also how the then again in the early and mid 70s, actually that time also, because the endolopy and the NHSC, that is the Northern Hemisphere Analysis Center, both were there here, and NHEC also there. So that realization was there, the objective analysis. During this period, they thought that there is a need to have objective analysis, so that all the whatever chart analysis we are getting with different level. So that period actually concerned a lot of scientists work in endolopy, IMD here, and basically the focus was on the objective analysis. And then another paper, 7th Mausam award, that is the successive correction method they utilize, and the multi-level means all the levels, how the 5 different levels at a time you can get the analysis. So consistency, vertical consistency, it was checked, and this paper got the 7th Mausam award. This means all the 5 levels, 850, 700, 500, 300 and 200. Then again during that period there are some conference was also there, special issue also with there, one 25th to 27th July, one special issue was there in the Mausam on the endolopy, and means you can see many papers, monsoon depression, cyclone, and then in between 1977 very important paper came about the storm surge by the probable maximum storm surge, that is the by Ghosh. So that paper also got 5th Mausam award. So a lot of contribution from endolopy paper. So during that other people are also working on very many models, like Junali symmetry model, quasi geostrophy model, and then you can see the Ghosh paper was one Mausam award. So this is the paper that how the maximum storm surge associated with this thing, the pressure difference and the intensity of the system. So these were different places. I mean, they were able to calculate what is the probable maximum storage along the east coast. So this paper got the 7th Mausam award. Then again there are the monsoon experiment was there, and then fast Garth global experiment, many data were available. So this was done by the Professor Mahanti sir and group. They also, this is the 12th Mausam award. And this analysis that was probably basically on the energetics of the onset and maintenance of summer monsoon. So this endolopy paper got the 12th. Then consecutively, then again next is the energetics. This is the Rajamani group. This how the conversion of monsoon trough, intensification of the synoptic system, conversion of energy. So that part was discussed in this energetic paper. That also got 13th and 14th award. So 13th Mausam award was the energetics paper, and the 14th Mausam award was by the Salvekar and S.K. Mishra. the dynamic effect of the Ekman boundary layer friction on the baroclinic growth of the monsoon depression. So they explain how this vertical variation in the vertical shear and role of the Ekman formation. So for the depression of growth of the monsoon depression. So this is two consecutive paper on Mausam award. Then these early periods, as I already discussed, so actually Tagisa was there in 2008. So when we documented this in a booklet form, actually 50 years of NWA we were celebrating. So with all the earlier work, whatever this thing, we documented in this volume, and that is also available. Then next, after that, the transition period was 1991 to 2010. Lot of activity took place with slightly improved model, and model configurations were slightly improved, and then your cyber, that this the QLM quasi-Lagrangian model for cyclone forecast, these are introduced, and again we also got a HPC. Beside that, HPC available in NCMW in 1988. Also, this was the another HPC we got it specifically for IMD in 2009. With this thing in 2009-10, so we will able to do some forecast, means that is some advanced paper. So that means before we go for our recent time, there is another paper that Mathur by this thing, that is also very interesting paper. Actually, that also got Mausam award. How this transfer of moisture and heat from the low level into the higher troposphere in cumulonimbus cloud take place in several minutes. So that means that he was talking about the parameter and the time step required. So this is a paper by Mathur that also got Mausam award. Then another paper also by T.N. Krishnamurthy group, basically on the monsoon forecast, and also the another 23rd award also on by the West African dipole and rainfall and is foreseeing global and regional climate model. So some of the global models also that got paper published in the Mausam. Then yes, with after that 2009 and 10 when we introduced, we also had to go to all suite of models were operationally running on IMD. So with that also there are many papers were published, and as you said, yes, the global model were introduced here 2010 with lower resolution. Then 2016 the GFS was upgraded from 38 km to 12 km, and then we also got ensemble prediction system, and then GFS, that what currently running. So that is growth of NWP also with the growth of HPC. So that means and nowadays means all the models are available because of the availability of computer. Then 2018 actually SWRF couple model also we introduced, particularly this for the cyclone intensity forecast with the collaboration with INCOES. And then 2019 also resolution of the global model is a regional model increased from 9 to 3 kilometers. And then 2017 is a collaborative effort of all the ministry institution, IITM and INCOES, NCMW, we introduced extended range couple modeling system, and then multi-model ensemble based on the global model. 7 models were available, now it is available, and recently we introduced this MME for the particularly short and medium range. So these are the development that took place for the operational requirement of the IMD. And again, when, as I said, research and operational requirement as well as the other thing also, research also should continue. So that in 2019 when we are celebrating the 70 year of Mausam, we also brought out 4 special issues to document all the development in research and development that taking place throughout India and also from the bar. So all the 4 volumes, special volume that we brought out, Dr. K.J. Ramesh sir was the DGM. That time we also introduced all the journals, Mausam journals would come online, and that was also, that from that it was available. And these special volume, 4 volume, many important paper also on NWP were published by our experts, and this you can see, I don't want to highlight, but one or two papers, I will just go through it here. Here there is a cyclone, this is by Gopal Krishnan from NOAA. They show how the rapid intensification with the axisymmetry, vertex axisymmetry structure of the cyclone. So they explain how the HWRF can predict this rapid intensification, particularly the 5-lane cyclone. So this is a special issue 2019 published by Gopal Krishnan of NOAA. Then also since 2017, we implemented a couple modeling system for extended forecast that was also operationally running since then. And this is also another multi-institutional paper where all the IITM paper, then IIT Gandhinagar. So this also got the 30th Mausam award with the extended range. This was a evolution research paper from how we started in 2008 and till 2017 when we introduced this thing. So this was another paper documented in Mausam in that. Then another, to highlight all the development what is taking place, that's why time to time I am also bringing special issue. So this is many abnormal situation came with respect to cyclone also. Dr. Parka Murthapadhyay, that we are discussing why not bring out a special issue. So, but then we talked to DG, then I was not there in Mausam unit, but we brought out a special issue of cyclone to document all these things, recent development, rapid intensification, rapid weakening, all these things. So these are the special issue of Mausam that were published in 2021. And last year also, we conducted the International Monsoon IWM 7 workshop in India, in Delhi, and for that proceeding also we took a special issue was brought out. So in this, all the latest whatever IMD development, NWP, not only IMD, NCMRW, IITM, and even the global. So all many important papers are documented in this thing, just to see what is our latest standard. So and I can see some of the thing. Okay, so that is documented. I am not going through it, but it is multimodal ensemble paper, then extended paper, NCMRW also development. So all these things are documented in these two. Then last, toward the last, toward one or two slides I want to show. When we consider this development of NWP, actually we started in 1958, and also many centers also more or less they started around the same time. If we to say GMA, etc. But there is a beginning of more than 100 years with respect to NWP. But NCEP, GMA also, initially they started with a very small power of computer. But if we take the benchmark as a ECMW, that ECMW, how they have developed, what was their focus area, and what is now their current priority, and where we stand now. So for that thing, I just prepared two slides here toward the end. So if you see here, establishment of ECMW, that was in 1975. So when ECMW was established, the first operational medium range forecast for 10 days. There also resolution was 210 kilometers. That was not a very high resolution, but gradually they emphasized on the answer prediction system, the satellite data assimilation, improve vertical resolution, they slowly improve, then launch of EPS, answer prediction system, then extension of forecast range to 10 days. So when we say their forecast skill also, where forecast skill actually about 8 years take to improve the forecast skill by one day. So that means 40 years before where they were 5 days skill, now it is 10 days skill. Means like that, it is 8 years it takes about just to increase a forecast day scale by 1 day. So then they took 2000 priority, their priority R system modeling, then high resolution they increase now very high resolution model also there. Then they make the Copernicus, that climate, all the data available, high performance computing system. Then this is the now HRES, high resolution, and EPS, both are available for the all global community. So how they achieve, what was their focus? If you see the key scientific, what was their key scientific contribution? So that means what is their key scientific contribution? If you see pioneering data assimilation technique, they emphasize that data assimilation in the prime area. If it is focused, then medium range forecasting can be improved. So that is the one thing, continuous innovation in 4D VAR and ensemble based data assimilation. These are the two things they introduced. Second, the reanalysis project. At the same time, because reanalysis project also, the era interim, what we are calling now, era 5, all the data, so that was also an innovation. Then probabilistic forecasting. They understood the uncertainty in forecasting, so they emphasized the probability of forecasting and the leadership in operational ensemble. So these are the key scientific contribution from the ECMW. Then now, key driver in accuracy. For the accuracy in forecast improvement, what contributed? Means how they have improved, means time to time from 7-8 years, means for 40 years they took to just improve the forecast for skill by 5 days. So model resolution, higher spatial and vertical resolution enable better representation of small size. That is they continuously they are going for the increasing of the resolution. Observational data, integration of satellite data, because 90% of data are satellite. So how the satellite data integration in the radar and in situ observation, that is their priority. Advanced data assimilation, as I mentioned, innovation in 4D wire, that was their thing. Computing power, state of the art supercomputing system facilitate complex simulation. So computing also gradually increase. Then scientific collaboration, they also emphasize the collaboration, essential to collaborate with National Material Services and research institutions. Future outlook, so now what their essential aim to push forecast skill further, because they want to improve further, potentially extending accurate medium range forecast to 15 days. That means now the medium and extended gap they want to reduce it. So that means what skill now we are getting now, that means next 15 days skill that should be available in at least, let us say, in 10 years or 15 years. We are with continuous investment in art system modeling and AI technology. So this is the area. So future direction, yes, our colleagues from Dr. Rao, they are also mentioning, yeah, from IITM, extractive computing, yes, computing power, they're preparing for the petaflop, 1000 petaflop, that is exaflop computing power, subgrid scale, because I will go for 1 kilometer, 2 kilometer. Then AI and ML integration, this is a very important thing because they have already started. So future HPC system will integrate AI accelerator and GPU based. So that means that was also why the point from the IITM. So GPU based, this is there also. Then green computing, emphasis energy, because when you are going for higher and higher computing, lot of energy required. So that means green computing. So emphasis on energy efficiency and sustainability as computational demand continue to rise. So these are the focus area with future direction they are also country. And this is my last slide. As I to summarize all these things development, because first of all research and development is a part of the total improvement of the forecasting service or anything. So research and development is there, then that will lead to your operational activity, because whenever you are operational activity, and that will lead to the service of the application, service of whatever. So research to operation, operation to service is an integrated system with contribution from the technology and innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Patnaik, and painting a very bright future for all of us. And I am sure it also will involve a lot of work from all of us to imbibe this for India. And thank you. And if there are any questions before we move to the last presentation. Yeah.
Patnaik sir, you showed this HWARF and all, right? Most of the time verification will be done for the track and intensity only. But using the weather radar data, when it is covering in the ocean, that wind, that verification, any studies to verify that wind, because vertical wind?
No, but so far no, because we have a package now where all the diagnostic variables are also available. But so far we have not done any verification except the track and intensity. But yes, now more people are there. You are also there. Many people are there. So I think they should take the fields, and I think they should do the verification of other parameters also.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much to all of the prominent speakers. Okay. Oh, sorry. Really sorry, sir.
No, not at all. Not at all. It's my own making. Thank you so much to attend the 2 sessions of very high-powered presentations and painting a very bright future for all of us. No doubt the aviation services which I am going to talk have benefited from all these developments, both observations, research and its application in forecasting, but still a lot more need to be done. Now we are talking of 150 years of IMD. After that, which started because of the cyclone prediction and the monsoon prediction, the third most important service which IMD does is of the aviation forecasting. So this is also 100 years plus old. The first forecast was issued in somewhere 1921 from Simla for the operations in Wazirabad, Waziristan. So but prior to our independence, most of the aviation forecasting was in support of the military aviation, and our Royal Air Force and the US Air Force during Second World War extensively used Indian airfields, particularly in the northeast India, for the operations, and even they brought their weather radars. The second squadron of weather radars operational network was set up in northeast India. First one was in Panama. So the application of the weather radars in India started much earlier than being used by the civil aviation and the IMD. So this shows that yes, and also during that period, a lot many IMD of scientists were deputed to the Royal Air Force, and their services were acknowledged and appreciated by the UK government. So this shows that yes, we started, but the real growth of aviation started after the independence. So, and this is what I am going to. So the topic which was given to me was aviation weather forecast and the research, but I consider that these are more of academic if it is not linked to the services part of it. And aviation forecasting is very much focused and directed towards the users, the aviation community, and the services form a very important part. So I have included the services, which is essentially involved. Next slide, please. Okay. So I'll try to cover this and mainly I'll focus towards the end about the gaps which exist. So if we look at advances in the aviation meteorology, it is directly linked with the advances in the aviation, and in fact these advances have also helped the meteorology in general. Many of these things come from the aviation meteorology used in the operational general forecasting also. It is one of the oldest services of IMD, and these advancements were driven not purely in-house but because of the push of the technology and overall science developments which were taking place in the field of meteorology. So we started very early days in 1911 mail service from Allahabad to Naini, and that triggered a need for the upper air observations, and also the operations in the northwest frontier provinces started our requirement to provide the forecast. So as I told you, first forecast was given in 1921. So we have completed 100 years of aviation forecasting, and it was only during the Second World War, it was extensively the military aviation all over the world, and we also participated in these activities through Royal Air Force and the US Air Force. But post-war there was a rapid expansion of civil aviation, and in 50s onwards when India became independent, the jet flights started, intercontinental flights, and post liberalization in 1990 there was a very rapid expansion and number of airfields increased from say just 2 in 1925 to 22 when India became independent, to now we have got 140 airfields to support. So this is real challenging to service provider, and in next 22 years Indian aviation sector is this fastest growing in the world, and in next 20 years we are supposed to mark 220% increase, and good about 360 million people will be flying. So this is a big number, and airports may increase to 200 plus by that time. So the aviation weather service everybody has been talking about. Yes, the forecasting is supported by research, which in turn is also supported by supercomputing, weather radars, technology part of it. But the core of aviation service continues to be observations, which supports all these three activities. The real actual weather, current weather information to the aircrafts, also for the forecasting as initial conditions, and also for the research for doing various modeling and other activities. So the observations becomes a hallmark, and Also, the aviation provided us insights about the various weather phenomena, which normally in aviation we call as aviation hazards. So all these things were not known to meteorologists earlier to the aviation. So all these things started because the aviators started encountering them. So right from the various phenomena associated with thunderstorm, the gust front, the microburst. So all these were because of the accidents and incidents which took place. Then low level wind shear, another on approach, it used to create problem. The visibility low clouds were manually observed, but they also hampered, and their importance was realized. Icing, inversion, mountain waves, jet stream. When the Second World War, the bombers started flying to Japan for bombing, they encountered strong winds. So that was also, and that after the turbulence and cat. So these all phenomena which now the researchers and scientists are incorporating were initiated and observed and given inputs part of it. Now the difference we talked about various in presentations, the forecasting requirements, forecast being done, global model, mesoscale models, but the precision which the aviation require is not yet being achieved. Let me be very honest. So we do require a micro to mesoscale weather forecasts and observations at the airport. Two end of the runways may have a different type of weather phenomena. So until unless we have that scale of observations as well as the forecast, we are not providing a very good service. So that is very important. The type of aircraft which required is not a general forecast. You issue a forecast and then say this is the helicopters, the light aircraft, the jet aircraft. All these require different type of, like for a light aircraft, a crosswinds of say 10 knots may be very, but for a heavy aircraft it doesn't matter. So all these things we have to cater for it when we are providing service. So this is very important. And of course from nowcast to the at least 48 hours of very precise forecast, because if they have to go to destination, the TFR should have this. And all these coupled with the multi-hazard. We are talking about this, yes, single hazard itself is quite tricky and difficult to handle, but multi-hazards on approach especially can create a very accident prone situation. So we have the microbus which are very dominant in causing incidents and accidents, to the cyclone which prior to the satellite era used to be a challenge to provide their you see very accurate positions, but now we are in better positions. But as far as the mesoscale phenomena is concerned, we continue to face. So what we require really is current weather information, real time, continuously updated to the aircraft, and with high density. It has to be really fast. You cannot see. I remember when I joined Air Force, there used to be hourly observations taken. Observer used to go to the observatory, take observation, write the METAR by hand, send it by manually to the HC tower, and that used to be the normal process. Then it became half-hourly observations. So it was okay when there used to be 1 or 2 flights at the airfield, but now hundreds of flights, they require as a continuous update we have to have. And I am happy that over a period of time there has been a paradigm shift from manual observations to the real-time current weather observation digital part, which get integrated into aviation display systems in real time. Now I'll give you an example of Hong Kong airport. This is a figure taken some 10 years back. So they were as advanced as which we are trying to do now in India. They have all set of state-of-art instrumentations like two-terminal Doppler weather radar, wind profilers, automatic weather stations, buoys around the island, then ceilometer, RVR. So all this is integral part of it, which provides both for the current weather instruments, providing the current weather information, and also inputs to the various forecasting models. right? So this is there, and then the MOS integrates all this data, does analysis, and also provides this information in real time to the various users. So this is what is expected, and this is what the trend which with increasing aviation activity in India is going to be there. I am happy that IMD has started implementing this. In Delhi we are able to put this in place, though we don't have as of now the wind profiler and the TWR and radiometers at the airport, but under mission Mausam, I think these equipments will be provided there. Okay, so this is what at Delhi airports we have got a set of RVRs, ceilometers, AWS, so there we are fairly well placed as far as Delhi is concerned, but other airports also we require. Well, jet flights, of course, are so from local to we need to have a global part to provide our accurate TAF part of it. Okay, so this we have done it. Now see, of these various hazards, the three hazards continues to be challenging part. One is the microburst, or one which are associated with thunderstorms. Radars are great help, but they have to be not a general purpose radar, they have to be directed to the airport. Terminal Doppler weather radars have to be there, because on approach most of these microbursts create problem, and without that, yes, it's more of a area forecast type of things which with the existing radars provide. And most of these microburst accidents have been avoided wherever the TWRs were there. Otherwise these used to be very common prior to that. So this, but then for countries without radar coverage at the airports, this continues to remain a challenge. Okay, fog, it used to be a major factor again on approach, because the RVR used and the aircraft were not equipped to land in the poor visibility and low cloud situations. So many accidents, in fact 20% of accidents weather related were because of the poor visibility in ceilometer. Now with the RVRs and the Cat 2, Cat 3 part, we are able to make safe landings part of it, but it continues to cause a delay, disruption, and so if we are able to forecast them correctly, these can be avoided. So I am happy that IMD and MOS have undertaken WIFEX experiment, which was done with the help of IITM, to develop some forecasting techniques for the fog in Indira Gandhi Airport. And now the most challenging thing which remains is unresolved is the CAT part of it, and this is going to become much more severe as expected of climate change, because of shift of jet streams, strengthening of jet streams, and CAT part. And this is just to cite you an instance that within a week 2 CAT accidents and incident took place last year. In one flight of Singapore Airways from Heathrow to Singapore encountered severe turbulence over Aravalli Delta in Myanmar, and it lost some 600 feet of height, and resulting in the death of one senior citizen and 20 people were injured. And similarly from Qatar Airways also the people encountered. So the turbulence remains a part, and as of now we don't have any system to monitor this on board, and without that to forecast has to be based on our forecasting capabilities of winds and associated CAT parameters which are there. So this is a part which the okay, right. So the studies by the Reading Institute showed that last 20 years or so there has been increase in the CAT incidences, and this is going to increase further in the future under climate change. So we have to be ready for it. Now it's a time constraint, so I'll skip part and I'll come to. So there are various challenging developments are taking place in aviation sector, like Zepto and Swiggy supplying at your doorsteps. There is going to be airborne vehicles which will provide such services in the cities. We also going to have unmanned, more powerful vehicles. We have got supersonic aircrafts which will be used, and also the space flight. So all these we have to cater for it. now, sorry. So we do have now a good network of general radar part of it, and which under mission Mausam will be increased to 140 radars, a very big number for the country. Very happy state will be there, but we should start using them and be ready to use them in a right way for the aviation services also. So now you see the challenge lies is, as I told you, that even if a thunderstorm, you know about thunderstorm science part of it, you are able to forecast based on thermodynamics, but unless you know the peculiarities of that place. So the forecasting for the aviation is very much localized and station specific. So we have to develop station based our forecasting skills for in our forecasters, which with inputs from the NWP models and the observations are able to provide good forecast. So this is very important. You cannot sit there in some central place. Okay, you can provide guidance and background information, but these needs to be adapted and improved upon for each locations which has got unique topography could be there, land sea contrast could be there, local peculiarities of the source of pollution, because many airfields have got one end of the runway poor visibility, another end of the runway can be good visibility. So all these factors are very important. So all these things have started. So and we have all these developments taking place which have been covered very very nicely, and we do expect that these will appear. But okay, so we have done use. It's not that data assimilations is not being done of radar. Rapid update cycles are there. Then we have got nowcast systems available, but their efficacy and validation somehow. It's okay to write a paper or do something, but its real use, whether the airport system done, needs to be and feedback to be provided to the forecasters. We have a series again. Let me acknowledge, since we are here 75 years Mausam. From 1950 when Mausam started, in first 30-40 years, the papers written by the meteorologists at the airport were the primary source for the forecasters to know about the aviation meteorology. There were a series of papers right from Bhalota in 1954 to 1960s, Rao, Raman, Raghavan, then Joseph Saab's on the storm. Then thereafter on the satellite use of data by Suresh, by Dr. Pradhan, followed by many others. So I'm saying, and these papers were published in Mausam. So Mausam was a platform, like in the case of NWP, as a knowledge provider to the people and bringing out. So we are really thankful to the Mausam part of it. So these are the radar studies, which radar spectrum giving about the turbulence part of it and low level wind shear. And another important thing which is the airports aircrafts are providing is the MDAR data, which Dr. Prasad is not here, but the NCMR-WF has shown that yes, it is after the satellite data, MDAR data and the air reps are the most powerful source of information part of it. So we do have this, as I mentioned you, we do have station specific some forecasting experiments, and models are being developed. The WIFEX did a 5 years project, and similarly the NCMR-WF has running a 300 meters model for the Delhi region. So this is great part. MDAR I have told you about already. So yeah, okay. So now coming to the end part of it, climate change, everybody has talked about it, and that is going to impact the aviation in a big way, because it's a very high cost investment in the airfields which take place, and if that's found unsuitable because of climate change, it is going to be a big problem. Okay, so I come to the last slide because of, okay, we should have a long-term vision 2047. DG talked about it in the morning, so the aviation services should form part of it. there should be a national R&D center. You cannot do ad hoc research and then provide a quality service in aviation meteorology. Promote station-specific studies. Okay, integrate airport meso network with the urban meso network. We are talking about urban meso network like in Mumbai, 4 radars have been put, but whether the airport is using it or not, I am not sure. Use AI/ML, where is a buzzword, so it's good. We also talk about it, how best it can be used here, and fine. So with this, I wish. Okay, so all these are the now another thing which is I'll just say one thing: the space weather, which somehow is not being talked about or not being discussed when the IMD or even at the national level, is the need for having space weather directly impacting the aviation, also impacting the tropospheric systems, and we need to really think of introducing this in the both our training part, also in the operational part, how we can do it. So I am very happy that we have made a progress, good progress. At least 100 odd airports have been now provided with the CWIS. We are in the processes of procuring wind profilers and radars and all that. So all this should be optimally utilized for the services part of it, not as a fancy equipment at the airports. And also promote the station-specific studies to use this data and develop improved techniques. Thank you so much. And I know we are overshooting it, but this is what happens in jam-packed session. 10 minutes to do justice with such eminent speakers and important topics is not fair. But then yes, all of them done a wonderful job. Thank you each one of you, and let's do the valedictory concluding part of the session by presenting memento. Please be ready. Memento, then I speakers for.
We have one first panel discussion, then we will give
Okay. So the management says panel discussion is required before giving the part. So be ready. Where do we sit?
I'm just arranging with
Okay. Right. Yeah. Come. Yeah, please. Now they have given time to arrange that sitting arrangement, so house is open to not only to all other speakers also.
So I'm glad you talked about aviation meteorology.
Yeah.
And this is based on my observation. Maybe my knowledge base is limited, but compared to IMD's aggressive movement with going ahead with radars, we are not catching up as fast with supporting the big airports with the equivalent of terminal Doppler weather radar. And I want to explain one of my own experiences that happened a few years ago in Bangalore. As we were landing, we were actually experiencing downdraft, and then they had to abort landing and then take off again, and then wait till that cell moved over. This is a big airport like Bangalore, doesn't have a dedicated terminal Doppler weather radar. So I think that when I immediately at that time the secretary was Mr. Rajiv, and I called him and I complained about this, and he said, "Oh, we have coverage, we will get coverage," but it's not coverage because like you mentioned, the terminal Doppler weather radar operations scans are completely different from the standard weather service. So I like to strongly recommend to emphasize, because the aviation industry is expanding like there is no tomorrow here. And so at least big airports should have dedicated terminal Doppler weather radars.
I totally agree, and see, the aviation is spreading so fast and density is increasing. Now in Mumbai there are 3 airports, the new Navi Mumbai and Juhu. In Delhi we are in NCR about 3 airports. IGI, the Jewar airport is coming up, and there is a Hindon airport. And there are no days, see, many cities will have 2 or 3 airports. See, but then, let me also tell you, I am aviation forecast from 1970 onwards. We had just no facilities in aviation. Many airfields had just windsock to make landing. The pilot used to see which direction the windsock is there, they used to make landing. So from that stage, then we went into observatories, then the automatic weather stations, then the AMOS. So we have made a very good progress, and mostly we are reaching state of art observing systems at airports, and hopefully integrating this with the improved forecasting. What we require is station specific models and high resolution part, which is, I am sure, whether centralized people will be able to provide, or we require a station. So there have been significant improvements. So that part. So please, we may invite now panelists.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
For hill states, what is the new or additional instrumentation support is required for aviation? Hill states and tabletop airports, there are many coming.
Yeah, yeah. So
out of the new ones, they are the dominating number.
Yeah. So the one is, I'm not sure. Already 10 radars have been put in the Western Himalayas, and 10 more are going to be put. Whether they have catered the needs of those airports. So I'm saying, so this is our problem, that location of those, whether they create. Second is helipads. All of them should have a helicopter observing system real time. Some of the heliports, I think, have been put, so they have to have, because pilots should know before landing that what is the current situation. That all heliports we cannot have a manned observations. So this is another part, but it's a very important part, because there the weather cycle is much more different than the cycle weather in the plane. So yes, I'm sure IMD should take a note of this.
Thank you so much, sir. We will now move forward to the next segment of our program, the panel discussion session. The theme of the session is Panel Discussions and Recommendations Towards Improvement of Journal Mausam. For this session, I would like to invite Dr. M. Rajivan, Ex-Secretary MOES, as chairperson of the session. I would also invite Dr. D.S. Pai, who will be steering the session as a moderator. I would also like to invite the panel members on dais, Dr. R.R. Kelkar, Dr. L.S. Rathod, Dr. Ajit Tyagi, Dr. K.J. Ramesh, Dr. Surya Chandra A. Rao.
Yeah. So we will start this panel discussion on improvement of journal Mausam. So what I will do is that, first of all, we will take an opening remarks from all of you in the beginning, and then we will have start question, and then we can also give a chance to the others from the other side to have a question. So I will start from Dr. Rajivan, your initial remarks about.
Thank you, Dr. Pai. See, morning I could not come because I was having some other meetings. So I also had, like Dr. Kelkar said, I also had a lot of affection for Mausam. Many people must have published the first paper in Mausam. I also did my first paper. I still remember my first paper, which was submitted to Mausam, was rejected. It was. My research was supported by Professor Pisharidi. I still remember when I was at Ahmedabad and the sub-daily rainfall variations of Gujarat state. He said you should send it to Mausam. It was not Mausam, it was IJMA. So, but probably the reviewers said that this paper is not good. So I remember Pisharidi saying that this is a good signal for you, good symptom for you, that you will publish, you will end up in publishing many papers in future. So first paper not getting published, it's good. So Mausam, I have a lot of affection. So many papers I written. And as you know that for IMD people, the first many years back, you cannot publish anywhere else. So I was also forced to publish in Mausam. And I also got a Mausam award, 20th award. I remember Dr. Kilgar Sabali gave me the award. He was the DG. And I remember PK Das was jury chairman. I'm very happy to receive that award in many years back. So I also have a lot of affection. So I'll tell you very bluntly, Mausam was part of IMD's research just to support mainly for IMD's researchers. For example, in Ahmedabad when I was there was no facility. You don't have a typewriter, you don't have a computer. But many people used to publish papers and they could not send it outside, and they encouraged to publish in Mausam. Even the quality was not up to so-called international standard. But they encouraged IMD people to do research, and this Mausam was a very best opportunity for them to publish it. Okay, so for many people that was a best opportunity to publish their research, even though they may not be of high quality. If IMD decides that should be the real motto of the Mausam journal, then they should not worry much. They should really encourage IMD. Now IMD people have much more better facilities than anybody else now. So, compared to 20 years back, now they have best computers, they have a lot of data coming in, beautiful view graph, many other facilities are now available, so they can do a wonderful work. But if they want to encourage people working especially in the med centers or small offices in IMD, they want to encourage people to publish in Mausam, then they should engage. Then they cannot compromise for quality. And then they should not say that Mausam should be equivalent to Monthly Weather Review, they should be equivalent to Quarterly Journal. You should not decide. You decide whether what way you want Mausam to be. If Mausam is to be just to support IMDs or people who are in universities to support research, please let it be there. But then you cannot enforce the quality which Monthly Weather Review or Quarterly Journal research is really doing it. So that's what my point. But if you really want that quality of Monthly Weather Review, then you should be very tough for quality of research papers when you publish. That's all I want to say. And you should be a highly professional way of handling it. At present we have, if you really see the Mausam, there are 25, what do you call, advisors, what they call, or
Yes.
panelists or subject experts or something. I was put in as a member, but I never received any letters of further saying that you please help us. So
Reviewers.
it's just a name saying you put the big names in the. This is not the way of doing a journal. You should be more professional. You should really appoint a very good editor who knows the subject, and also sub-editors to handle the papers. It should be highly professional, and everything should be online. It should be online. People should be able to submit paper online. Should be reviewed online. Then you go in a professional way. If you really want this journal to be supported by IMD research or some small university research, this is fine.
Yes, sir. I totally agree with you that already is online, but we may need more those who are also passionate to even review also. Should be people. Okay, now we will move to Dr. Ramesh.
Thank you, Pai. Good afternoon to all distinguished panel members and other participants. So here it is a two-side journal. Two things are to be addressed in a journal like Mausam in my view. One is the new knowledge advancement through a cutting-edge research, whether it is a modeling or a new instrumentation, new insight bringing into it. Third one is bringing out clearly a new understanding for utilization in services. So these two things have to be separately demarcated in a separate sections of Mausam. And the third one would be to for case studies, which many of the articles are covering it, but they should be more focusing on the attribution and verification of like Wayanad or Himachal or Sikkim, any extreme event happening, and how our data captured, if our data beyond that, if we have state government network, how that event is captured, and how our high resolution rapid refresh has performed, and what was the lead time of its incidence, and possible improvements which are needed on operational basis. Some sort of lesson learning guidance also should come from the last segment of that Mausam journal. So the new understanding is more important for the serving people of IMD. It should cover all disciplines, like half of our service personnel are in aviation. Aviation focus should be more, because new experiences, new incidents are reported by the pilots, and they are staying back with ATC and the airport staff, that they are not getting specific peculiar conditions which are encountered by pilots either landing or takeoff or en route the flight. So those things, peculiarities have to be in a methodical manner, should be reported, mechanism should be there to be reported, and filter them and synthesize them to get reported in Mausam for larger understanding and knowledge advancement. Thank you.
Mama had shown a number of slides with statistics. I don't want to repeat them again, but the problem really is that I think we are in a confused state. No one knows what Mausam should be. In fact, there is no paper from Mausam for our consideration that this is what Mausam wants. So we have to imagine what Mausam wants. And I think we are in the wrong place, because we are not writing papers these days. We are not even reviewing. We are just kind of sitting on an advisory committee which never meets. So something needs to be done from your side, that what is it that you are looking for? What are your problems? Whether you have any problems or you are happy. If you are happy, tell us. Then nothing is. If you are not happy, tell us. But as long as nothing comes from IMD, whether it wants it or it doesn't want it. Actually, I would like Mausam to be monthly. 3 months now, nobody waits for 3 months for anything. I mean, something happened, the next day it is in the newspapers. You can't wait for 3 months for a paper. And the other thing is, you should not have put all the eggs in one basket. Everything from Wayanad to wildfires, everything you can't put in Mausam, because nobody wants everything. Like a paper on NWP, I don't understand what you're talking about. And if you give it to a common person, he'll say, well, this is something beyond me. Or if you give only statistics, I don't understand. If you have only figures and facts, I don't want to do that kind of. So, who are your clients? That is something that I think you should focus on. And if you really, can't handle the baby as parents, then you have to give it away. Because no publisher, no National Weather Service is publishing journals like you are doing. They give it to the society. There is nobody from the society here, unfortunately. Whether they can handle a journal like that, if they want to do that. Because the American Med Society has its own building, it has its own staff, and they make 11 journals, some of them every month. We can't bring out one Vayumandal. Vayumandal is there, but nobody reads it. I don't know whether it's published or not. So either we be serious about it, or let the things go on as they are, then which nothing will happen. But basically, Mausam publication section with its experience should make a paper that ye karna hai, and then we can help you in doing that. But if you don't want to change anything, and just kind of, and many things I myself done, like I send a paper, it gets lost. Now, how can a paper get lost? I mean, it's online, it's an online submission, and when I go to the online thing, I get a thing that you are logged in. Well, but what next after logged in? What happens? So then I have to rewind, and after 6 months, I am told your paper is already accepted. Now, how does it happen? So things like that, are beyond me. So you should know what your problems are, what people want from you. And as Rajivan said, there are many people in IMD who are far out. I mean, someone stationed in Cherrapunji, he has no way of telling anybody that he's in Cherrapunji, unless he writes a paper on Cherrapunji rainfall. And then somebody from somewhere says, oh, Cherrapunji is no longer the station which gets Mausam, so it is Mausam. So sitting here, we talk of Cherrapunji. The man in Cherrapunji can't write anything about it. So we have to encourage people that we please write something and we'll publish it soon. Then again in promotion, many people say that, well, if your paper is in Mausam, it's not counted. This is ridiculous. That if you're going for an interview, how many papers? Oh, GGR 3, Atmospheric Dynamics 5, Mausam? That's nothing. Now you can't take an attitude to like that yourself. So you must say that Mausam is something that is a standard that we require. So basically it is to come from IMD, not from the advisors. We can help you, and from the people. Okay, thank you.
Sir, in fact, you will see that as a person, my case, most of my good papers were published in Mausam. I mean, just now Dr. Rajivan was telling, we had a 0.25 rainfall thing, and the citation is 1582 in last 10 years we have got. So there are always Mausam paper, if you have a good, writing, people will have, but then also there should be effort from not only from IMD, all other organizations within the country, because Mausam is not only representing IMD, the entire meteorological community. So whether it's a society or other aspect, all may need a support. Now I will take remarks from Dr. Surya.
Yeah. First of all, running a journal for 75 years is not a simple job. We all know that we receive every day new journals from China and some other journals, and they don't even last for 5 years. So for that, we should congratulate IMD for doing such an excellent job. But being said that, we have, under Monsoon Mission, we have encouraged many people to publish in Indian Journal at least one paper when you do the Monsoon Mission project. Unfortunately, only 2-3 people have selected Mausam, but Current Science and other journals they have selected and they publish good number of papers in other journals. So when we asked them why you have not selected Mausam as one of your favorite journal, so the turnaround time is much longer. Sometimes you don't even know what is the happening the paper. So as Kelkar Saab or Rajivan, they are saying that once a paper is submitted, the follow-up should be should be there. That is one thing. And also to increase the visibility of Mausam, there should be some special issues. See, we have published Monsoon Mission results in some other journal. So we should have, see, normally I myself or many of us receive every day that do you want to edit a particular special issue on particular topic. So such mails I never saw in my whole life, whole career, 20 years I am completing now. I never received any such mail from Mausam. So the way to increase the visibility of the journal itself is that you have to have more special issues, focus, and for example, there are so many programs MOS has funded. All those they have brought out very good results. Maybe at least having some of them published as a special issue, then the visibility will increase and impact factor automatically will increase. So that is one way to look at it, and I hope, see, Frontiers, the journals have started very recently, maybe less than 10 years, but their impact factors are much more than Mausam. Why? Because they are open access journals and everything is transparent. So once we aim for that, Mausam also will reach that. I don't think, as you rightly said, we should not restrict only for IMD, it should go beyond IMD and for international audience also.
I think IMD already actually releases many special issues. Yeah, maybe we will have to again find out and do more on this.
You have to invite proposals.
Yeah.
Not only just.
So that's maybe lack of some professionalism. While people are doing with other job, is an additional responsibility. So that is the thing. Anyway, we will come to the last panelist, Tyagi Saab.
Thank you. Well, this is commendable that yes, there is a continuous publication for 75 years. Is not an easy task. It is essentially because it is supported by IMD. I'm sure that no IMS is in no position to take up. So that option for time being is out. So we have to manage it within the IMD, but the IMD has to now give a higher priority. It cannot be a secondary job of the editorial publication division to do along with the other duties which they are engaged with. So that has to be given a high priority by all of us are to blame as a DGM. Probably we didn't give that high priority, but it has improved in the last couple of years, the quality of public printing, the timely bringing it out, but it requires a much better management system. And they are in the process, I am told, to get that everything will be done online. So I request DG to make that hasten and to make that everything. The complaint that paper get lost, it's naturally it speaks very poor of the publication. So we have to have that online system which is now available. It may cost some money, but it's worth doing it. So that is one part. Second part, yes, it is a knowledge source for the IMD, particularly the younger people. As brought out here, the NWP, aviation, many of the topics which the IMD scientists have presented are very useful for the people in the field. So we cannot discount that the quality of papers may not be of MWR issue, but they are fairly okay as far as our current requirements are there. And along with that, as Dr. Pai has mentioned, there are high citation paper also. Now, if we see it is again case 22. If we start having more citation, automatically the impact all these things, people start sending their papers to the Mausam. So, and that is the mount publicity itself, adverse publicity by the senior people that Mausam is no good. That is not a correct way. They should encourage to send their quality of good, not the high quality, but at least fairly good papers to the Mausam also. So it requires support from the senior people. Of course, the good management practices by the publication division or whatever is that. Of course, the editorial people who are there, they are not being fully utilized. And each I say reviewer has got his network of people, and if he gets involved, he can always solicit some 8-10 papers on the topics which he is leading. So all this is a way of how do we like special issues are there, on thematic issues can be there. So these are the issues where, and it's a social media issue. How do we publicize our on Facebook, on many other? I'm sure it is being done, but once it gets into that rat race, I think Mausam will get into. So it is not as bad as is being talked about. It has increased its impact factor to 1. It is from 0 to coming to 1. Initially is a problem issue, but it should be able to pick up now. And but it does require both blessings from the seniors, support from the seniors, and the good management by the IMD. Thank you.
Yeah. So therefore, from this discussion that we are saying that to some extent we have to improve the more professionalism, management has to be improved, and also we have to very more specific, rather than very wide topic, we need to one or few topics we have to select that, and also more specialized, and even that reviewing team has to be those who are more professional and more interested. We have to put more special issues has to be brought out. More technological, has to be implemented so that more faster that we can publish. So, Dr. Rajiv, you want to add something?
So if you ask me opinion about how we are, because Kalka Sabha also asked this question, I should know what Mausam should be.
Yeah.
So if you ask me the same question, I will say that it should be really professionally, it should be better. So make sure that we improve the quality of research paper. At the same time, it should cater the needs of people in IMD working in far different places. For example, in Guwahati, you don't have any other facility, but you should be able to. I tell you, 20 years back, Kalka Sahab knows, when we come for the interview, they ask how many papers you have. If you have 4 papers, your chance of getting promotion is better. If you don't have any papers, the chance is very poor. But what are the options we had at that time in IMD to publish paper? Only Mausam. So we got promotion. Only I should confess that because we published papers in Mausam, we got promotions. So, but still that, of course, at present that kind of attitude is not there, because I am very sure when I was secretary, I never asked question to IMD people how many papers you had, because they used to come along with the ATM people, so I cannot ask that question to IMD people. So, but earlier it was so. So Mausam was a very serious kind of a media where in which you could write papers, you could get encouragement, you could get even promotions. But that option should be there even now for IMD people, especially working in small places. At the same time, it should be professionally, it should be improved. I will tell you, I don't have any issue with Mohammed Lal. I will tell you, DGM should step down as the chief editor of this journal. He should hand over the chief editor post to somebody who can spend much more time on on leading this journey. I'm sorry, I'm not against that. If Ramesh or anybody else, I would have. If anybody else, I would have told the same thing. DGM don't have time to lead this Mausam. Because he is the head of the department, he is chief editor. But he should hand over to somebody who are retired person. There are hundreds of retired people like, for example, Mugandi Saab, Goswami Saab. There are many wonderful people who can lead this initiative. And many people will come forward without even giving money, honorary kind of work they will do. And also make a team of editors who are really professional people like Surya Chandra Rao, Sahai. There are many good people in this country. They can be editors and who can handle the show. And also everything you made it online should be a little more responsible for papers who are publishing it and push it through social media that this is a journal called Mausam. It is very interesting to see that it has gone the so-called the impact factor from 0 to more than 1. I tell you the current science, which is very popular journal, is still struggling to cross 1. Struggling to cross 1. So Mausam has really done a wonderful job. And Mausam has good name outside. Frankly speaking, in earlier days I used to say that only I'll come to you. So many people used to say to me that if you really want to know the authentic view of what things have happened, for example, a heavy rainfall occurred, a tropical cyclone occurred, even outsiders refer to Mausam. So Mausam is a good source of information. Please keep it as it is and improve it and don't throw it out. It's a really good journal and IMD should take the responsibility of doing. Only we can just sit outside and tell all these things, encourage you and push the small things like we can do it. But it is pure responsibility of IMD. Please hand over the responsibility to a good scientist.
Thank you, sir. So actually, what we'll do is that because of shortage of time, we will take some few questions from our audience. Actually, yeah, one minute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, good.
So,
Yeah.
Voice is really down.
There are online people also.
There are online people.
You can introduce yourself.
my name is Chandrasekhar. A lot of people know me as Chandra. A lot of people know me as a radar technician, but they don't know my.
Radar.
Dr. 3 from Commission of 4.
Particularly when even I had been executive editor for 3 years, and when we discussed with the DGM, its impact factor was around 2.27. Now it has gone more than 1, and so much demand is for the Mausam for publishing papers. More than 30-40% they are being rejected. Hundreds of papers are in line. Earlier we used to have only few papers and just to select them, and even around 20-25% papers they are from the foreign countries also. So Mausam has seen many ups and downs, and one thing what Dr. Rajivan just mentioned, that it is the voice of the persons working in small stations in the different states, UTs and like that, and it is the I should say that medium where they can publish papers, because meteorology has many areas, many facets, so we need to include those areas also. Like one station, one data is only there, he can publish there. So like Indian Met Society has Vayumandal, its journal, and one time there was comments from somebody else. I was in part of some high level committee, and somebody asked, Mausam should not be published by IMD, it is not your job, it should be taken by IMS. I happened to be in that committee, and I said, sir, it is difficult for us to maintain in Vayumandal. Mausam will be no more if it is taken from IMD. He immediately agreed, and
More than 17-18 years are there. Mausam is still growing in its stature, but the really good comments from the panelists that we should diversify, we should keep its quality, and should continue to strive how we can take Mausam to upper heights. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pai. Actually, I have three. Yeah, myself Pulak, Dr. Pulak Godauta, retired scientist from IMD Pune. So I have 3 points, or 2 points, just conclusion of the what Rajivan sir, Dr. Rajivan and Ashish say regarding my opinion. I think 3 or 4 director generals are there. See, one thing is it should be completely separated from the administrative control of DGM. If you see some of the paper like that, it may hurt you that some of the paper, if you have put statistics of any paper with DGM's name, how many times it has been rejected, and from other scientists it is delayed 1 year, 2 years, and within 6 months it is published. So there is no policy of the reviewing. In many cases, without review it is published, and sometimes means at the publication section they dare to reject that because chief editor, it is editor. It should be part of, but it should be purely. It should not be separated from administrative control of this. In many times, suppose publication it is reviewing going 2%, and they are mentioning that DGM wants that you should be reviewed. See, as a person from a publication section, they are mentioning that if review quickly because DGM wants that. It is separate, voluntarily they are reviewing. It is DGM is not there. No, present, but I am telling that past also. See, present DGM. So it should be separated. Then second point is that what sir you are telling. See, it should be publication wise, quality wise. It should not be compromised with this. For Cherrapunji already, we have research report immediately published. Actually, that in charge or they should take initiative. You know that we have started that NCC research report. It is well cited. Many papers are citing NCC research report. we are having that 2, 3. So research report also, and IMD is having technical report, met monograph, that are well cited, and within internal reviewing, it can be published quickly. But research journal, it should be quality paper. So it can be that regarding interview board, even IMD people, IMD DG is there, you are mentioning that experts are coming, IMD published in Mausam, not considered. So that is separate thing, IMD policy, we should not discuss that. The third point is, it should be double blind. See, I don't know present situation, when you are receiving paper, international journal, you are not knowing the author of this. The bias comes if you know that person for reviewing. So you may reject. If you are having good relation, you can quickly approve, or if you have negative, not liking that person, critically review, reject that. So it should not be there. That should be double blind. And that officer from DGM office, they should not know that to whom it is going. Many cases I have seen that they for quick reviewing, they will take the name and personally contact that. It should be completely confidential, not to any administrative control of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Pulak. We'll take, I think, short of time, last one question, one more, yeah, young person. We will, because we have got
Hello, good afternoon, sir. Sir, this is Upal from NCMWF. Sir, actually, firstly, I congratulate that for Mausam for completing this 75 years of journey. One question is that you know that Indian Journal of Physics has been published from founded by Sir C.V. Raman in 1926, and it is being published from Indian Association of Cultivation of Sciences. Previously, it was published with Indian Association of Cultivation of Sciences. So now they are publishing it through Springer Journal. That IJP has been is publishing with that publisher is a Springer. So can Mausam be given to that any other publisher so that it can be more professional and all these kinds of things can be avoided? Can it be?
Many journals, even Indian Academy Science Journal, like current, except current science, for example, Journal of System Science, yes, it has been given to Springer. So many people are doing it. But I think Springer should be able to gauge the quality of Mausam journal. They cannot take any journal because they have to sell it. They are commercial people. So once they take the responsibility, they have to earn money. So because once you publish that paper, the paper, if you really want to do, you have to pay.
Then it will become a problem.
Yeah, they have to pay. So I was searching for this journal, my own paper, it was asking some $20 from me, my own paper, but that's the way of business now. I tell you, the publishing agencies like Springer, Elsevier are billion-dollar industries. They are rich people. So if you want to give the Mausam to them, you have to be very careful. Even when DG wants to publish a paper, it will be difficult.
Okay. Thank you. So we will.
So only one request, sir.
Yeah.
As we seen in current science or other Indian journals, as the paper accepted, they had a section that forthcoming papers. At least soft copy of the paper appears in the journal as early as possible, and the main volume comes later. So if it is possible that after acceptance the soft copy of the paper at least put in the section in a forthcoming papers or article and praise, it will help for especially in case study case. Suppose we plan to publish for condition of this recent season of winter 2040-24-25, and this appears in 26 or 27, then it will not be good. If got accepted after 2 months, then it can put as a article and praise unedited or online version with DUI number, then it will help us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will take care of all your suggestions. So because lack of time, we will end. I thank all the panelists for their very good suggestion. So we will take care of it. Thank you, sir.
Now, it's time to felicitate the speakers of the technical session 2 and members of the panel discussion. For this, I would like to request Dr. Ajit Tyagi to felicitate the speakers with memento. Dr. V. Chandrasekharan, Dr. R. Krishnan. He's not here. Okay. Dr. A.K. Sahai. Dr. P. Mukhopadhyay. He delivered his lecture online, so his momentum will be delivered at his address. And Dr. D.R. Patnaik. Now, I would request Dr. M. Rajivan to present memento to Dr. Ajit Tyagi, Dr. K.J. Ramesh, I would also request Dr. R.R. Kelkar to present memento to Dr. M. Rajivan. Respected all present here, before we proceed further, I request all the dignitaries to kindly occupy their seats. Yes, sir. I would like to make a short announcement for all of you regarding our next session, which will be the short oral presentation session. To all the presenters, please note that the order of presentations is there in your respective kits and you can find your serial number there. Presenters with the serial number 1 to 30 will be present here in this auditorium, i.e. Mahika Hall, with those with serial numbers 31 to 62 will present in the Arnav Hall on the third floor. The chairperson for presentations of serial number 1 to 15 will be Dr. K.J. Ramesh and co-chairperson for the same will be Dr. B. Mukhopadhyay. And for serial numbers 16 to 30, the chairperson will be Professor U.C. Mohanty and co-chairperson will be Dr. A.K. Sahai. And for the presentations being held in Arnav Hall, serial numbers 31 to 45, the chairperson and co-chairperson will be Professor Vivekanandan and Dr. S.D. Atri respectively. And for serial numbers 46 to 62, the chairperson will be Professor V. Chandrasekharan and co-chairperson will be Dr. V.S. Prasad. Thank you for your attention and we look forward to the next session. We will now take a brief interlude for refreshments outside the auditorium. We shall rejoin after the tea break at the locations as announced previously after 15 minutes.
For all the presenters, the Arnav Hall is at the third floor. For 31 to 62, the all has to be reached through the Arnav Hall, that is at the third floor. Marking us there, our person will be there to help you.
come with this with this insari. Trust you had a rejuvenating break. Welcome back as we continue with the short oral presentation session. Now we are going to begin the session. For this, I'd like to invite Dr. KJ Ramesh as chairperson of the session. Before we start the session, I want to acknowledge if all the presenters are present here. Paper number 1, Naga Lakshmi Katru. Ed Singh for paper number 2. HR Kumuda. MS Jangra. Monica Vadvan for 5. SD Sanak for 6. M. Ashok Williams for 7. Amit Kumar for 8. SM Khaled Essa for 9. This will be held online, okay. Guhan Veluswamy, number 10. Anand Shankar for 11. Satish Kumar Bhardwaj for 12. Akhil Srivastava for 13. He will be present, I think. For 14, Suresh Ram. Arpit Tiwari for 15. R. Bibraj for 16. Somnath Mehto for 17. M.T. Busher, number 18. Number 19, S. Indra Rani. Number 20, Neha Rajput. 21, S. Kawana. 22, Samik Chaudhary. 23, A.P. Singh. 24, Swapan Kumar Manik. 25, Vivek Kumar. 26, Ramesh Kumar Yadav. 27, Harsh Srivastava. 28, Dr. Sujata Das. 29, Amit Kumara. Is present. Number 30, Ashok Kumar Das.
Presentation in 3 to 4 minutes.
Good evening everyone. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
My name is Nagalashmi from IITM Pune. Now I am going to present the key factors behind the super cyclone Gonu. Actually, this formation was happened over the Arabian Sea during June 1st to 7. This was the strongest cyclone in the Arabian Sea history. So we have done the case study with this understanding its formation. It can help to the improve the future predictions of similar extreme weather events. So here I have done means what are the key behind factors for the formation of the super cyclone Gonu. Identified that from the previous literature, so many very basic literature is Davle 2022. They have identified in recent times frequency of the tropical cyclone during onset phase, especially it has been increased because of subtropical westerly intrusion combining with sea surface temperature increasing over Arabian Sea. These factors are creating the low vertical wind shear, so more favorable conditions for the formation of tropical cyclone over Arabian Sea. So same features we have observed in this for the formation of the tropical cyclone. Sea surface temperature plays a very important role. This is well-known factor for strengthening the cyclone. So here in this case also I have observed that here sea surface temperatures are maintained very high, as we can see from these results. Sea surface temperatures are high and mid-latitude westerlies intrusion. This makes to the weak monsoonal circulation, and so combined these factors will create the low vertical wind shear. These are all factors creating the, so they from the third row we can see clearly there is a climatology of the tropical easterly jet and low level jet. So from that if we see the features of this year, at particularly these particular days June 1 to 7, so there is a mid-latitude intrusion, upper level intrusion is there at the level of 200 hectopascal. Thus creates the low vertical wind shear over the Arabian Sea, and with increasing warm sea surface temperature we create the formation and intensification of the super cyclone Gonu. So these are the main key factors behind the super cyclone intensification of the Gonu. So finally, super cyclone Gonu is one of the complex atmospheric and oceanic factor. Behind the key factors are weak monsoon and subtropical westerlies, high sea surface temperatures. So understanding interaction, so many literature is available and essential for predicting super cyclone. There is a recent paper, one is there, Mishra et al. 2021. In that paper, they have clearly mentioned that further research is needed to improve the forecast model and reduce the future impacts. With in model also need to improve the mid-latitude intrusion, so to improve the future predictions. So I would like to thank the director of the Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, Pune, project directors of AirPass and Monsoon Mission, the Ministry of Earth Sciences for their support, and the organizers of this esteemed event for giving this opportunity, and for the chairperson of the KJ Ramesh sir and all the who are audience for this organization, for this. Thank you for your kind attention. And if you have any questions and feedback, please let me.
Why did not you consider ocean heat content? SST
Yes,
is
yes,
not the significance of that.
Yes, sir. With short period of time. Actually, I have started this work after the extension of the abstract date, sir.
Okay.
So within one day, I have.
But
yes, sir.
once some interesting outcome is there,
Yes,
you
sir.
have to do in-depth study for that.
Yes, before that.
And you should also understand every year mid-latitude westerly troughs
Yes.
will be there in June.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And every year super cyclone is not forming.
Yes, yes, sir. Actually, I want to mention one thing. Recently, one cyclone occurred, sir, 2023 Biparjoy. So with that case also, they have shown some anomalous features, sir. It has shown a long lifespan, 13 days, 3 hours. Why
No.
it has extended that much lifespan?
Main trigger is heat content.
Yes,
So
sir.
heat
Yes, sir.
content you have
Upper
to-
ocean heat content.
Now
in your
daily
graph.
analysis is there,
Yes,
and
sir. Yes,
prediction
sir.
is there from INCAI, so you have to link with that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And
Definitely,
use
sir.
Hurricane WRF product for that.
Yes,
Then you
yes.
will get more insight.
Yes, sir. Thank you
All
so
the
much.
best.
Yes,
Thank you.
sir. Thank you. Sir,
Any
actually.
question from the audience? Okay, let us thank her for interesting work.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, one more present. Yes, sir. I will finish within 3 minutes.
No, and clearly tell what was the objective
Yes, sir.
of the
Yes, sir.
study
Yes, sir.
and methodology.
Purpose of the study is role of Indian means especially Arabian Sea warming playing a role in the intensification of the flood activity during the year of 2024 over Dubai. So recently the Arabian Sea warming is that is well known factor due to climate change and some other aerosol loading. So many research articles are there nowadays. Due to climate change, Arabian Sea warming is happening. So because of that, frequency of cyclones and intensity, these are all factors has been increased over particularly Arabian Sea during the pre-monsoon season. So here we have taken the 10 cases from 2010 to 2020. The purpose of this study is role of not only the Arabian Sea warming is only one of the reason. So many reasons are there, but here in this paper, just we have identified what is the role of the Arabian Sea warming in most intensified flooding activity over Dubai during the dates of April 10 to 19. So with the intensified rainfall 200 mm within 24 hours. So why it is occurred? So we goal of this better understanding of the Arabian Sea warming in creating the most intensified, and for this we have used the data RFI only MSLP and sea surface temperature anomalies and geopotential height at 850 hectopascal we have taken. So this is the result we have observed over the with the box of the black. We can identify and we can see clearly sea surface temperature is high over that particular. So that is and not only that, by seeing the MSLP there is a intensified low pressure is there, and with the geopotential height at 850 also there is some it is clearly evident with the anomalous features is evident over that particular area with the intense warming of the Arabian Sea over those particular days, April 10 to 19. So there is some anomalous means strong low pressure we have observed. So this is the one of the reason, not only the reason, this is the one of the reason in the especially during the pre-monsoon season. It is causing the most intensified flooding activity Middle East countries. So like that, Dubai also got the recently 2024. It affected by the flood. So it significantly damaged the northeastern Oman. So this is the Arabian Sea. From here, from the result, we identified that. So Arabian Sea warming also plays a role during the pre-monsoon season, and need to be addressed with the further research with the subtropical westerly shift or something. We need to study further. Thank you so much for kind attention.
No, important factor you have not studied. Integrated moisture you should plot.
Yes, sir.
Apart from MSLP changes, geopotential.
Yes, sir.
Then only you will know what was the synoptic feature which is drawing the moisture to that particular
Yes, sir.
area.
Yes, sir.
Why only Dubai it is happening? Why not in other parts of Persian Gulf?
Yes, sir.
Because if you see that your analysis,
Yes,
that
sir.
is same. Anomalies of SST are same, geopotential height
yes, sir.
anomalies are same, MSLP is same
Yes, sir.
across the West Asia.
Yes, sir.
But why only heavy rainfall happened over Dubai? For that you need
Moisture transfer. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And moisture convergence, which
Yes.
is the dynamical factor which is taking the moisture.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, all the best.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your kind attention.
Second presenter, H. Singh, so he will be telling us from NCMRWF on ML-driven improvements for ensemble prediction of heat waves in India.
Good evening, I am Harveer Singh presenting machine learning driven improvements in ensemble prediction of heat waves. So first aims and objective of this my analysis is to analyze the trends in surface temperature at 5 different locations over Indian during 1980. Keep the mic close to you. Okay. And second is to study the biases in the raw GFS forecast. Other mic also. T-max over Indian locations to find the best method based on the machine learning to correct biases in the maximum temperature. And data set I have used here the observation for the maximum temperature from IMD and forecast data from IITM GEFS. So here, so this is the study of is one okay. So I have employed this study with the machine learning 4 methods: support vector machine, random forest, gradient boost, and MLR. So this data is analyzed from the 1985 to 2022 for tested, and 23 and 24 is the testing period, and training is 1985 to 2022. So this is its flow chart. It is showing initial getting the data, then bifurcation of data, then training and testing sets, then initializing kernels, then formulating this machine learning model, then again computing its performance, and finally computing the MAE and RMSE. So I'm just presenting here. This is the why I have chosen these stations, because to start with the machine learning, I have to choose some stations for forecasting or analyzing this trend. So here the temperature exceeding 40 degrees Celsius and 43 degrees Celsius. These are the number of counts per season for the MAMJ. And here it shows that the 40 degrees Celsius frequency is higher for like Jaisalmer. Obviously it is means temperature is more high there than Ahmedabad, Jaisalmer, Hyderabad and Varanasi. And this is the box plot from the outcomes from the machine learning methods, and it is showing like Ahmedabad is having little warm bias in the raw data, and it is quite improved by the model, all the 4 models. And Hyderabad is slightly, but Varanasi is having also a little bit good performance, and Jaisalmer is okay. Then the RMSE for this station over the MAMJ 2022 to 2024. So here we can see there the performance of the models is like for SVM is quite good, and others on the other hand the random forest is not performing that much well. So Hyderabad and Varanasi and Jaisalmer is not these machine learning model is not working for these things. And the best performing station is here the Gorakhpur. The improvement in percentage RMSE is it's reached up to the 45% of these things. Now the summary of my talk is to perform the ML techniques, and support vector machine and multilinear learning techniques exhibit the favorable performance across all stations. Most significant improvement is observed over Gorakhpur stations, and conversely random forest techniques demonstrate the highest RMSE values across all stations. Thank you.
See, RMSE decrease is one target.
Yeah.
And you should spend more time. Why Jaisalmer it is not working? It is not that methods are problem or training is a problem. Because other stations, some improvement either small or big.
Yes,
it is
actually
there.
In this study I have not used the predictors here. I have another study I have used predictors, and that behaves good there. So that's the thing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Let us stand there. Thank you.
Okay.
So let us invite HR Kumuda from a research scholar from Jain University, Bangalore, to tell us on Gaussian and gamma mixer model approach to rainfall analysis in drought-prone regions of Karnataka.
Good evening, one and all present here, and respected Ramesh sir. So my area of concern towards drought-prone regions of Karnataka. So I have made the studies for drought-prone regions of Karnataka taken as Bagalkote, Chitradurga, Koppala and Raichur. So we know that January, February is a winter season, and as well as March, April, May belongs to pre-monsoon. June, July, August, September belongs to monsoon, and the rest of the 3 months belongs to post monsoon as per IMD. So here for this data, due to the rainfall which occurs, which we used to get it during monsoon, hence I have considered the SWM data for my study. I have recruited the data from IMD website, and I have taken data right from 1960 till 2016. So usually when we take the data, we have always go for a descriptive analysis or descriptive statistics, and when we normalize the data, we will try to fit the Gaussian model. So traditionally, if we go for any sort of set of data, we always goes with the traditional Gaussian model, inadequately capturing the non-Gaussian characteristics like skewness and kurtosis in the rainfall data. So the aim of this study to model rainfall pattern using Gaussian and gamma distribution to improve the drought prone assessment. You can ask me that why did you use both the distributions? The Gaussian always captures both positive and negative nature data, whereas gamma distribution captures only positive nature of data, so that the Gaussian will take care of the negative data and gamma will take the positive data. And here I have taken the normalized the data by using log transformation, and as well as after that I have applied the Gaussian and gamma mixture model. Later on I have found out the parameterized using maximum likelihood estimations, and accordingly I have noted down the descriptive statistics and correlation analysis. So the main results are like this. The Gaussian and gamma mixture model outperforms the Gaussian model in capturing rainfall patterns. Here you could observe that the red curve which indicates the PDF of the mixture distribution, and this blue dotted stars are represents the data points. So this is how the GGM model, I mean to say the Gaussian and gamma mixture model works out. And after this I have to give the model verification. I have to validate my model with respect to another model. That is why I have taken the same data, and I have done the concept of level crossing statistics. I have taken for both Gaussian and gamma mixture model and as well as gamma model. So here you could observe that I have applied the level crossing statistics for 10% and 20%. Below I have taken, if I take the above, it comes to flood prone regions. That is why I have taken the below the 10% and 20%. You could observe that Bagalkote, if it is a mixture model which covers almost 16 out of 21 and Gaussian covers 14 out of 21. So if you go for 20% below, observed is 9 and Gaussian gamma is 10 and Gaussian is totally 0. So this is the main result for all the respective regions such as Chitradurga, Koppala and Raichur. So the significance of GGM model approaches provides a robust framework for modeling rainfall in drought prone regions and as well as flood prone regions. The practical applications support agriculture planning and disaster mitigation efforts. Thank you very much.
So when do you do this? Which part of the year?
Sir, this I have taken right from 1960 till 2016 I have set up the model.
No, months I am asking.
So SWM data, sir. Months you're asking, sir?
Months.
Okay, June, July, August, September, sir.
June, July, August,
Yeah.
September. But if you take month-wise, you may get more signal because rainfall will be varying from
Yes,
June to
sir.
July. If you combined all the 4 months, you may not get a clear message of rainfall
Sure,
variability.
sir. That correction I'll incorporate, sir.
Okay, thank you. All the
Thank you, sir.
Let us thank her for this presentation. So let us now invite MS Jangra from Department of Environmental Science, YS Parmar University of Horticulture Forestry, Nauni, Solan in Himachal Pradesh, to tell us on is the intensity, frequency and distribution of heat wave increasing in India, a case study of mid-hill subhumid zone of Himachal, Himalayas.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, all of you. Respected chairs, I am here to talk about the is there any intensity, frequency and distribution of heat waves increasing in India, a case study of mid-hill Himachal Himalayas. You know, Himalaya is divided into 3 ranges: low Himalaya, middle Himalaya and high Himalayas. The Nauni Solan is representing the middle Himalayas. Many studies so already done, they are showing like that heat wave are increasing over India, mostly in northwestern India. Is there any increase over the hill? This is the objective of the study. We know to know the trends in the heat waves in the Himachal Pradesh. The heat simply IMD criteria was adopted for the calculation of the heat waves. Like heat waves are when the positive departure from the normal is 4.5 to 6.4 degree. Severe heat wave are known as if the departure is more than 6.4 degrees. Similarly, heat wave and severe heat wave also considered when the actual maximum temperature was observed more than 45 and more than 47 degree respectively for hilly and plain states. Result and discussion. The month-wise analysis of heat wave and severe heat wave from the data collected from the observatory situated in this university from 1984 to 2023 indicate that the highest number of heat waves were observed in the winter months, like January, you can say February. This is the indication that the heat waves are increasing during the winter months, not in the summer months. That is shifting from the summer to winter seasons. The monthly highest number heat wave were observed in February 110, followed by January, the March, and the lowest September, November, and August. In a single year, the highest number of heat wave were observed in April 2004. Similarly, the maximum severe heat wave were observed during the February, March, and January months with 46, 36, and 26 respectively. This indicates that the winter temperature was increasing at the higher rate compared to the summer months. The trend also showing the increasing, like you can say that the heat wave in the study area were increasing at the rate of 0.21 heat wave per year, that is one heat wave in 5 years, and severe heat wave with rate of 0.10 severe heat wave, that is we can say that is the 1 in 7 years. Heat wave were observed in all the months except November during the first decade and the October in the second decade. There were two peaks over summer and winter months during the second, third, and fourth decades respectively. The heat wave were shifting from summer months toward the winter months. Similarly, if we see this year on 4th and 5th and 8th January, we recorded 29 degree temperature in Solan, and similarly in the current season we are observing some like summer season in the Solan, Himachal, and we are feeling cold in the Delhi because the temperature is 29, which is never recorded in Solan last 30 years. So what will be happening in the winter season? The heat wave were increasing from first, second, and reached highest triple two heat wave during the third decade. During the 24 from April to June 20 recorded more than 28 wave, which was the highest number for this period in this area. Long dry weather spell combined with rise in temperature caused higher number of heat wave which affect to the forest fire incidences. Himachal Pradesh recorded 2,763 incidents of forest fire from April to June 30, which is the highest figure recorded by the Department of Forest in the state, and which caused there are casualty also. 3 forest officers lost their lives in the effort to control the fire. Over 23,000 hectares of the forest area were affected, including thousands of the hectares of new plantation and forest due to the effect of this heat wave and rising temperature. Now I conclude, it is the pertinent to note that heat wave are complex event influenced by the combination of factors, and their occurrence and intensity can vary from one region to another. In the heat wave in the steady area were increasing, like other scientists also showing the over the India heat wave increasing. Also, we find that in Himachal Pradesh or hilly area, there is increasing in the number of heat waves. So, for the mitigation, the public awareness and education and vulnerable population support, accurate timely weather advisory can play the most important role.
नहीं इसमें जिंगरा जी एक है जो फॉरेस्ट फायर के साथ अगर लिंक करेंगे ना
जी सर,
पूरा हिमाचल का लेना पड़ेगा आपको एक स्टेशन से यू कैन नॉट लिंक टू द फॉरेस्ट
most prone forest fire area is the middle Himachal. Higher Himachal में
agreed but dryness comes from the widespread heat wave occurring at least for a week or more and then कोई thunderstorm आता है lightning आता है
नहीं तो these studies this is for the middle Himalaya we can cover the
that's why what I'm telling you should be careful in linking it with the forest fires but other measures related to heat wave winter temperatures are warming at much higher rate than the summer temperatures but you should link it with the summer temperatures increase to the occurrence of thunderstorms or heavy rainfall then you will have more meaningful support for your study.
We can further study this study.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you,
the
sir.
best.
Thank
Let
you,
us
sir.
thank him. So let us go to the next presentation from Monica Vadhavan to tell us on monsoon-induced earthquake swamp's activity in Dharni, Amravati district, Peninsular India, from NCS, New Delhi.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Monica Vadhavan. I am working as a project scientist in National Center for Seismology. So, before talking about the presentation, I want to just thank for giving me the opportunity to be a part of the 75th celebration of the Mausam Journal. So, as seismologists, we always eager to looking about the process and the causes of the earthquakes. So as far as the tectonic movements of the plates, in general form we know that the tectonic movement of the plates are the causes of the earthquake generation. But beyond that, there are also some environmental factors which are responsible for the generations of the earthquake. So here in this presentation, I am talking about the monsoon-induced earthquake swarm activity in the Dharni district, in the Amravati district of the Maharashtra, Peninsular India. So, first of all, we all know about the aftershocks and main shocks and the foreshocks of the earthquake. These are the basic terminologies of the earthquakes. So, but what are the earthquake swarms? Earthquake swarms are the sequence of the earthquakes occurring in the localized area within a very short duration of time in a localized area. But these earthquake swarms can last up to years also, months also, and up to weeks also. So these Dharni earthquake swarm which lasted up to the 2.5 months and how they are generated and what are the analyses we done that I am going to discuss about it. So this is all about the study area. That study area lies in the Narmada Son Paleo Rift region and here we have seen there are some fractures and faults and fractures are there. The major ones are the Narmada South Fault and Gavilgarh Fault, Tapti North Fault. And in these regions, in the past history of the earthquakes, there are two major moderate earthquakes have occurred. One is the Khandwa earthquake, magnitude 6.3 in 1938, and one is the 1970 Bharuch earthquake, 5.3. So now we will talk about the Dharni earthquake swarm. In 2018, at around mid of September, there is some rumbling sound heard by the villagers of Dharni Taluka. And in Dharni Taluka, there are two villages where the rumbling sound have listened by the villagers in Sadarwadi village and Zilfi village. So, what has happened? As far we have the NCS heard about the earthquake happening in this area, the NCS deployed around 5 broadband seismological seismometers in that area, and what we have observed, there is a cluster of earthquake. In that study area, you have seen the purple and the red circles. These are the cluster of earthquake within the time span of 2.5 months. So total around 424 earthquakes have been observed within that duration of time. And what are the major characteristic of that earthquake swarm is that it is occurred in 3 by 3 kilometer square area, and the magnitude is less than equal to 2.4. And third one, that it is a very shallow earthquake activity. So because it is very short duration of time, it is very shallow earthquake activity. So we look into the several factors around the area. We took study about the literature in the past that major earthquake activity happened in that area because of some fault failures. But the another factor we look into the earthquake mechanisms, the monsoon rainfall activity. So monsoon rainfall started somewhere in the June month in that area, and which lasted up to the September month. And then we will see the pattern of the earthquake and the monsoon rainfall activity. So we took the rainfall data from the IMD, and then we have seen that on 11th of July that there is a 90 millimeter per day rainfall activity in that village. And then we have seen that after that increased rainfall activity, there is a sharp increase in the earthquake event of occurrence. So then we see the correlation of this rainfall and the earthquake. As far as the rainfall activity started, the earthquake started in increase in numbers. So then we see that the pattern of the earthquake occurrence, that once it started, then it increases, and then slowly it come to decrease in the decreasing pattern, and then it comes to end. So this is totally that feature of a earthquake swarm. So what we have observed, that as the rainfall water percolate to the fault and fractures through the cracks in the source zone, and which leads to the earthquake swarm activity in that area. So these are the conclusion remarks of the study, that it is a low magnitude earthquake occurred at a very shallow depth, and that is occurred due to the monsoon rainfall activity, which is the rainfall water percolated through the weathered and the fracture zones of the failed rift zone of the Narmada zone rift region. And one thing is that this swarm activity and the collaboration of the monsoon rainfall data concluded that these earthquake cannot lead to the bigger earthquake in that region, and that reduces the panic among the villagers of that region. So the collaboration of the monsoon rainfall data and weather data and the earthquake data have a very societal impact on that region, that there is not any big earthquake will occur in the future. So this study leads to the societal impact on to the combination of both the studies, whether via the seismology and to the monsoon and weather activity.
Interesting study. But these folds are recently formed folds within the subsurface, where water is percolating through cracks and etc. Or because rainfall will be happening every year.
Yes,
something
every
less,
year,
something
because
more.
in 2018 we have observed more rain, but there is no earthquake. So
that's what I'm asking.
Because,
the
that
subsurface
somewhere
folds are dynamically changing, or at a particular location when these folds are larger or wider in space, then only this is coming.
Because
more water is going and creating a pressure or something.
At particular places they are have some more cracks, and we have not extended the further study to look into the cracks volume. That is, there is another study also.
No, but unless you link with that, because rainfall will be happening every year.
Yes.
These micro earthquakes are not happening every year. So
Yes.
that answer has to be emerging from this study.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, let us go to next presentation from Dr. Sanap on the linkages between Arctic oscillation and precipitation extremes over Indian region in January 2020.
Good evening. I'll be talking on the linkages between the Arctic oscillation and precipitation extremes for the Indian region in January 2020. In this study, I used IMD rainfall data 0.25 by 0.25 and ERA 5 data for the atmospheric variable at the same resolution. So if you look at the rainfall distribution for the January 2020, so this is the climatological distribution, and this is this is the anomaly. So we can see that most of the central and north Indian region in Jan 2020 got excess rainfall, and most of the excess rainfall in Jan 2020. And so here I try to see how the Arctic phase of the Arctic oscillation can have impact on the during Jan 2020 several cases of the widespread hailstorms were also there. And so here I tried to look at how January 2020 how the rainfall and hailstorm can be attributed to the phase of the Arctic oscillation. So Arctic oscillation in Jan 2020 was in the strong positive phase. This is the climatological line, and this is the magnitude of the Arctic oscillation during the Jan 2020. So it was in the strong positive phase, and when there is a strong Arctic oscillation which is in the positive phase, so we see the pressure difference between the north and south, so which we could see from the 1000 and 500 HPA. And this is the structure climatologically also, if you see. So we can see that this high pressure at the lower level, which was there extending up to 500 HPA, which shows that the barotropic structure of the this high. And this is the time longitudinal plot of this high, and we can see that this blocking and this if it is there at the higher level, so we call it as a blocking high, and this blocking high was present for more than 3 weeks over the Euro-Atlantic region. And so whenever there is a blocking high over the region, mid-latitudinal region or in the Atlantic, so what happens is that it blocks the easterly flow, westerly flow, and there is a detouring of the westerlies and this detouring of the westerlies. So which we can see from here. So this is the this is the geopotential height and the vorticity in color. So and winds. So we see that the strong anticyclonic circulation is a blocking high over the Euro-Atlantic region, and another high which we can see over the Siberian region. So here the winds are becoming easterlies from the tropical Atlantic and extending up to the Indian region, and even going up to the western China. And it is nothing but the outflow of this anticyclonic circulation from the Euro-Atlantic region as well as from the Siberian region, and coming back as an easterlies, and there is a trough right from here to here, which you can see from the positive vorticity anomalies. And it is reflected in the other parameters like T2 meters. So we can see, and in the OLR, so we see that lot of clouding and rainfall over this region, this belt, this high positive vorticity belt, and that is reflected in the T2 meter also, where we can see that the reduction in temperature, surface temperature, mainly due to the rainfall activity, and the increase in temperature over the most part of the Eurasian region is mainly due to the presence of this barotropic highs at the Siberian region and the Euro-Atlantic region. And if you talk about the Indian region, we see that these bars are nothing but the rainfall over the 20° north over the Indian region, and this is the Arctic oscillation index in red, and Euro-Atlantic blocking high anomalies in the blue. So we see that there is a strong good relation. Whenever the Arctic oscillation was in the positive side, the precipitation was also there, anomalously higher over the region. At the same time, this Euro-Atlantic blocking high was also there. So this is the kind of relationship I tried to look at in this work. And yeah, so we can see that the Euro-Atlantic oscillation induced barotropic high over the Atlantic region can have can detour the westerlies, and which helps in formation of the trough right from the tropical Atlantic to the Indian region, and that gives a lot of moisture. And this has been reported in two of my publications. One is in MAP and another one is in Global and Planetary Change. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks, Anup. But more important feature is because of those anomalous highs. In between, you are getting a 500 HPA, 850 HPA geopotential anomaly. It's
Yes,
a
sir.
semi-permanent trough which is lying.
Yes, sir.
And extending up to North Arabian Sea.
Yes, sir.
So, whether in our GFS or extended range forecast,
Yes.
whether that was captured.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Actually, I got very less time, so I could not include. That is included in the paper, and I have actually not in the.
Because models are good in westerly.
True, sir. True.
interactions.
So yeah, I would like to say that, sir, short and medium range I could not see, but extended range prediction system I tried to check at how it is. So up to 2 weeks we are getting the signal, but the signal is weak compared to the observations. But we are getting that.
See,
signal.
week after week, even in the first week.
Yes.
If you see that persistence of that 850 HPA, 500 HPA
Yes.
geopotential height anomaly,
Yes.
that's an indication that rainfall will continue.
Definitely, yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
Thank
All
you,
the
sir.
best.
Thank you.
So let us call next presenter Mr. Ashok Williams to tell us on comparison of precipitable water obtained from weather radar with that from radio Sunday. She is from UI division of IMD. Mr. Ashok.
Good evening all. Myself Dr. Ashok Williams. I am from IMD New Delhi. And respected chairman, respected chairperson. My title of the presentation is Comparison of Precipitable Water obtained from the weather radar and from the radio sound data. Here, estimating the it is important to estimate the accurate measurement of precipitable water in the atmosphere. To improve, precipitable water is crucial for the weather forecasting and climate modeling and hydrological studies. So it is important to measure accurately how much precipitable is there, and with that how much rainfall it will be occurred. So I have objectives of my presentation is the estimation of precipitation precipitable water from the radar and radio sound and comparison with the from both the data sets. So I have used the data set from the radar and radio sound data. S-band radar I have taken the recent data from the June to September 2024 data for Delhi, Chennai, Visakhapatnam and Hyderabad locations data. And this is the radio sound is the point observation data. So when the radio sound started from that time to the end of the radio sound timing ascent, that data I have taken from the radar data, and 50 kilometers of the around the radio sound location data we have taken. So this is the methodology I have used for the precipitation from the radar. I have used from this Jeddah relation, which is from the Always to et al 2020, and the precipitable water from the I have estimated from the radio sound by using the by measuring the specific humidity from the dew point temperature. So I have integrated this specific humidity vertically, and then I have estimated the precipitable water. Here I have used these are 4 locations. This is the approximately distance from the radar and the radio sound from the radio sound ascent. Delhi is 28 kilometers and Chennai is 17 kilometers, Hyderabad 2 and Visakhapatnam is 3 kilometers. And from there we have taken the radio sound stations where we have taken the 50 kilometers around this radio sound station, so from this radar location. So and then and from the 50 kilometers of the height, it is the radar is the maximum elevation angle is 21 degrees. So from 21 degrees of how much it will go, it below 20 kilometers only of the radio sound data we have analyzed in this study. Here this is the diurnal variation of the precipitable water from the radio sound and radar data. At Delhi location, there is a prominent variability over in the radio sound data. Radar data. We can see here it is always changes here, and when you see Hyderabad data, there is a constant radio sound data we have precipitable water we have observed during the whole season. And this is Visakhapatnam data. Here is the radar. The data is intermediate high precipitable water vapor is observed from the Visakhapatnam data. It may be due to the coinciding with the coastal orographic influences. And when you see when you observe from the Chennai location, here also the precipitation from the radar and radio sound, it is almost matching. So with this data we have find the interesting correlations between these two data sets, we have observed the significant correlation between them by taking the bins of average. So, and we have estimated the lowest, root mean square error at the Chennai location, lowest RMSE value at Chennai locations, which suggests the closest match between the two data sets, and the highest RMSE value observed at Visakhapatnam. It is showing the indicating the large variability both the sets. And we have find the mean bias for the 4 locations. The positive bias indicating the positive bias over Delhi and Visakhapatnam indicating the radar is overestimating than the radius Sunday, and negative bias from the over Chennai and Hyderabad representing the underestimating the radar from the precipitation over from the radar. And we have also estimated the mean absolute percentage error. Here we have the lowest mean absolute percentage error observed at Hyderabad, which is suggesting the minimal discrepancies. The largest error at over Visakhapatnam is showing which is maybe due to the complex coastal weather conditions. With this, we have observed this study needs more analysis with other parameters and also, and we have observed for summary the positive and negative differences are observed for the precipitable water, which is estimated from the radius on the radar data. With this, though we have obtained the significant correlation between them, the further analysis need to be investigated for the factors influencing the variability in the RMSE across the all locations. If you then these findings will contribute to improve the further forecast to give the accurate forecast.
No, it cannot be used for forecast. But what you can do is you should check your gender relationship representativeness for all the 4 stations. For all the 4 stations, your gender relationship may not be valid. Okay. So you have to do some rain rate calibrations.
Okay.
You just find out some of the stations may have been calibrated.
Okay, sir.
Gender relationship might have been modified based on the rain rate calibration.
Okay, sir.
If calibration is not done, you are bound to get these kind of errors.
Okay.
And then radio Sunday computed total precipitable water content has to be also compared with your analysis. You take 3 kilometer WRF analysis and
okay,
as
sir.
well as GFS analysis.
Okay, sir.
Then you will know how much of it is coming correct.
Sure.
So these differences also you have to resolve. Then only you can conclude something from this kind of study.
Sure,
Okay?
sir. We'll
Instead of Visakhapatnam, you should take some other central Indian station, something Nagpur or something like that.
Okay,
so
sir.
there, this kind of problem may be there or may not be there. After
Yeah, we
doing
have to
some
analyze all the
another
locations.
station, you will
Yes,
get.
sir.
But gender relationship, same relationship cannot be used for all stations.
Okay, sir.
All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Let us thank you. So I will now call upon Mr. Amit Kumar to tell us on decoding the dynamics, interaction of western disturbance and easterly trough, driving unusual weather over India.
So good evening everyone. Thank you Chair and thank you organizers for giving me this opportunity to present this study. So my study mainly focuses on the intense western disturbance and when it got coupled with a easterly trough. So the interaction I will be talking about. So this is a case study from 27th and 28th of December 2024. So these three are our RSRW plots. This is 925, 850 and 500 HPA. So here you can see that on 27th of December at 0 UTC there was a induced cyclonic circulation and there was a anticyclonic circulation or a high which was present over North Chhattisgarh and region. So because of that you can see that in westerlies there was a circulation and when the easterly winds which were coming from this anticyclone and the easterly trough which were making, they were coupling with each other in lower troposphere. when we go to higher up, then you can see that the 500 HPA plots, you can see that the trough, the westerly trough was extending up to 15° north itself. So that was a very deep trough, and the corresponding low level convergence and upper level divergence are shown taken from SIMS meteoset are shown here. So you can see that there the this convergence was the low level convergence and upper level divergence. They were overlapping over each other, and the divergence was in the range of 20, and the convergence was also in the it's because of constraint of number of slides, I'm not able to show you that. So because of that they were overlapping, and because of that the lower level convergence and upper level divergence, they were synchronized, and the system was getting more intensified. Also here in this, if you can see upper level winds I have not shown at 200 HPA. If you will see, then there was a velocity convergence which was happening all the way from Ahmedabad to Delhi on 27th of December. And if you look at the 850 and 500 HPA vorticity maps also, so there also you can see that in lower atmosphere, lower troposphere, the induced the vorticity was positive because of that induced cyclonic circulation, and it was extended up to 3.1, and at 3.1, that is at 700 HPA, there was a cyclone. The WD was seen as a cyclonic circulation also at North Pakistan. So, and it was extending up to 7.6 kilometers. And if you see the lightning maps which we have taken from ILDN network, so in that also you can see that as the system was progressing and as the moisture was increasing both from Arabian Sea and the Bay of Bengal, the lightning activity started over impacting over west, the northwest plains and the central India on 27th of December. And if we go on 28th of December, then on 28th of December and the subsequent 29th of December, this anticyclone which was prevailing over North Chhattisgarh, this has moved in south easterly direction, and on 29th of December it was over Head Bay. So because of that, the moisture, the amount of moisture which was coming into or which was forced from Bay of Bengal, that moisture supply was broken on 29th of December. So here, if in these lightning maps, if you will see, then you can see that on 28th of December the system got bifurcated into separate two zones. One zone was impacting our western Himalayan region and the second zone was impacting central India. So this happened because the system, the moisture which was coming from Arabian Sea, that was only present and that was only available when the system was over the hills. So because of these adequate moisture supply, this system gave widespread rainfall, hailstorm, and like in this TPWD mimic observations, water vapor observations, here you can see that the moisture incursion, you can see that it was all the way to our western Himalayan regions, and how this moisture shifted eastward with the progress of this WD when it went from to East India. And because of this, when the system, because as this was a very deep trough, so the Aravali's, the hills which are basically now eroded, but still they are there. So when there is a deep trough in westerlies, so the airflow that gets orographically lifted over those Aravali's, and then it gives rainfall over our Delhi region. And then when it goes to our western Himalayan regions, there also orographic lifting helps in while giving weather over Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh because of those lower Himalayan ranges. So we even got isolated hail reports over western Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Haryana, Chhattisgarh, Punjab, Rajasthan. All these regions hail was also reported. So in reflectivity terms, when we go to radar data set, I have not shown here, but in that you will see that there was no intense reflectivity which was reported by any Doppler weather radar. And in this case also I will report that if by using radar data in VVP, the VVP2 product, the vertical profile product, there also we can see that the veering of winds that converted into backing of winds at the night of 28th of December. So till the night of 27th of December. So till 27th of December, late evening, the veering of winds was happening over Jaipur and Delhi, and this was resulting into continuous stratiform rainfall with isolated convections over the region. And when it became the veering got converted into backing of the winds, then the system got split into two portions. One remained over central India, and then that progressed over East India, and the other, which has gone further upwards over Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh, there it was giving heavy snowfall and heavy rainfall till the morning of 28th of December. So
yeah, thank you. This was an intense system.
Yes, sir.
And unusual tropical mid-latitude interaction
Yes,
happening in winter.
Yes,
And this was the first system which has given widespread snowfall also
Yes, sir.
on all the hill states, right
sir.
from Afghanistan to Nepal,
Yes,
western
sir.
Nepal,
Yes,
western
sir.
Nepal. But interesting thing which I want to know is how many days ahead you could predict this.
Sir,
Because
this-
models were showing one
Yes,
week
sir.
before,
Yes,
one
sir.
week before.
Yes, sir.
But actually, when your alert started for this, 27th is the occurrence of the event.
Yes, sir.
So in
Sir,
bulletins, when it is
So
reflected,
in
20th.
bulletin, the first one which we have issued was around 15th of December itself, sir.
That
in
is based
ERF
on,
we have
based on extended range.
Yes, sir, based on extended range, and in normal bulletins, even special press releases was issued on all the 7 days prior to this event, sir.
So from 20th onwards, in daily bulletins, it
Yes,
was
sir, in
reflected.
daily bulletin and special bulletins and special press releases, all three were issued, sir.
No, even second case was also there few days before.
Yes, sir, that was also there, sir. For that also we have
Another
issued,
one
sir.
is coming on 15th or
Yes,
something
sir.
like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So let us call another presenter, next presenter, Anand Shankar, to tell us on enhancing aviation services, hybrid deep learning methods for enhanced visibility and runway visual range estimation from images. This candidate is from Department of Electronics from NIT Patna.
Respected sir, respected chairs and all the dignitaries. My name is Anand Shankar. I am working as a scientist D in India Meteorological Department. For the today presentation, for the topics is the enhancing aviation services, hybrid deep learning methods for enhanced visibility and runway visual range estimation from image. We know that the visibility is one of the important parameters for not only for the aviation services but also for the transportation and marine navigation. And for the aviation services, the runway visual range, it's also one of the important parameters that used for the landing and takeoff of the aircraft. And that usually these two visibility and runway visual range usually measured from the human observer, as well as the optical sensor based method, as well as the one approach is usually famous, that is a image based approach, that is a physical approach that used the several algorithms to find the visibility. But till now the most important thing is the optical sensor based methods are the most reliable, and it's deployed, India Meteorological deployed this sensor across the various airports in the India. So our approach is that predict the visibility with the help of image as well as the optical sensor based method visibility to train the model. So here I proposed this hybrid CNN LSTM architecture, in which I taking the image data and the corresponding level visibility from the optical sensor, and then we trained the one of the hybrid CNN LSTM models, that's I named it, and through that we get the testing data as well as the validation. So this is my overall approach, and for that usually we have a lot of synthetically available data, but here for our deployment in practical operational purpose, we are deployed the CCTV camera along with the optical sensor visibility meter, so that we can get the data corresponding to get the video data in form of the image as well as the corresponding visibility data at the in situ location. So we have constructed 3 data sets, like for the day image data sets, for the night image data sets, and we have taken those period sunset and sunrise and the whole data sets, and how our models are working on these different data sets. So these are the methodology, and we find that we have taken CNN data, that is a 2D feature extraction process. From that we have a series of max pooling layer. From there I extracted the miss edges, texture, and all those depth estimation from the image. From that we have taken the layers of max pooling layer as well as the flattened layer for the getting the spatial information of the image. And for the LSTM, LSTM we used for taking the temporal dependency of the visibility as well as the runway visual range. So these are the one of the methodologies that I tried to make it. And you can see in the one panel it is showing that there is a training and validation losses. What we found that validation losses is the below of the training losses. This indicates that the model is working good in the new data sets. Even the new real image data sets coming, then these models work better than the mistrained model, like that. So these are the whole architecture that I will explain, and these are the results and conclusion. What we got for the visibility for the day data sets, we get the R square error is 0.86, and we know that 1 is the perfect, and we are get in the most cases it's a 0.86, and there is a mean absolute error that is got 113 meter. Means if there is usually 100 meter is the difference between the visibility reported from even higher cases, even 2000, 1500, like there is some error is like that when for day image data sets, and for the RVR it's a 0.91. So for the even RVR this process is working much better than, and these all are the approaches that this data set we are prepared for the these data sets, and we deployed the system for the last year, even the 2023-24 means winter season, and this year for validation purpose we deployed the systems at the Patna airport also. And what we got for the this work I presented in the WMO also, and the same is under patent in the India, and as well as this for the next this next future work for that extracting the more features, we are working on that one, and they are under process of preparing as a research paper also. Like in that one I have taken the several high level features extraction also. So these are the one of the approach that can be deployed in the our airport as well as the other sectors like transportation and aviation. Once we train the model, we can deploy it anywhere, and there is some complications like multi-camera system and all those. That's on I'm working on that one, and it's a scalable and resource efficient approach. And it's if there is a like some our systems are stopped working, but this system will still working, like if both it's deployed along with the miss optical sensor, then optical sensor fail, then it will work. So these are the some of the advantages that on which I was worked on. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So it is a good effort, but it is a location specific, where
Yes,
you
sir.
need optical sensor and as well as these cameras.
Yes, sir. Yes,
so
sir.
that is a prerequisite for it.
Yes, sir.
And then it can be a standby, I agree.
Yes.
But first try for Delhi airport. You have many RVRs and so much instrumentation. Just validate your mechanism to Delhi airport first.
Sir, for Patna airport, we are validating this year, sir, and it's still working very good, sir.
No,
Okay.
working in Patna is different.
Okay.
Working in Delhi is different. That's why I'm telling you, it will make you to train and change your algorithm much more deeply. Okay?
Sir.
Thank you. All the best.
Sir. Thank you, sir.
Thanks for all the presenters. We had interesting presentations from them. So I request Professor Mohanty to come.
I would also request Dr. A.K. Sahai for being the co-chairperson of the session.
I don't think he's there.
For the serial number 16 to 30. Eight papers, 7 papers, 8 are absent.
Good evening all. This is Vibraj from RMC Chennai, and I'll be talking about probabilistic nowcasting with auto alerting over Chennai. So currently in IMD we are giving district level nowcast. So for example, if you take Chennai, we have an MC, and each person, like the duty officer, has to issue nowcast for around 38 districts. So it's kind of a tedious job. They have to look at the radar data, they have to look at the satellite data, they have to draft the nowcast warnings, and then they have to issue it to the public. But when we are going for a higher scale, for example, let's look at taluk level. There are around 400 taluks in one Tamil Nadu. So it's very difficult for a single duty officer to continuously monitor it and also issue nowcast on a regular basis. So the thought process was, why not make it automatic? So what you are seeing here is actually the steps model which you are implemented in Chennai. The left hand side is actually the observation, and the right hand side is the nowcast. So in nowcast, extrapolation nowcast, we have two things. The first thing is predicting like how the cloud is going to move for the next 3 hours, which is pretty much easy. You have optical flow methods and all those methods to do it. But the challenge is in the second part, that is like how the storm is going to evolve, whether it is going to strengthen, whether it is going to weaken, or it is going to split, or it is going to combine. So that's going to be the difficult part here. So what we have used is a steps model, which is actually an ensemble prediction model, which actually introduces stochastic perturbations into it and kinds of simulate what kind of changes can happen into the weather pattern. You can see that after some 1 hour or something, new cells are formed which are not being captured by the model. But since it's an nowcast model, we are running it every 10 minutes. So even if new cells are coming, we'll be able to capture it because we are running it continuously. So what it does is, once we get the nowcast output, we also get a probability. We are running 24 ensembles, so we know like this is the probability of light rain, heavy rain, and we are also going automatically and checking each and every taluk whether there is a probability of light, moderate to heavy rainfall. And these pictures are plotted and automatically posted in the social media. So it's basically like the whole process takes within 4 minutes. The complete process of data being generated, probabilistic nowcast generated, and then alerting, picturizing this graphical representation, everything takes in 4 minutes and automatically posts to the website with no human intervention. We have been running this in Chennai for almost 3 years, and we also got overwhelming support from the public because it gives you taluk level high resolution nowcast, and since we are running it based on probabilistic model, we only give an alert when it is very high, that is more than 90%. So we have a very less false alarm rate, and that gives a lot of confidence in the public, and they are able to appreciate it much. So that's it from my side.
Very good, thank you. It's a good presentation. But is it done only in Chennai or any part of the country? If it is so success,
Yes, sir.
can it be implemented in other parts?
Yes, sir. In Mumbai, in Delhi, we are just implementing it, and Mumbai will be doing it next, sir.
Any question? No? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So
So next is 19. S. Indra Rani. 17 is present? Okay. So 17. Sorry.
Good afternoon to all of you. I am very much thankful to Mausam 75th anniversary, and I am present the research topic of impact of El Nino La Nina of diffuse radiation across Indian station, insight into atmospheric and climate vulnerability. So what I am trying to say here, actually we have around 50 radiation stations deployed all over India. We have taken from 2000 to 2023 around 23 years data we have taken all over the 8 station across the India, and there we want to check the radiation level during that time period, El Nino and La Nina time period, and what are the pattern we are getting that time period. So these are the installed radiation station currently available at IMD. 47, 2 stations have approved and not mentioned it here, and mission Mausam again around 50 stations will be installed all over the India, and from that right side it's installation, maintenance and calibration of radiation station, all the steps I have mentioned. For this study period, I have analyzed Srinagar, Jodhpur, Varanasi, Shillong, Tamil Nadu, Kolkata, Bhopal and Ahmedabad station I have taken. So and we have taken all the data from National Data Center, Climate Research and Services. Yeah. So we have checked that annual trends for the station for El Nino and La Nina, that Jodhpur station showing strongest result during La Nina years. Meanwhile, we are getting that Varanasi station and Shillong station getting that La Nina year strongest increasing the trend that we are facing, and Trivandrum and Ahmedabad station we are getting opposite result during El Nino and La Nina, this trend what we have faced. The station like Varanasi and Shillong, we are seeing increasing the climate when it's increasing both the trends. So this is the basic study or preliminary study we have checked for this 8 station for last 23 years. We have to analyze all over the station, and here we have taken only diffuse sensor data and the global radiation sensor data, and we have to check UAA, UAB and other sensor parameter data for further analysis, and I think it will help for the IMD for the forecasting. Thank you, sir.
But how will it help? That is one thing.
Yes, sir.
Second thing, actually,
Yeah.
what is the physical mechanism? Because you are just analyzing data, it will not
Yes,
give.
sir.
You have to see why it is so.
Yes, sir.
Mm.
Yes, sir.
And what is the cause of that?
Yes, sir.
Mm.
Okay,
Because,
sir.
because it must be linked with the convection
Yes,
or
yes, sir.
water vapor content.
Yes, sir.
Because radiation, what you are seeing, diffuse
Yes, sir.
radiation,
That,
depends upon various parameters, atmospheric parameters.
Yes.
So you have to see how it is related to that. So
Yes,
you should get
definitely.
a physical concept.
Yes, yes.
Otherwise, anything with anything, you can get some result.
No. That this is the just primary result I have shown.
you
I
have
will definitely consider those things. Thank you, sir.
Any question from others? No. Nobody is in the mood to hear. Okay, go ahead. Next. Alisa, DJ, give claps to them.
Next is 19, S. Indra Rani, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everybody. So this is just the impact of conventional upper air observations in the NCMRW of NWP assimilation system. So in the morning we had lot of discussion that most of in the operational data assimilation system, if you see 80% of the data we used that is from the satellite instruments, like Professor already showed that the first impact is from ETOS, then ERC, like that. So the most of the impact is coming from the satellite data. But if you see the conventional observations, they are very important. And if you see the impact of conventional observation, the first is the radio sonde observation, then comes the synop, then the aircraft. So here if you see the radio sonde coverage, this is the global upper air observation coverage that we receive at NCMRW from different stations distributed over the global region. There are many types of observation. I am not going into the details. So then if you see over India, so this is what we are getting from IMD. So many presentations based on radio sonde were here. So we have the Temblan, that is the radio sonde, then pilot observation. And if you see here itself, we have many stations that it is not reporting the ascent. So even though we have 56 plus stations, many of the station it is not reporting the ascent. And as of now, we are getting around 40 to 42 stations per day in the morning. And in 0 UTC and 12 UTC the number is very less. And we monitor all this data, and we monitor at what height the balloon has reached, all those things, and report back to IMD. And this is the data reception and assimilation at NCMRW. This is from 2018 to 2024. Here you can see the blue bars are the monthly mean count of radio sonde observation we received at NCMRW, and the red line is the percentage rejection. So here you can see that the rejection percentage, it is very less, it is less than 10%, but recently we found a high rejection in the Indian radio sonde in the NCMRW assimilation system. The below one is the 12 UTC reception and rejection. Here you can see the difference in the 12 UTC we are receiving very less number of radio sonde compared to the 0 UTC, and many of the MD stations they are not taking observation at 12 UTC. And we compare how the radio sonde observation it matches with our NWP also, that is the model first guess or the analysis. And here we can see that there is a good agreement between the observation and our model first guess or the analysis. And one other upper air observation is the aircraft observation. If you see, this is the observation coverage, the global observation coverage we are getting. And if you see over the Indian region, the aircraft observation coverage is slightly less compared to the heavy air traffic regions like US, Canada and Europe. And we had a discussion with IMD, then the Airport Authority of India, and we started receiving more data, that is particularly the Arab data, not the AMDA data, from different stations, the airport like Delhi, Chennai, Kolkata and Mumbai. Then if you see the number of observations over that region, it is increased. And we analyzed what kind of data we are getting from this aircraft, and we found that mostly we are getting the flight level data, that is the during takeoff and landing, those data is not received at NCMRW, and the flight level data only we are receiving. And we found that this data, when we assimilate in our system, it is helping to reduce the error in the 24-hour forecast maybe by 5%. So similarly, the TEMP, that is the radio sonde observation, it is helping to reduce the data by 8 to 10%. So the conventional upper air observations like radio sonde and aircraft observations are very important, and it is helping to correct the biases in the satellite observations also. So I will stop here. Thank you.
Very good that you are monitoring, but are you seeing that why you are not getting data, whether it is, and all the radio sound are they of?
They are not making the ascent from those stations.
So they don't have radio sounds?
So now they have started putting more instruments in that station, because lack of radio sonde instruments, they are not making the ascents.
Achha.
It's not that we are not receiving the data, it is lack of instrument. We have good communication with IMD.
And all radiations are same made? Or
No, it is different.
So when you are doing the comparison,
That
I
also
will done separately so that you can see which one is the better quality.
Yes, sir. We are doing that also. That the GPS on day and the Make in India that we are doing separately, and we are giving the feedback to IMD also.
So what is your
No, for the Make in India thing, that error is more.
which level?
Means which level we are doing the error calculation at 850, 500 and 200 kind of thing. So all the levels we are getting high error if the make is that local.
Yeah, but earlier actually I think low level it was good, but high level it was really more errors.
No, sir. For temperature it is okay, and if you see the relative humidity, the error is more. Basically, temperature it is okay for all type of make, but humidity, if you see, the error is more, particularly for the Make in India.
So that you communicate to IMD.
Yeah, we communicate to because we have
because observation is very valuable.
Yes, sir.
And I know that in US and other place they track each observation. If missing, why it is missing, it may be delayed or something.
Yeah.
So that's why, because
actually, sir, the same kind of feedback whatever we are giving to IMD, ECMWF also giving, because now everything is globally monitored.
another thing out, not in your question, but why satellite, because of number of observations?
Yes, sir. It is because of mainly the number of observation, and the channels are also more. If it is, we have the hyperspectral instruments like 8,000 plus channels. So if you see that it is in the low Earth orbit, and again the similar instrument we are having in 2 satellites. So the global coverage, if you consider the observation, number of observations are more from the satellite.
So that's why you are getting
Yeah,
it.
that's why it is getting. Otherwise, if you see, the radio sonde is the best. Then the SYNOP observation, surface observation.
Yeah, that is what we expect, and in your mission Mausam, you are going to enhance that almost
yes, sir.
double.
In the mission Mausam, IMD is planning to enhance the radio sonde network also. Similarly, AWS and aircraft observation, AMDAR, I think we need to purchase the data. So that we are discussing with IMD how we can purchase, means communicate with the airlines, and we can purchase the data.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
you.
Next is 21, S. Kawana. Oh, sorry, 20. 20.
Good evening, all. My name is Neha Rajput. I am working as a project scientist at NCMRWF. Focus of my study is to how the Doppler weather radar is effective to capture the cloudburst event. So title of my study is that analysis of a cloudburst event in a Mandi district, insight from X-band radar, Doppler weather radar. So what is cloudburst? IMD defines cloudburst event is like a rainfall event, extreme rainfall event, which where rain rate is exceeds from 100 millimeter per hour, 10 centimeter per hour for a small area, 20 to 30 kilometer square area. If rain rate exceeds 10 centimeter per hour, then that event is defined as a cloudburst, and it causes this much rainfall, causes landslide, casualties, and damage in infrastructure. So thus this natural phenomena is very much important to study. So in a western study shows that Western Himalaya region is a very prone, because of orography of it is prone to this kind of event. So my study area is also Himachal Pradesh, Mandi district, where the cloudburst event happened on 13th August 2023. June JJS period, monsoon period is prone for this cloudburst event, and this cloudburst event happened on 13 August. This is the location of a event, and for this we have used X-band radar, and luckily this event is in the coverage area of this X-band radar. X-band radar is at 100 kilometer square area coverage. It is covering 100 kilometer square, and this event is also captured in that its coverage area. So we can see here that radar has captured this event. This event happened in a high reflectivity. We can see here in this one time step picture, and it is supported with INSAT 3D rainfall. which is exceeded, which is overestimated, but it is coincide with the rain gauge data. And Encom regional model also have predicted 48 hour ago very well with, and which is coincide with IMERGE rainfall. So with the conclusion, I can say that X-band Doppler weather radar provide effective in detecting and characterizing cloudburst and capturing the rapid development and evolution of convective cells. And Encom region model also very well coincide with IMERGE observation, rainfall observation in this event. Thank you.
So how many hours you do prediction?
Predictions are 48 hours, before 48 hours. From 12th August, if we have seen this, so it is predicting that 50 millimeter per hour for the, it is 4 kilometer, but when we see the 20 kilometer area, it was showing before 48 hours in Encom regional.
And with intensity also?
Sorry, sir?
It is only that showing indicator or intensity also?
Intensity, sir. Maximum rainfall it was showing in prediction, it was showing that.
What is the error?
Sorry, sir?
What is the error? Error in your...
Error?
Error in prediction versus...
No, sir, I have not checked with error.
Because that is required actually to see.
Yeah, actually I have said not checked with
because it is an interesting thing, because
yes.
if you can make 48 hours of prediction
okay, sir.
in mountain region, it is quite very important.
Yes, sir.
But then it should be very thorough. That
yes.
means what is your spatial and temporal errors,
okay, sir.
and when it is occurring and when you are predicting, because there definitely there is lag or lead.
Okay,
and
sir.
other thing you have to see the intensity.
Intensity. Okay,
yeah. And so that you have to see how it is. So what are you using the Doppler radar also, data assimilation?
Sir, it is assimilated here in our center. It is assimilated, but I have not done assimilation.
Then
with
in
radar.
your study here.
In this study, I have not done that assimilation.
You have not done, but that radar is used. Radar data is used for assimilation or no?
Yes, sir. It is used. Okay, thank you.
Next.
Next 21. S का वाला है.
Yeah, good evening to one and all. I'm Kavana from Bangalore Institute of Technology. My topic is on temporal dynamics of particulate matter and ozone and precursors in monthly and seasonally trends in Bangalore urban atmosphere. As you know that air pollution poses a significant environmental challenge in rapid urbanization, and the combination of industry due to increase in industries as well as vehicular emissions and the density of population, it impacts the air quality. And the pollutants like particulate matter and ozone, it makes an impact on the ecosystem as well as the climatic change as well as the human health. And based on this, that my study is based on the analysis of temporal variation of pollutants and their chemical precursors. Yeah, my study area is Bangalore urban. Okay, the study area here is Bapuji Nagar, Silk Board, Peenya, RBC as well as Jainagar. We have been selected based on the three conditions, that is one is residential, commercial as well as the industry. The data and the methodology here is nothing but the data has been taken from the Karnataka State Pollution Board, that is here, and the hourly data has been taken. The hourly data has been collected, that has been taken into analyzed based on the daily, seasonally as well as the monthly basis we have been studying it. And the meteorological parameter has been taken from the IMD of Bangalore. And here the statistical method has been applied, and this is the study period has been taken from January 2023 to December 2023, and this is the temporal variation of particulate matter. Here what the main thing is, here the season has been classified based on the monsoon, pre-monsoon, winter as well as the we have been classified based on that. Here we have here what it depicts here is mainly the RBC, that is nothing but here is RBC is less pollutant, and compared to the rest of the thing, here Jainagar shows the high pollutants in the high pollutant, that is nothing but particulate matter is more in the winter season, when comes to temporal variation of particular matter, here it shows that RVC, the RVC center, what we have been studied here is, it shows variations compared to rest. Here the monsoon is showing the high peak conditions than the rest of the seasons. Next, coming to the temporal variation of ozone, as we know that here ozone will be more in summer than the rest of the season. It seems based on the papers also, it has been predicting the same thing, that ozone is high in the summer and the least in the monsoon. That's the main thing that has been predicting here. And NO is nothing but is a precursors of the ozone, that is NO and NO2. It is high in winter and rest of the thing is less compared to other seasons. And here carbon monoxide is nothing but here it is one of the most important pollutant that is also impacting the particulate matter. And the finally conclusion is that out of 5 study area, like Bapuji Nagar and as well as the Silk Board, it contains a lot of residential and commercial so that is as less pollutants compared to Pune. Pune industry is an industry area zone, so it has lot of pollutants, whereas Jayanagar is only a commercial area, it is less polluted, whereas RVC is the institution and where the industry has been covered, so it is showing less pollutant compared to rest of. Main thing I want to say here is, finally conclude, I want to say here is, Pune India is an industrial area where the pollutant is too much compared to rest of the thing, and least pollutant is here is the Jayanagar.
So that is a known fact. Okay. So what the science you are adding?
Yeah.
Because it is good that you are taking observations, but then obviously some layman also will tell industrial area is more pollutant.
Sir, whatever the data have been taken from the from the Karnataka Pollution Board, that has been
No, it is good that you have made analysis.
Yeah,
but
have been
then you
analyzed.
have to see that with the meteorological parameters and see that what is the role of the wind or precipitation and how it is the things are differing.
Yeah.
And so those things, if you can see the physical mechanism
Okay.
along with your observations,
Yeah, like-
perhaps it will can give more meaning.
Yeah.
And whether you can make any prediction also. In particular day you are getting very high,
Yeah.
which is harmful for people because air quality,
Yeah.
because obviously it will go to air quality. So I think that will
Yes, I'll
give the
incorporate
mo-
in that thing. Yeah,
give
yeah.
more values.
Yeah, just I'll justify with the things. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next 22, Samik Chaudhary. Sir.
So only those who are presenting are here now.
He is not present here. Next is 23, AP Singh.
Yeah, good evening and namaskar. I will talk about the seismological evidences for monsoon-induced seismicity. And here I would like to mention that the rainfall do not generate the earthquake but facilitate the seismicity, facilitate the earthquake swarm activity. And for that we have selected some 2 areas. One is the Deccan volcanic provenance of western India, basically Gujarat and Maharashtra. And another is the Dharwad Craton, in the Karnataka region. And to understand what is the mechanism behind that to generate the seismicity due to the rainfall in the Indian summer monsoon. Basically, here talk about the summer monsoon. So for that we selected 4 regions. You see the Gujarat and this is the Kutch region, it fall the seismic zone 5th, and here basically mostly you have earthquake generated due to the fault or due to the some localized activity, but some swarm activity is there. Swarm activity means their region will localize the seismicity and very shallow depth, and seismicity magnitude is mostly less than 3. And here you see the Talala region, and there the swarm activity observed in the 2007, 2011 and 2013, and total earthquake was 2500 and magnitude was 0.8 to 5.2, and the focal depth was less than 15 kilometers. Similarly, Navsari region is the south part of the Gujarat. Again, we observed in the 2017-2018 continuous earthquake, and earthquake magnitude was 0.7 to 3.2. And again, another is the Palghar, Maharashtra. So here seismicity starting in 2018 and stopped in 2020, and total earthquake seismicity was 20,000, and magnitude was only 0.2 to 3.8. And depth, if you see, talk about the less than 12 kilometer, and another is the Bijapura and Kalaburgi region. Here you see the seismicity are very localized. Here the seismicity of Palghar, here the seismicity of Navsari and Talala region. So here, what is the mechanism behind that? What is the cause of this seismicity after the rainfall? So for that we selected all these three regions, and we closely monitor the seismicity, and these seismicity monitored by the Institute of Seismological Research, Gandhinagar, Gujarat, and another is the National Center of Seismology, Ministry of Earth Science. Okay, so for that we need a very dense network, because you cannot locate easily 0.2 magnitude or 3.2 magnitude. Here this earthquake, even if magnitude 0.2, generate the sound and generate the blasting like sound, the subterranean sound, and even you cannot feel that. So what is the mechanism behind that? We just analyzed the waveform data and found that if you have a frequency range greater than 20 Hz, then as the human range is the 20 Hz to 20K, then we can hear. But if you have a frequency range less than 20 Hz, you cannot hear the seismicity. So this is the mechanism why you were hearing. And another, we observed that basically these are the surface wave, because this is the elliptical shape Rayleigh wave propagate during the 2016 in the Kutch region. So here we just correlated with the India Meteorological Department data, rainfall data, and another is the seismicity data. You found that whenever the seismicity enhance, if you see the example of Talala region, just we compare the data of GSDMA, Gujarat State Disaster Management Authority, and rainfall data, and another is this cumulative this earthquake activity. So whenever the rainfall enhance, the one magnitude was there, then the magnitude 5, and another the 4.4. Again 5.1. Similarly, we corroborated with the another Navsari region. So here seismicity we corroborated with this, well corroborated with the rainfall data. Another, this is example of the Kalaburgi, Karnataka region, and here you observe that if you have a rainfall more than excess mean rainfall, then we can observe the seismicity in the area. So here we observe in the 2023, I think 2021, we observed the seismicity in the area if you have, because the rainfall was maximum in this Bijapura and Kalaburga region. Another, we corroborated with this Palghar area. You see the seismicity is there. This is the seismicity, and we corroborated the pore collapse and pore pressure in the area. Whenever the pore pressure is maximum, that the seismicity observed in the area. So we found that on the basis of this, on the basis of earthquake tomography study and crack density distribution, porosity, saturation rate, we observed that whenever the earthquake, whenever the rainfall is maximum greater than mean rainfall, then we can observe the seismicity in the area. But here we mentioned that they are not related to the this increase the pore pressure only, that enhance the seismicity, not required to percolate the water up to depth of 15 kilometer, but it can percolate, that depend upon the cracks. But cracks, you cannot observe the 50 kilometer is not easily to percolate, but due to the changing of the water table, enhancing your pore pressure and existing fault in the area, can generate the earthquake in this monsoon activity region. So basically this area, this study we have done for the Deccan volcanic region and Karnataka region, where the seismicity was the maximum, because the region was basically cracks and the water circulation is there maximum on during the 2007, 2011 and 2013. So many seismicity observed on the basis of that. So the basis of the mechanism is that only the pore pressure can generate the seismicity in the any region. Thank you, sir.
So now the obvious question comes.
Yes, sir.
Suppose there is a heavy rainfall.
Yes, sir.
So whether it occurs simultaneously or with a lag, and if a lag, how many lag, so that it can have some type of prediction value.
Yes, sir.
If it is correct,
Yeah.
another presentation was there.
Yes,
for
sir.
this also. So if it is, you said correlation is a thing. I think we believe and we don't believe.
No, actually, sir,
so,
what happened? Nowadays
but,
we.
but it's an interesting thing.
Yeah.
So if you can see what is the lag,
Yeah.
because obviously not lead.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
what is the rain? Then you are asked.
Yes.
I mean, so then what is the lag? And what is the lead? Lag. So like if you person tell, okay, today is a heavy rainfall, tomorrow or day after, tomorrow or day after, I mean, next day, then it's going to have. At least people will know that thing. So have you done that thing, lag or lead, I mean, lag correlation, to identify that thing? Second is that what is the mechanism?
Yes, sir.
It is just a pressure.
Yeah, only pore pressure. Pore pressure can generate because that not required to reach the water at a depth of 50 kilometer. Only loading, unloading, जो है condition can generate the earthquake due to the.
So like a dam effect we have in Himalaya.
Yeah.
That is Tihari Dam and all.
Yeah, they are also done some study that published in scientific report. They have a probability seasonal rainfall, sir. So that they have also.
So then you have to see what is the lag. That means after a rain, heavy rain, because heavy rain will not occur every day, it will not will be continuous.
Yeah.
So whether a continuous rain is giving or a particular day heavy rainfall is giving, and if so, after how many days you get this type of
study. Yeah.
So then it will be useful in that sense.
Yes, sir.
That you can anticipate.
That can
Because
predict.
otherwise, actually, other study, Dr. Ramesh told exactly monsoon is there.
Yeah.
Every year.
Yes, sir.
So whether it is occurring or not occurring.
Yeah.
But now it is an interesting thing you people are finding.
Yeah.
So start to see
Yes,
and
sir.
examine.
Yeah.
That it is the load due to continuous rain.
Yeah.
Or due to a single heavy rainfall.
Okay.
And after how much time.
Okay.
Occurring that.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Next is 24 Swapan Kumar Manik sir.
Good afternoon. Thanking me for giving the opportunity for presenting here. So I want to discuss about the trend analysis in return period of the rainfall values over Sonidevgaon project. That is a high level barrage that is constructed over the Godavari sub-basin. So why the dams are required? So for that case I have to discuss first that okay, the rainfall, if you see that annual is 116 centimeter, and during the southwest monsoon only for the 4 months it is 86.86 centimeter throughout the Indian region, and also remaining 3 seasons just for winter 3.98 centimeter, and in pre-monsoon it is 13.6 centimeter and 12.10 centimeter in post-monsoon also. So if you see that here the rainfall is highly variable in time, but and also space, and 15% area of the India is getting more than 150 centimeter rainfall, and 64% area of India is getting 75 to 150. But only these 3 months we are getting the 75% of the annual rainfall, but we have to utilize that water during the remaining 8 months also. So for that the storage capacity it is required. So that's why different project authorities, they are doing the construction of the dam or reservoir, and also some irrigation purpose and hydel power project also are doing. So Hydromet division is the key nodal agency for supplying the design storm value in the form of standard project storm and probable maximum precipitation, and somewhere it is temporal distribution also, and some return period analysis also. So that's why we have taken this project, and we have taken this opportunity that to discuss about the trend of the return period. So you know already that the return period is the analysis of the first hand information for the construction of any hydraulic structure in a particular catchment area.
So the return period is the statistical parameter, it is the frequency, and we measure it as the probable time interval between the occurrence of the given event and that an equal or greater event. So return period is also sometimes as the recurrence interval of the time. Now this project already it is in the Madhya Maharashtra and in the Upper Godavari River Basin. So we have taken this opportunity to objective to find out the 100 years, 200 and 500 years return period and also the trend. So they have already divided this Sonidev project area into the 3 river catchments SB1, SB2, SB3, that is the sub-basin 1 to 3. We have taken this data from 1901 to 2020, but we have divided into the input as the 50 years rainfall data and for the window that is the 50 years rainfall data and increment of 10 years for the 3 sub-basin. After that, okay, we have analyzed the daily rainfall from the stations for the Yola. We have taken Sinnar and Igatpuri. So for these 3 river catchment, we have already taken these 3 stations, and every 50 years window increment of the 10 years we have already analyzed from 1901 to 1950, 1911 to 1960 and 1921 to 1980 and onwards like that. And after that we are applying the Gumbel distribution method. And also Gumbel distribution, there have 2 types of, one is kth moment method and other is least square, but we are using the least square method, and by applying the least square method we are preparing the return period for 5, 10, 25, 50, 100, 150, 200, 300 and also 500, and somewhere it is also 10,000. In US and other places they are giving us the PMP for the 10,000 years, but we have analyzed only 100, 200 and 500 years return period trend for the 50 years running window with the increment of 10 years. Now I am going to the result what we got, that is 01 to 1950 and 100, 200 and 500 years return period for each sub-basin, and 1911 to 1960 you can see here also that 100 years return period, if you can see that 162.6 and 1911 to 1960 it is the 199.1, and somewhere it is increasing. So this is the river sub-basin for sub-basin 1, and also for the 2 day also, because we are providing the data according to the catchment area. So here 2 day return period value also calculated, that for 100 years it is 191.6 and 221.6 for the next 50 years. So accordingly we have calculated a time series that okay, each 50 years running window we have calculated and plotted, and if you see that this return period it is somewhere increasing in between and again it is decreasing, but although if you see that from 1901 to 1950 it is higher, that value is lower than the latest 50 years return period. So that's why we have already did this job for the sub-basin 2 also similarly. So you can see here for the sub-basin that okay, first 50 years window there have the not much increasing, but after that second 50 you can see that the higher increase is there. But again if you compare that the 1971 to 2020, that is higher than the 1901 to 1950. For similarly for the 2 days return period also, and also for the sub-basin 3, if you see that they are increasing and somewhere it is decreasing, but in the latest 50 years, last to 50 years window, you can see that the very jump is there, so they are increasing. Now I am concluded here that okay, 100 years and 100, 200 and 500 years return period for 1 day, 2 day return period values are increasing for both sub-basin 1 and sub-basin 2 up to the 50 years running window from the 1901 to 1941 to 1990, and also then again decreasing from 1971 to 2020. But again that value is higher than the initial 1901 to 1950, and 100, 200, 500 years return period for the 1 day, 2 day return period values follow the same fluctuation, but SB3 sub-basin 3 it is decreasing, but then it is decreasing up to the 1971 to 2020. So it is observed that the 100, 200 and 500 years return period value for 1 day, 2 day over subbasin 1, subbasin 2 calculated by different running window for the 50 years with increment of 10 years are within the limit of plus minus 15%. So same that of the total available rainfall data except one or two windows only. And in another words, so it is concluded that the annual maximum rainfall it is decreasing over the catchment of subbasin 1 and subbasin 2, which is the inner plateau region, and whereas the annual maximum rainfall it is increasing over the catchment where SB3, which is near to the ridge area or western Ghat area. Thank you.
So, have you taken into account the climate change?
Sir, due to climate change, it is of course, because that rainfall return period it is increasing due to the climate change, or it is some global warming also, because when increasing the temperature.
When you are making projection for 100 years return.
Yes, sir.
Or 500 years return. So how you are taking into account the climate change? Are you taking any factors for climate change?
No, we are not taking any factor for the climate change. But again, it is increasing. We may conclude that okay, whenever the increasing in the temperature in the atmosphere, that moisture holding capacity should increase. So accordingly, there are the chances of rainfall or rainfall amount should be increased. It may be. Thank you, sir.
Have you tested that whether they are increasing it's significant or not?
15% within the 15% limit, but we have not.
Significant that changes than what was climate change, because it should be significant change or it is change, because if you statistically test some.
No, we have not statistically checked that okay any significant level. We- Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Suddenly, only 10 years, whenever you have changed 11 to 60, it has increased. After that, almost it is nearly same.
Yeah, nearly same. And later on, at the later stage in the last two decades.
Annual rainfall or that basis, you can put that whether that oscillation, that is normally all India rainfall also 30 or 40 years oscillation is there.
Okay.
In addition to climate change, the long term trend, there is some oscillation 30 years, 40 years, decade, multi-decade oscillation.
Okay. Sir, okay. We will do that analysis also. That okay rainfall trend for that sub-basin also. Because stationary rainfall data is available with us, no problem, sir.
Most important is the statistical significance.
Yes, sir.
Where we tell many things, but it's not maybe statistical significance.
Yes, sir.
That's the most important thing. And also you have to see natural change, which as you told, the epochs of heavy rain, epochs of less rain, and so on. Whether that is taken into account or not. Otherwise, you will get something and that will not really significant.
Yes, sir.
So I think these factors you have to take into account. So then it will be a better thing. To give a more useful result.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
So next is 25, Vivek Kumar, sir. Okay, the next is 26, Ramesh Kumar Yadav, sir.
So I will be talking about the impact of Indo-Pacific harmful warming and Indian summer monsoon rainfall. So we know that the Indo-Pacific harmful over the Indonesian region is warming, and it is expanding also. So what is the impact of this on the Indian summer monsoon rainfall pattern? So I have taken the data from 1959 to 2001. So it is all about 61-year data, and I have divided the data into two parts. What I have seen that in the first period, there was not very steep rise in the Indo-Pacific harmful warming, but in the second period, in the latter period, in the recent period, what I have seen that variability has also increased, and also the harmful is showing very steep rise in temperature. So we know that because of that monsoonal flow, that the warming of this warm pool in the Indian sector, it is not very prominent. It is more in the in the Pacific sector, because of this cross equatorial flow, that cooling is over that Indian sector. And so for that period 1 and period 2, I have done this simultaneous correlation. So in period 1, you can see that Wampul is showing increase in rainfall all over India, and this Wampul is basically means it is most of the time. Okay. So that yes. So that Wampul is basically it is a part of La Nina type pattern most of the time. But in the recent time, you can see that this correlation is maximum over this peninsular India, then cooling over this dryness over this central and central east India, and again flooding over this northern and foothills of Himalaya. So so the area which I have taken is this one for the Wampul. So you can see that correlation, that shading is SST, and these contours are mean sea level pressure, and this wind at 850 HPA. So you can compare this with period 1 and period 2. So here you can see that expansion is more over this Indian part, and here means actually this two ITCG is there over this India region during summer time. One is over this continent and another over this maritime. So there is a competition between these two. So because of this warming, so more convection is happening over here. So this will reduce the convection over the central part of India. So what we have seen in the earlier graph, and also because of this warming, so I can show you that okay. So because of this warming, you can see this famous gill type pattern. So here there is equatorially trapped Kelvin wave, and these are the Rossby gyres, and this is for the second period. So you can see that this pattern, this Rossby gyres and this equatorially trapped Kelvin waves are very prominent. So this is warming more over this Tibetan high. Because of this increase of this Tibetan high, this rainfall over this foothill of Himalaya is increasing, and because of this Rossby gyres over this year, there is a cyclonic circulation over this peninsular India. So that's why it is increasing the rainfall over there. So this is the three cases. I have divided that data. Here you can see SST is cooled, here it is normal, and here it is extreme warm. So here that SST is about 28.7 degrees centigrade. Here it is about 29 degrees centigrade, and here about 30 degrees centigrade. So what it is happening when this is the for the cool period, this cross equatorial flow, it is flowing like this. It is not very intense, so it is flowing through this peninsular India, and it is moving toward this northeast India. So it is rainfall is happening more over this northeast India, and dryness over rest of the India, and this is the normal condition. So cross equatorial flow is intense, and it is giving rainfall almost all over India. And this is the extreme case where Wampul is more than 30 degrees centigrade. So maximum convection is occurring over here, and the low pressure area is created more, that is more prominent. So this cross equatorial flow, they are curving towards this region, and that's why it is giving more rainfall over this peninsular India and dryness over this central and central East India. And so this is the main conclusion, that the relationship is not linear. So because of this warming, actually means it should show maximum rainfall over this all over India, but this dipole type of pattern that is happening. So more you can go through my paper, and if you have question, I will.
Yeah, it's a very interesting study.
Mm.
Any question? No, okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Next, I'll call Dr. Sujata Dash. 20. Are you on paper number 27? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I'm Harsh Srivastava. I'm from IIT level. I'm doing PhD from there. My task is role of machine learning algorithm for predicting Sentinel-5P NO2 data using multi-criterion data and CPCB NO2 data. What I have done, because Sentinel-5P it was launched in 2017, 18 October 2017, and from mid October the data has been released for public uses, and when we can access it using Google Earth Engine. So what I have done, because of cloudy season, there is a lot of gap in the data. I have tried to fill the data using machine learning algorithm by incorporating CPCB, Central Pollution Control Board data, and multi-criterion data. This is the particular methodology. What I have done, I have used the data from CPCB over all this station of Delhi, and this is particular methodology where I have used elevation data, land cover, and population statistics, along with 3 months data from March to May. Because why I have chosen March to May? Because this is a mixed particular season where we get extreme summer also and some cloudy season also. What I have done, if I get the cloudy image, I have just replaced that particular using imputation. I have deleted that data, and after merging all this data, I have used machine learning algorithm, and I have tried to predict it that when I was doing the prediction, I got to know that land cover and NO2 and elevation was the best feature for this particular prediction, and I was doing it, and I was getting 81% in R square coefficient of determination and 0.05 root mean square error. Any question?
Yeah, so now you have to see why it is so, because all I told, statistics, whether it is machine learning or it is AI,
Yes, sir.
physical base, and what is the physics behind that? That you will get that. Because otherwise, just take the data and turn with the statistics.
Sir, I have used meteorological data also.
But what is the physics behind that? Why it is so?
Sir, it is obvious, right? If the land cover is green.
If it is obvious, then why will you do a study?
No, but
It's not obvious.
okay, sir.
It's not
Actually,
obvious.
let me
And
show.
you found some new things.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Obviously.
I was.
And then you have to see the physical mechanism behind that.
Yes, sir.
Then you can explain why this is. But if it is obvious and known.
No, sir. But satellite data is not known. I was trying to predict satellite data using ground observation.
You are not predicting satellite data. Satellite is often you are not.
Sir, there must be some interaction with the satellite data using ground data, right? Ground data and satellite data must have some correlation. It is.
What is that correlation?
Sir, it is correlated. Actually, I have done a paper, SCI paper on that also.
Yeah, I'm telling. Can you explain why the ground and satellite will be correlated?
Sir, they are correlated because they are focusing on the same particular ground, right? Land cover. If I am getting the data from a CPCB.
But what really satellite observe? You have to see the principle of observation from satellite.
Sir, they are observing tropomy, right? The instrument is called tropomy. It is measuring the tropospheric measurement it is taking.
What? Tropospheric measurement of what?
Trace gases, sir.
Trace gas.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So trace gas has anything with radiation? Because you have to see the mechanism. A satellite
Yes, sir.
sensor. What type of sensor?
Yes, sir. It is sensor. Yeah.
So that sensor, what it measures and how it is related.
Sir,
You are
it-
correct. Your finding is correct. I am not questioning that. But if suppose it is a radiation emitted,
Yes, sir.
so then it will depend upon the type of soil. Suppose.
Please, sir. Please go again.
Yeah, what I'm telling, if satellite sensors observing the trace of gases,
Yes, sir.
so that means ultimately it is measuring the radiation.
Yes, sir. It is observing. Yes.
So from radiation, it is calculating those things.
Sir, European Space Agency gives us the data. We use it in our study. We try to incorporate our study whether the land cover is is a good feature or not, right?
So that is actually land cover may be more prominent than the trace house gases. So that's why I feel that you should see the physical mechanism behind the observations, what is the principle they are used, and how it is consistent with your findings. Your findings are very interesting.
Okay.
You have to see the mechanism.
Please, sir.
Yeah, please.
Not measuring. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is observing. Sir, it is giving some reflectance. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We don't get images, right? Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, that's what I was trying to solve. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Obviously, sir. Sir, but sir, it is also covering the temporal variation, sir. The data is temporal, right? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, it is. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes. March to May, sir.
So heart is a very interesting thing, but you have to know the principles and all things. You can discuss.
Sir, there will be more factor then. There will be more factor in monsoon. Obviously, sir, it is. Yeah. Yeah. Sir, because I chose the particular months or particular days because it was mixed, right? Sir, I actually do work in remote sensing, right? We get in May or even February or in March cloudy season, right?
Sir, sorry to interrupt, sir.
May or may not be.
Sir,
Thank you,
sir, we are actually running late, sir. Yeah, we
Thank you, sir.
we'll discuss.
Thank you. Sir, may or may not be. We don't know.
Yeah, you can discuss with him.
I request Dr. Sujata Dash to come on the stage.
28.
Good evening to all of you. And I'm really privileged to have my guru in the dais, Professor Mahanti sir. So I'm working in a DRDO lab. The name of the lab is Institute for System Studies and Analysis. So mostly what we used to do, we used to develop the wargaming software for Army, Navy and Air Force. So when I joined the lab last 1 year, because what happened when I joined DRDO, I just used the weather data to do my studies, because we know that how important is the weather data. So I have used the weather data mainly for the Landsat forecasting in my earlier lab at DTRL and DGRE Chandigarh. But when I shifted to this lab, the requirement raised that they used to do a lot of modeling for this wargaming software, but the base data, that is the geo-environmental data, that is the terrain data and weather data, they don't consider, because mostly the scientists are from the computer background and electronics background, so they don't take the geo part into account. So the challenge has happened, because in one of the projects, that is for the joint warfare gaming, so they told that you have to utilize the weather into account. So this is the genesis of my work which you have carried out. So there is a need has arisen that you have to give me an application tool that it will take some basic meteorologic data to tell that whether there is a go condition or no go condition at certain airports or air bases, that whether there is a window or that. So for that, what I have taken this 41 air bases, which is morely scattered around the northern India and across the neighboring countries, and I have to find out the data for that over that region. So my study is basically the NCMA data. Thanks to the NCMA WF, that is the Ministry of Earth Science, they have populated a lot of data into that one. So I have used the reanalysis daily hourly data for my study. So these are the 8 parameters I have taken to my study. And the main thing is the cloud cover at different level, rainfall, temperature, visibility and surface gust wind. Then a typical threshold we have defined for the study, because when you have to develop application terror, you have to first do the first cut study. So we have taken a certain threshold, that criteria for that work, and I have used from 2008 to 2019 year data for my study. That means if my whatever the data I have done, I have to download from the portal, and I have used the QGIS, that is the open source software, to extract the data over this air bases, this 41 air bases. So if it is within the threshold, then it is give a go condition, because all has to maintain this criteria. If any of the parameter is beyond threshold, that means it will give a no go condition. So that is the basis where I have calculated for 41 air bases. So coming to the result which we have calculated for, because since I have a daily data, I have calculated for each hourly, but for presentation I am showing for 2 timestamps, that is for first hour and for 13 hours. There we could see that over these airports we could find, and then I have taken the data for this 12 year. We could see that if the probability is 1, that means whatever the samples I have taken for the study, it is all have the go condition. If it is 0, then it is no go condition, because we have taken, because there is certain data we could not able to download from the NCMA from the data portal. For that I have in contact with them, and this is the probability we could do, so that we could able to find out that what is the go condition, so that the air operation can happen from one basin, one airstrip to another airstrip, so that it can conduct that operation. So that is the basic thing which we are going to compute from this study. And then when we have analyzed about the pre-monsoon, over the monsoon scale, then we could able to find out that during the pre-monsoon we have a lot of whatever the software we used to develop in our in-house, that need to be worked out at the user environment, so that they can plan that operation for their purpose. So so thank you to that NCMW for giving so much huge data to the portal, and I think I may require lot of data, because it is not about the land, this one. It may require for the ocean also, when they have to conduct this operation. So thank you all of you for your patience hearing. Thank you.
Sujata, but I think you have to do more. Threshold will not be common as you told exactly, because it will vary from place to place and different other factors. So that you should not frighten them. Sometimes no go what it is a good time to go also. So that needs more study. But I think IMD that data they have already available for 40 years. 1980 to 2020. I think today morning we are showing.
Sir, but that is not public, this one. I have to contact with the
You can get it.
Yeah,
They will be very happy to give you. But do it more robust.
Yes, sir.
Threshold value for each airbase, so that it can be much more accurate.
Thank you
Then
so
you can
much.
go to forecast values.
Yes, sir.
And they also now put in a forecast value up to certain days, at least
Yeah.
7 days forecast.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Number 29, Amit Kumar.
Laser pointer. Good evening, everyone. I am going to give presentation on topic of assessing convective and astronomical precipitation of India for the 2023 using the GPM satellite. For this analysis, I use global precipitation measurement, visual frequency, level 3 data at the resolution of 0.25 degree relation. Here I have shown the study about what are the precipitation frequency and rendered average distribution over the India in 23A, and you find that the high frequency precipitation is mainly found over the Western Ghat region, Northeast region, and the Central region, but some also you find over the upper Northern region. But I also while at the Northwest region and has minimum precipitation frequency, and high precipitation are highly overlapping with with the average rendered frequency, which is shown in figure 2b. And the pattern suggests that it is mainly happening due to the influence of the geographical such as mountain and larger circulation. Then we check about the water statistics about the about the whole frequency percentage about the convective and static form. Figure 2 is showing the precipitation frequency same for the convective precipitation, and here you find that compared to the overall precipitation frequency, high intensity localized convective precipitation are dominating in the Western Ghat region and Northeast region, and also the some coastal region. And while the percentage and mainly region are those regions where the convective precipitation are more than the 10 millimeter per hour, which is driven by the vertical instability and localized moisture conveyance. I like in the Western Ghat region where the orographic precipitation is dominating, due to which cause the convective precipitation. Also the in Northeast region where the due to the mountainous region convective rainfall is happening in frequency very high, and this area is highly risky due to the extreme rainfall, flooding, and the soil region due to this intense rainfall due to convective precipitation. And while for the state form precipitation, which frequency is mainly dominating steady and observed across central India and northern India is dominating, and rain rate is normally moderate around 1 to 5 millimeter, which is essential for groundwater recharge and the agricultural activity, and mainly it is during the monsoon season is more prominent compared to the convective precipitation. Also the state precipitation also mainly dominated due to over region where the monsoon trough and the low pressure depression. Further analysis is going on. I am doing it to understand what are the large scale circulation which is causing to the convective increase in the convective precipitation with and rain rate. Based on it, at present the conclusion is that a distinct spatial pattern for the precipitation can render for convective and external observed. Convective precipitation mainly localized, intense and high impact on the coastal and mountainous region, while the stratiform precipitation is steady, widespread and critical for hydrological stability in central and northern India. Thank you. For a scientist. Actually, this analysis is going on, not it initially. Yes, sir. Pre-diligence. Yeah, it is going. Actually, we are checking with the. It is. Actually, I have get only very small time, so I.
But you should do more studies.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, we are doing it.
Okay, okay, okay. Thank you.
Number 13, Akhil Srivastava, sir.
Yeah, good evening everyone. First of all, I'm sorry I couldn't make on time because of some preparatory was going on because of 150 year celebration. Okay, so I will be presenting about the disastrous Indian heat waves of June 2023 with respect to meteorological perspective. So the last year the heat waves, so I will be focusing more about the heat waves which have occurred over the eastern parts of the country, basically East UP, Bihar region. So what we have seen that there were a number of media reports regarding the casualties. As you can see, this is the information taken from the Hindu. There are not many confirmed reports, so I am quoting the media reports about it. Okay, so exact numbers are not known, but still there were some casualties. So usually for the heat waves, a lot of emphasis on the upper level blocking highs, anticyclones, which we consider as the primary driver of extreme heat waves. And also we say for the eastern parts that hot air advection because of the northwesterly dry airs and a suitable flow patterns contribute to the heat waves over the eastern parts of the country. In this study, we tried to find out the meteorological perspective with respect to the formation or the persistence of the heat waves. Also, what were the reasons for the sudden abatement of the heat waves also, because this heat wave was going on in a very steady and sentence format, and suddenly on 18th onwards it reduced, and then the abatement happened around 1920th. So if we see the observation of the heat waves in the upper panel, it's showing the number of days which are showing the heat waves. Sorry, I think creating the slides that the map got pasted over here. If you see the dates on the 15, 16, 17, which is shown as the HH3, 1, 2, 3, 4 are signifying the spatial extent of the heat wave. 1 is isolated areas, less than 25% coverage. 2 is scattered, up to 50% area or number of stations. 3 is fairly widespread, up to 75% stations, and 4 is widespread, that is more than 75% stations. So 16, 17 was the main days where a lot of heat waves were observed over East Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. HH signifies the severe heat waves and H signifies the heat waves. So the synoptic features which were mainly responsible, as we can see at the upper level, as we generally see the anomalous high. So we can see on 14th, 16th and 18th, based on the IMD GFS analysis, that there was the anomalous high which was there in the northwest parts of the country on 14th, 16th. However, it got diluted little bit on the 18th. Similarly, in the 925 HPA, that is the lower tropospheric levels, the strong northwesterly winds were persisting till 16th and 18th. They again got a little bit weakened. And in rainfall anomaly also, if you see the eastern parts of the country, it was having a negative anomaly. Maximum temperature was on the positive side, of course, and the minimum temperature anomaly was also on higher side. The important factor about this study was that it was not only the maximum temperature which was on the higher side which caused this kind of disaster. It was, if you see the temperature percentile plots. So this time usually we saw the high maximum temperature as well as extreme high minimum temperature also. Temperatures was largely, whatever spots we are seeing the lower panel, this side over here, these were the regions where a lot of casualties were reported, and these were the regions where maximum temperatures was accompanied by high or 98 percentile plus minimum temperatures also. Also, what was the main reason what we found out in this study is that, okay, the heat wave was persisting, but there was a cyclone Biparjoy which made the landfall in the Gujarat region, and when it started moving in the west-northwest direction after landfall, it disturbed the northwesterly flow which was bringing the hot air advection towards the East India. and suddenly we saw that the heat wave got abated from the east parts of the country. So a lot of studies have been done on the cyclones which are forming Bay of Bengal, and they are causing the heat waves in the eastern parts of the country by pulling the northeasterly winds, hot dry northeasterly wind, and increasing the temperature. But this we saw that if a cyclone is forming on the Arabian Sea, making a landfall, then it can be favorable in a sense that it can give relief from the high persistent heat wave condition which are already there on the eastern parts of the country. Also, the minimum temperatures, they need to be seen in a more rigorous way, because a lot of fatalities which are being reported, a lot of times studies we are only doing focusing on the maximum temperatures. This time we saw that minimum temperature presence along with high maximum temperatures were the cause of the fatalities. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
But you have a lot of expertise in prediction as well.
Sir,
so if you can predict it to at least 2 days in advance, then perhaps it will be very, very useful.
Yes, sir. So actually, for prediction purpose, we are doing one hot hazard analysis score. In this, we are considering maximum temperature, minimum temperature, wind speed, relative humidity, and persistence. Based on these 5 factors, we are predicting for next 5 days. It's experimentally we are using inside IMD.
Because that is required, because
yes,
it's
sir.
not only temperature.
Yes, sir.
Because if moisture load is quite high,
sir,
that also gives that effective total temperature became.
Yes, sir. For impact, we are using internally in experimental mode in IMD, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So, I thank to all the youngsters. They have given very nice presentation, though time was very short. And I think they should keep up that and prepare good papers and submit to Mausam. I think perhaps Mausam is being a special issue. So thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for being the chairperson. Now I would request you all to join us in the dinner